I've heard the theories that, for example, the government lies about it. Like, would you say that you agree with the consensus that the government lies to us about the shape of our planet?
Uh, the government is kind of ambiguous. Government has department and people within. It's not necessarily the whole organisation in of itself, but certain people within it or arms of the government. Some of those arms of the government, like NASA, for example, who are closer to the idea of, let's say, the Earth being a sphere as they orbit it and go to other planets, for example. This would probably be the area that you would look at. Um, so, yeah, there is, you would suggest, obviously, a push to the idea that the Earth is a sphere. It's not necessarily government led. When you follow the story back of the globe Earth to its inception, for example, you find out that this is more of a religious idea, primarily through the Roman Catholic Church, with a couple of compatriots along the way, Copernicus, Galileo, and a couple of other names, and some other, well, quite a lot of other societies as well, believing that the Earth is one thing or another. So it usually comes down to theological sides, I think, with this.
Right. And if it is religion led and partly government led, as you said, then what do
hmm
those organizations have to gain from lying about such a thing?
by controlling our perception of reality from, in this instance, let's say both sides, our religious aspect of it and our, more, let's say, scientific government-led civic understanding of the world. They control all of the paradigms, right? For example, we have a narrative of how we even came into existence, the creation story of life, the universe, and everything. If you rewind time and space, you'll end up at a finite point. And this, if we start the time going in forward again, exploded everything into existence. So this naturalistic idea that nothing created everything. And along the way of creating matter and the laws that govern them, an evolutionary biological narrative as to how life was formed. So they get to control our perceptions about this, who we are and where we are going, maybe even your identity from some points of view. Well, you know, where you think you are in the life and universe, whether you do have a god or don't have a god, they get to control your ideas of how you perceive around the world. It's yeah, it's like they set the box that everybody's always trying to tell you to look on the outside of.
All right. Now, would you agree that in classical Newtonian mechanics, would you agree that they are at least partially correct?
Yeah,
Classical
yeah,
Newtonian mechanics.
yeah. Of course, we can
Okay,
apply
then.
forces. We can throw things. We understand trajectories. Yes,
Okay.
of course, we do have a very basic understanding of how the world works around us. Of course.
Okay, then how would you say that if those mechanics are at least partially correct, the Earth could be mathematically flat? How would that
Okay.
work? Because
l-
we
l-
have the
yeah.
simplest
Let me give you
equation
an
of
example.
a
Let
gravitational
me.
pull between two objects of different masses,
Awesome.
and the most
That's
optimal shape would be similar to a bow, wouldn't
awesome.
it?
Sorry. That's a great example. It's the very same example I was going to give. So the idea that the gravity, whichever gravitational idea that you want to speak about, Newtonian physics and mass attracting mass, for example, or Einstein and the bending of space-time, whatever. But as you said, nature wanting to create its most simplest, thank you, its most simplest form, and that would be the Earth being a sphere. See, the thing with that claim is just by consequence of now you've made mechanic of the Earth being a sphere, then I will measure curvature upon the surface of the Earth because the Earth is a sphere. So when I go out or we go out to measure on the surface of the Earth, we will measure that curvature over the distance in regards to the radius given of the Earth. We don't, though. When we measure on the Earth, we measure the Earth to be horizontal. Water, for example, when contained and at rest, lays horizontally upon the surface. And we know that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. And if water is horizontal upon the surface, then the Earth cannot be a sphere. So we
I
understand that.
actually that is factually incorrect that it can't be a sphere. I will just say a mathematical concept, all right?
Oh,
I will pull up a definition because it is
if
important
we're
for the
going to be
point that
talking
I
about
will
a
try to
sphere
make.
with, if we're going to be talking about a sphere with akin to an infinite radius, I'll grant you. But
Uh-huh.
with a sphere with an infinite radius, I'll grant you we could measure it as flat, but it would still be a sphere. But eventually we would measure that curvature because it is still a sphere. But we're given the radius of the Earth, and that's the thing in
That
contention.
is not exactly what I was trying to say. Let me
Okay,
just
then I
try to
apologise.
make my point. So, assume that you have a sphere in a mathematical space. There is a theorem that states if you zoom in infinitely, the surface will approach being flat. The
Okay,
surface of the sphere, when infinitely approaching, becomes completely flat, right?
okay,
That
I
is
can go with that.
mathematically
No
true.
problem. Yep,
So
no
wouldn't
problem.
it
I can
make
go with that.
sense for a large sphere when we zoom in very close
Okay,
for the surface to appear flat? Wouldn't that make
okay.
sense?
Okay, now I'll grant you with your theorem that if you zoom in on a curved line, it will appear flat if you zoom in enough. What is in contention here is a sphere with a given radius, 3,959 miles. That means we can calculate the rate of change of slope from horizontal upon the surface. That approximates 8 inches per mile squared. So
I'm
when we
sorry, I do not know those units, unfortunately. I don't know the American system, so I can't really like fully understand. But okay, there is curvature, all right. What you're assuming that there is an angle of spin, right?
What we're talking about is a rate of change of slope in a measurable distance of, let's say, 10 miles, right? 14 kilometers, for example, 15 kilometers, and further, 15, whatever the number value. As you extend a horizontal line, the surface of the Earth will curve from that horizontal line. This is what we talk about by practically observing and measuring the surface of the Earth over a distance that, according to the radius, should have a curvature value. We don't measure any curvature value at any distance that anybody ever measures. The Earth is measured to be flat. We've just got calculations and ideas that the Earth is a sphere, and backwards engineers creation stories and gravitational whatnot. But ultimately, if, for example, your idea was about physics and Newtonian, and his idea of gravity, if that was true, we would measure curvature on the surface of the Earth, wouldn't we? We don't, though.
Okay, I would just like to ask, how exactly do you measure it?
Okay. So there are many ways that we measure on the surface of the Earth. We can very simply just use line of sight angle measurements. Let's say to the top of a mountain, using a little bit of trigonometry. If I know distance from the mountain and its apparent angular size, I can calculate its height. Or if I know its height in angular, I can calculate my distance from it. And that's just going to be trigonometry. We can also use surveying tools, right, that we do every day when we build upon
But
the
what
Earth.
what you said before with measuring distance assumes that the Earth is flat, so you can use trigonometry or that there is no curvature, and you can't prove something by taking that something as a given axiom.
Do you know what? I really do 100% agree. I'm kind of ramping up in the argument. I'm just talking about very simply, if you want to level something, I'll again make a very obvious claim. If you want to be level with the world, you will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. You understand this, right? All
Yeah.
horizontal lines are reference to the level of the Earth. Now, these are very, very simple concepts, but if you want to talk about direct measurement, then we need to talk about the tools that we use. For example, lasers, rangefinders, leveling tools, theodolites, for example, the tools that we use practically to measure on the surface of the Earth when we build upon it, for example. So when we build rivers, when we build bridges, dams, canals, infrastructure like pipes for flow of water. When we do these things, we will always measure from a level. For example, a surveyor will go out and level land before we build upon it. That level will be parallel to sea level, like the zero reference datum of the Earth or its mean average. But primarily with the tools that we use to measure, like lasers.
Okay. That is interesting to say the least. Like, I agree with you, but I wouldn't say that the measuring for infrastructure would be the same as measuring the general shape of the Earth, because as I said, when zooming into a curved surface, it appears flat.
And I get you on a very, very small scale, let's say the surface of the coffee in your cup. Now, the water that's boiling with your coffee, and it's horizontal, right? Now, from a very, very a small aspect, if the Earth was a sphere, yeah, I'll give you a cup of coffee is going to look horizontal. Probably even your bath, probably even your swimming pool. But at
Maybe
a
even the
distance,
infinity. Who knows?
yeah, but at a distance where we start talking about a range of kilometers, 10, 20, 30 kilometers over, let's say, a channel, a lake, a seabed, a salt flat, when we build tunnels, when we excavate for foundations, build bridges, blah, 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 in all aspects, the Earth will be measured as horizontal. We will build from that level.
Okay, then how about if you look through an ocean, right? You're standing on the edge of one continent.
Hmm.
Assuming that that is a distance that is more than, for example, 100 kilometers.
Okay.
How come you don't see the shore of another continent?
Okay. So,
How
for
is it
example,
possible?
a lot of people ask us this: why can't I from Europe, for example? Now, whatever the distance, we have to understand that when we're making these observations, as the distance increases, the opacity of the atmosphere decreases. It's like trying to look down to the bottom of the ocean. It's sunny, it's during the day, but you swim down to the bottom of the ocean, it gets darker and darker and darker and darker, even though the sun's up. And the reason why that is because the medium of the water is dissipating that light. The air, the atmosphere, acts exactly the same way. And over a lot of distance, hundreds, thousands of miles, the light of the object in that far distance isn't going to be able to reach you, even if you had the technology, the aperture size to resolve that angle, which is the primary issue with, let's say, how we observe across the Earth. The limitation to how far we can see is not the curvature of the Earth. The limitation to how far we can see is the optic that we use compared to, say, our human eyes, to a high powered zoom camera, telescope, binoculars, what have you, and the meteorological conditions of the day. Right, your visibility due to the weather conditions. On a nice clear day, you're probably going to see further than on a foggy day, for example. These are the limiting factors as to how far you can see across the Earth if your altitude is the same. Obviously, if you increase your altitude, you're going to be able to see further across the surface because you can perceive more. But ultimately, you can see. Ultimately,
Actually,
no.
your point doesn't stand because, again, using trigonometry, if you're standing up higher, you should see less, assuming that the opacity of air is
Yeah,
what is the problem.
yeah, but the opacity of air is over a distance of, say, hundreds of miles that we were talking about. If you want to go climb a building and see an extra 10 miles, 20 miles, that's just because you've changed your angle of view. Now, somebody's got that mic open and I can hear myself and it's really annoying.
Yes, you change the angle, but still the length of how much air the light passes through is much longer than it would be in the original
Yeah,
case scenario.
okay. When you're drawing this triangle, this is an orthographic view side on. We see in perspective, don't we? So, for example, if we're standing in a long corridor, we notice that the walls either side appear to converge in towards each other. The ceiling above your eye line and the floor below your eye line appear to be meeting each other. The angle of separation between floor and ceiling decreases with distance, doesn't it?
Okay, from our
Yeah.
perspective, yes.
Yeah, so when we're talking about a right angled triangle, this is orthographic view and not how we see the world. That floor underneath you, for example, when you're observing it, seems to come up to your eye level more or less. In the orthographic view, it's just a straight line out into infinity. You don't see the world like that. The reason why we have a horizon, if we just take the atmosphere out of it, is because of the way that our eyes work and the way that light enters our eyes at an angle. So, for example, if the surface that we're standing is a really big chessboard, you notice that the squares either side of you and underneath your feet appear really, really big. The ones further away appear really, really small. As the angle decreases, eventually the angle will be so small that your eye can't resolve the surface anymore. That angular resolution limit of the human eye, I think, is 0.02 of a degree. So when the object, in this case the surface of the Earth with distance, becomes smaller than that perceived angle, you, with your human eye, lose the ability to see that surface. The surface appears to converge with the sky. However, if you get a telescope out or high-powered zoom camera, that horizon can perceivably move further away than it was just with the human eye.
Okay. That is understandable, but even if that is the case, that doesn't prove either one. Neither that the Earth is flat, nor
No,
that it is a sphere.
no,
That
no, it's
proves neither.
answering your question as to why I can't see for infinity across the Earth if it was flat. Of course, we have limitations, and I'm pointing those out.
Okay. You provided a different explanation for limitations, and I agree that those things definitely take part in our limitations of seeing the horizon, but they on their own do not prove that the Earth is flat, nor do they disprove that the Earth is round. They are
No,
basically saying that it could be a possibility, but from my point of view, you would need a lot more proof in that case.
yeah, the proof comes down to the measurement of the surface. That's all you really need. When we measure the surface of the Earth, it is, well, let's put it like this. We've got two choices, really. The line or surface is either flat or it is curved. It has a rate of change of slope or doesn't. What we measure is zero rate of change of slope, which ultimately, if we're talking about shapes and geometry, the Earth can't be a sphere unless we're going to start zooming in on it, which we're not really talking about, or it has an infinite radius, which again, we're not talking about. We're talking about actual geometry with a given value.
Okay, and on what surface are you measuring this? On land or on oceans or bodies of water?
All surfaces,
Okay,
water, sea
all right.
flats, salt flats, frozen lakes, land.
Okay,
Even when you measure, for example, the topology of valleys and hills, those are going to be taken from horizontal, right? The height, that comes from horizontal. It's always perpendicular, that vertical line. So in every aspect, we will measure the surface of the Earth to be flat.
okay. I actually do not have that much knowledge on how I could argue against that, other than theoretical basis, but as we agreed, theoretical basis isn't enough to prove this, because we are assuming our physics works perfectly.
Let me ask you this, and you brought this up earlier, so I'm really interested in if the gravitational story is true and the Earth is created to be a sphere because of this gravitational phenomena, then we would measure curvature on the surface.
Yes, to some degree, as well,
Yeah,
at least on bodies of water, because again, on land it could be distorted by different natural formations.
yeah, and this is kind of our answer to most things. For example, the other one, pictures from space. Pictures from space show the Earth to be a sphere. My answer, or our answer to that, is the claim in the picture is the surface is curved. We would measure that curved surface then. Problem is we don't. Same thing with eclipses, lunar eclipses. We see the shadow of the Earth upon the moon. We know its shape because the shadow's curved. So the surface of the Earth is curved then we would measure it. We don't measure it, so the gravitational story can't be real. The pictures from space can't be real. And that can't be the Earth's shadow upon the moon, because all of them have the Earth being a planet with a curved surface, something we would literally measure every single day. But we don't. We measure the Earth to be flat.
There is one more possibility. It's very unlikely, but it also has to be taken into consideration. Our physics is wrong in the area of how we measure that. As I said, it's unlikely that how we measure curvatures of objects is inherently wrong, but that also has to be taken into consideration if we are doubting that physics is correct in any shape or form.
I kind of hear what you're saying. In the back of my head, it's like I want to say accuracy. Some people want to like talk about the accuracy thing. Maybe we're not taking account of something, and maybe our physics is wrong. Um, yeah, you kind of conceded that it probably wasn't that, and I'd probably urge you to. It's not that. We measure things all the time. This is how we live in the reality that we have, right? We have cities, we have infrastructure, we build upon the land, we map it, and we navigate upon it across the seas and in the skies. I guarantee you, every single one of these aspects, when you boil it down to brass tacks, measures the Earth and treats the Earth as a flat, stationary plane. The Earth is flat and not moving.
Not moving?
No.
Like,
For
as in,
example,
which
for
motion do you
example,
mean?
the Earth beneath your feet, it isn't rotating around an axis, whether a sphere or a flat Earth. It is in motion around the sun with, for example, the other planets. The Earth isn't a planet and doesn't act in any way or display the same characteristics as, say, Mars. Mars, a planet, has got a curved surface that moves. If the Earth was like Mars, we would measure a curved surface. We don't. So the
Then
Earth
why is
can't.
the planet and Earth not?
Sorry, why are things different?
Yeah, why is Mars different?
I don't know. It's
Be-
like asking me why a tree is different to a cucumber. They're just different. They share different qualities. They don't fit into the same category. They do not share the same identity.
Okay, but if we again assume that gravity is derived from mass,
Then we
then
would measure a curved surface upon the Earth.
exactly, we should at least,
Yeah,
assuming that.
but we don't. Water is horizontal upon the surface. All topology measurements, height, depth are taken from horizontal. It's always up and down, perpendicular to the reference of the Earth, which we'll call, let's say, mean sea level. We get our elevation and depth from that. If I want to fly across the ocean feet, I'm going to make sure we fly in parallel with the surface that is horizontal,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
In all
I will
practical
actually need to
applications.
get back to this because I
Okay,
currently have no idea how I would approach disproving this.
you're fine. I
Are
appreciate
you
that you.
are you
Oh,
perhaps free tomorrow?
I'm around. This is 24/7, so we are around 24/7. I personally will probably be around at some point tomorrow around the same time, but others will be in here as well. You can feel free to ask them questions, and I'm sure they'd love to give you that. You're
Right.
always free to come back, my friend.
For now I'll send you a friend request because this is an interesting conversation, and since it's 2:30 a.m. for me, I will probably look into how the measurements actually look in different tests, how you measure them, and get back to this
Okay,
conversation as soon as I gather more data. Have a good
no
one, mate.
problem, my friend.
It was
That's
interesting
awesome.
talking to you. See you.
You have a good sleep. Goodbye. See you soon.
Staying up here, so nice job, bro.
Pretty bold statement. Moody's definition there. I know he's deafened, but yeah, definition in side chat. He's used the English Hub's inbuilt dictionary for Earth, and it says the first entry is the third planet from the sun, the planet we live on. Yeah, it's a pretty bold statement to make.
Third
By
Rock from the
definition.
Sun in that TV show that John Lithgow was like, humans believe they're spinning on a ball because they're misplaced faith in gravity or something. I remember one of the episodes. You guys remember that? No?
Right. That's interesting because we often ask people about like why is Earth spinning? Like why is it what causes it to spin? Yeah. But yeah, like he's basically poking fun. Like he has some sort of extra knowledge about like about that, right? Why
He
planets?
goes,
Right.
humans around here never wonder why they stick to the. I don't want to. Yeah, that's a good. He does a couple of sentences. They're all pretty good. I got to get that pulled up.
I didn't mind that show. It was actually
Why they're
funny
sitting in a
sometimes.
car in a convertible, and he's like, humans are so lucky. Here, they're at 1,000 miles an hour, and the only thing that keeps them in their chairs is their misplaced faith in gravity. I think that's something how it goes. And that's about it, I guess. Only 2 lines.
Right.
Yeah.
It's probably the same scene where he's like, I have so many questions, and he's like rattling on, and he goes, why do they call it the human race? Like, what are they trying to get to? Right? Or something like that. It's really funny.
He had kind of like a child mind or something, and he was the professor of the school or something, right? I think that was the premise of that show. And they had that weird looking guy and the hot girl. That's all you need for a sitcom, right?
Goofy brains. Hot, yeah.
Didn't they
Yeah,
have a bare
let's make a
naked
sitcom.
lady song as the intro? Didn't they have like a pop song as their title theme or something? The bare naked
That
lady.
probably wouldn't have made the charts hadn't the show used it.
That band went on to release a song called Flat Earth. Bare Naked Ladies. Who did the theme song
Oh,
for
really?
that show, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be. Who did the theme song for that Third Rock from the Sun? I think it was that group.
Was it They Might Be Giants?
Or it could have been that one, yeah. I did create the Flat Earth channel. I put a video on. And, I guess you can put like 10 videos on a day or something. I'll take it easy on my first day. Like the newest Flat Earth channel of 2026. I don't know if you can sort by new, yeah. Who knows?
You're correct. It's the Bare Naked Ladies.
Okay, you're right. So they got a Flat Earth song years later. I think something about a Flat Earth girl or something. I don't know. I like a song called Flat Earth Felix. I don't even know if you can find it or whatever, but that's a pretty good one. I think the Flat Earth dude liked that one or something. Probably needs a video. And then I was just listening to ISA, and his songs are so good, man. They're so tranquil for me. But to try to talk to anybody, these musicians that made these songs, they never want to talk to me. You know what I mean? I know a girl who made a movie on Facebook, and she doesn't want to talk about the movie. Isa doesn't want to talk about his songs. She's like, what? Whatever, you know? Can you feel me there? Sympathize? Can you hear me, Tommy? Freaking artist. But yeah, I thought it was a good idea. Maybe post a couple of flat earth videos from the past on a new channel. It'll give me something to do this winter, maybe. This computer has a small hard drive as the first drive, but apparently most of the space is in the second drive. Just gotta learn how to use the second drive more. Yep, something like that.
But yeah, saying that Earth is the planet we live on is very bold, considering that only a few machines claim to have been sent far enough away from the surface, and a handful of people, have witnessed it as being such, right?
I didn't quite catch that. Something about flat Earth being a taboo subject, something like that, right?
No, I was saying it's a bold statement to make, to say that like the Earth is the planet we live on.
The
And there's
plane.
only been a planet.
They added the extra T to trick everybody. It's weird because
No,
that's
I'm just saying it's
T
bold to
missing.
take.
That's
It's
in
bold to
event.
say that we live on a planet, considering that only a handful of people and a few machines are claimed to have gone far enough away from the surface to view it as being
Machine.
such, right?
The Terminator went out to outer space, right? I seen it in a movie.
Yeah, but the problem with spheres, though, as you get further away from them, you see less and less.
Oh, you guys posted how fast can Superman fly? Was that for the Globies or something? I think Superman stopped the rotation of the Earth in one of those movies, right? It's pretty funny. If you saw Superman 4, maybe, I think that's the one. So yeah, I've been a flat earther since 2013, but I don't really haven't met anybody who has the same interest as me with
It,
Jesus
it,
and everything.
it's funny that you're talking about Superman now, like because I think even in the first one they show like an Earth, a planet Earth that he's like heading to in his little pod, right? When his parents rescued him, sent him flying out into outer space from Krypton, right? Before it met its fate, and so, and it's really weird because that's like right smack bang in the middle of, or right after, right? I can't remember the exact year date, but like that's around about like the end of the Apollo missions, right? So, and we get people saying all the time they didn't have the ability to fake that sort of imagery back then, right? But once they went to the moon, they suddenly did.
Meanwhile, the Space Odyssey came out the year before.
Right.
And then there was Moonraker in '77, the James Bond Moonraker. I think that takes place in outer space, and Sean Connery goes on the set of freaking the moon landing in one of the other movies, Diamonds Are Forever.
Disney had the sodium vapor process. That's how you've got the Mary Poppins stuff with people flying around and whatever. Take the background out easy.
Or the first person who had a film, they wanted to overexpose it or put a background that wasn't really real or something, right? The first editor. I think one of the earliest movies is like a black and white movie about going to the moon or something, right? It has that thing with the rocket in the moon's eye or something. Some old timey movie.
Can't remember the name of the guy who did it, but it was 66.6 years before they first went to the moon. The first time they went around it, not landed on it, but their first time they did it. 66.6 years to the day.
That movie was made in 1905 or something. You think that something like
Yep.
that?
Like early 19th. Yep.
1902.
Is that the one where the astronauts or scientists got turned into? That's funny.
The Trip to the Moon, originally titled La Voyage, a French silent film. Thanks.
First science fiction movie, and it had to be science fiction because they're traveling to the moon.
Paper Moon. It's like another early one. I think the kid sold Bibles or something, door to door. It's all about conniving and paper moons. You think Wallace and Gromit thinks it's made out of cheese? They're cartoon characters, of course. Right?
Rayleigh Criterion posted the first lunar movie.
Shaun the Sheep is a documentary.
A Trip to the Moon.
A 1929 movie called Women in the Moon introduced the concept of the rocket launch countdown.
Capricorn 1 is a good moon movie, or whatever they're going. Not the moon movie.
Rewind that just a second. What did you say about the ladies on the moon?
Yeah,
The first
in the Women in the Moon, 1929, it was the introduced the concept of the rocket launch countdown.
Okay, so that was the first time a movie down for a rocket, right?
Nice.
That's interesting.
Let's look it up. What is it called? The Ladies of the Moon?
Women in the Moon, 1929.
Thank you.
40 years of cognitive programming.
Yep. There you go.
Fritz Lang.
Like the show I've been watching, Almost Human. I'm so surprised from 2014, and I'm so surprised that it doesn't extend past one season. But severe freaking predictive programming regarding AI technology, man. Like, wow. For 2014, I was so surprised. I was like, this is ahead of its time. Did they really foresee, like, exactly what's taking place now, then? Like, I know it's not that long ago, but I don't think really anybody was thinking that we'd have the sort of tech in our hands now.
It looks like it's in better shape. Bit of quality here. This is probably copyright free, this movie, 1929. It's before the free code of 1930 or something. Copyright free now. Maybe.
Like, was anybody really, like, talking about, like, AI in the sense that we're using it now in 2014? I don't think so. Like, the setting is 2048, I think, something like that. But I don't know. I'm just like amazed that 2014, someone was thinking about AI in such a way that it's basically like it's happening now.
The Oregon Trail was my first AI, the Commodore 64, right? 1984.
Yeah, in the 80s, late 80s, I had a tiny little pocket calculator type of thing. One line analog screen, had a keyboard and a numeric pad, and it came with a book, and you could program games and stuff into it, or other
Had a talking watch,
code.
watches that can
Yeah.
talk. They have those for the elderly now. It tells them the time and the date for like people who can't see. But I had one in the
Yeah.
80s. A couple of talking clocks.
Yeah, I was messing around with the code on this thing, like we're talking late 80s, right? And I was getting it like basically to like say hello, what's your name, and respond to to me. Yeah, spoke really basic AI. I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like reading the code for the games and then figuring out other stuff myself, the ifs and thens and all that. Like I was just like messing around with it.
Technology, they have robots like they have in the movies where a robot serves him a taco and everything. It's just not for the sheeple. I'm surprised it hasn't leaked out yet from the housekeepers. They probably sign a confidentiality clause. Sorry, Buggy. My mind wanders when I'm on Discord. I forget I'm on here and stuff. Yeah, that woman on the moon would make a good music video or something if I have the time to edit it and take out all the trippy parts.
Women in the moon? In the moon? So, Rayleigh, in the movie, do they go inside the moon?
Yeah, I didn't watch it.
I haven't
2
seen it.
hours long, maybe, or something, I think it said. I'm downloading it for later.
No, I was asking Rayleigh.
I don't know. Let me see if I can find the trailer for it, if there is one.
All right, okay. I thought you must have watched it.
I just skimmed through it while you guys were talking before. I don't know. Didn't really get much out of it. But it looked kind of trippy. I can definitely make a music video out of it. I said. Why would you want to do that? It's already made in your head, Put it on film.
Oh, it sounds more like a drama about the social dynamics between the people that go there, not necessarily them finding women there. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Just from reading that synopsis there.
In the moon. Or on the moon, yeah. But he said it was the first rocket launch with the counting backwards, maybe. That's what I was expecting. They're going to start counting backwards. It's like NASA or something. Oh, and if they say the T minus, you guys know what that means when they say T minus? Maybe you're not interested. Have you ever heard that when they go T minus? You know what that's all about?
Oh, the missing T in the anagram.
Right, yeah. I don't know if the Globies would understand that and stop and read between the lines and what I said earlier. They don't like to do that. Oh, maybe that's a good channel name. Read Between the Lies. Right? That's not a bad one. I was going to hex you people for a channel name, but don't all come up with a good one at once, Maybe you don't like the sound of my voice. I always feel like I'm unwanted in this Discord, but it is what it is. Maybe I just low self-esteem or something. but I appreciate the sharing of info when you do and stuff like that. So you just come in here and quietly mine your Discord. That's better for everybody.
It even depicts rocket stages. It's interesting too. I'm just watching this trailer.
I like the casual wear they have for in the rocket here. Guys are wearing sweaters.
Yeah, they're in suit and tie, and they're not like in a spacesuit or anything. It's like, yeah, it's casual,
Yeah, see, there's
business as usual.
wow, that rocket moves fast.
The Germans are suspicious. They were really in there, and then they made believe the Germans were banned from Hollywood. Right? What was that all about? You know, and Harpo's real name is Adolf. You know what I mean? They were like German Jews or something, and all this weird stuff. The Germans are suspicious, like they won the war and they took over NASA. It's almost like the reversal of what they tell you happened, right? I guess Walt Disney looks like Hitler as well, or something, like they were cousins or something, is going around a while ago. Maybe America and the Germans made a deal, you know what I mean? But it seems like what happened behind the scenes or something.
What's up, my flat Earth brothers and sisters?
She turned out to be a Globie and she left.
Oh, she's a flat Earther, all right. She just might not know it yet.
Yep, that's a good one. Yep, you're a flat earther. You just don't know it. That's fine. I'm here to tell you. That was one of Eric Dubé's lines or something. Um, you're a flat earther and you just don't know it or something like that.
Oh, he's been putting out some strange content lately.
I've heard that. Yeah, he was, I don't know, you get more views with the drama, so I didn't watch it, but I'm apparently probably one of his best viewed ones maybe. What have you seen? Anything I should know about? It's better off I don't know.
No, I just the only videos of his I've watched in entirety is his 200 proofs. But like I've watched little clips of some new stuff he's putting out, and it just seems a little off. Like okay, in my opinion, it's like it's like forced. I don't know. It just seems really inauthentic.
Yep, that's a good way to describe it. I agree.
You talking about Dubai?
Yeah, his latest videos, there's just something off, really off about them. Not to say that his past ones were on point, but they're just strange. Like he's doing damage control or something, or someone's holding a gun to his head behind the camera.
Exactly. Yeah. I saw it. This video, about ODD, right? Isn't that what one he just did? That didn't need to be brought out there to people that don't even know who ODD is. Somebody had done that. I don't know. And then there was a video about the video, right? I don't know. That's all I heard this month. But I was there when when ODD crashed his car on a live stream, but nobody seems to mention that. His last live stream, he crashed his car, a really bad head-on collision or something. That's not really mentioned. There's like only 20 people there that do it.
When was that? That's brutal.
That was the last time he did a live stream. Yeah. He was
I heard
acting
he
like
was
a
in
fool.
prison.
This year, last year?
Him and Flat Earth Fokker used to vape. They were vaping like a chimney on talking about flat Earth. And I was totally against vaping like a chimney like that. And both of those guys were really known to do that. I thought it really lowered what they were doing, all that vaping on screen on their live streams.
Good look.
The only guy who does flat Earth I know is Feed Your Mind. He sounds like whatever, and he does flat Earth videos about things that are happening or something. Whatever. I'm not too crazy about is please join my Patreon for $1 in every video, but whatever. If you can get past that, and I do easily.
The algorithm suggests
Feed Your Mind.
that channel to me a lot.
Well,
Did you
that's
guys
the
are you
only
still on
channel.
debate? Did you move to somebody else? I dropped out for a second. Sorry.
Yep, Feed Your Mind, good channel, I guess.
He does a lot of shit like the truth about the final experiment. Like, get out of here, bro.
I haven't seen that for a long time. Nobody's really talking about that anymore. Yeah, that was an embarrassment too, with all those people involved. I hate that McToon guy. He's just terrible. What a terrible character.
That
Intellectually
was a total
distant.
group of clowns.
Just don't like him. Yeah, just something
Yep.
about him rubs me the wrong way. Would never want to be his friend in real life either. I'm surprised he's not in
Yeah,
here.
this type of person comes across to me as the type of person who has an overconfidence in his, in his intellect, right? Because he feels like he fails, in other ways, right? Like it's like he's trying to make up for not being a stud. You know what I mean?
And then these other guys are loaded with tattoos, and like there's a guy with these big holes in his ears, and he's like a glober, I guess. Yeah, it's just horrible to watch. But a lot of people are loaded with these tattoos and holes in their ears. I watch some audiophile people who sell like vintage gear, and they're loaded with tattoos and pawn people. Oh man, it's everywhere now. The world has changed or something, for sure. My dad had a tattoo from the Navy. I saw a picture of him recently. I remember he had like these old Navy tattoos, but whatever. Probably always thought that was weird back then too. So
That's funny. Yoda, Flat Eric debate.
yeah, Flat Eric is like a puppet that was really popular. I guess we can shout out, how do you say it? Shout out Russian videos. He was pretty intense at one point. He had the tough guy accent that I kind of like, that I probably could have done, if I wanted to do that. Then it would be like kind of a fake tough guy accent. But I think that guy's from California and he was on MTV and he's a shill or something. And then you had Bitterman,
Everybody else was a shill.
and he went over to like BitChute, but his videos are so boring I can't even watch them anymore. About the fake news. He's not even good at it anymore. Like he
He's
used
been
to.
in. He's been in here before. Well, on the home server, he was invited to turn up, and he did. So I'll take my hat off to him for that. Respect him for that.
The first one I mentioned,
Russian Viz.
right? How
I
long ago?
invited him on one of his
ago was
live
that?
streams to come and visit us over on Discord, and he did. And he saw my comment in the chat, and he says, "Thanks, Todd. I might do that one day. Thanks for the invite." And then he did. He did lived up to his word. I was impressed with that. I don't necessarily agree with all the stuff he says, but yeah,
How long ago was that, Bug?
probably a couple of years ago. He dropped in and had a chat with us for a bit. Yeah.
I was a little surprised. Oh, right. He blocked me on Facebook. I was one of the first people to talk to him on Facebook, but then I guess I kept on bugging him, which, you know what I mean, talking too much on the chat, and then he blocked me.
I'm blocked. I got blocked. Ended up getting blocked by the Globebusters crew and Karen B, Stavely, Ben from Taboo Conspiracy, like all that group. Just freaking banned me from their channels on BitChute and freaking YouTube.
What the hell? Why?
I just vote because I just had a voice. I just would type in what I'd say, or I'd make a joke, and I don't know, they just took it as trolling or something,
We didn't know
Like
the
this one
rules.
time,
There was no rules. It was brand new, and they're banning people. What about that Owen Benjamin? He banned all the flat earthers. And then all these people that just banned flat earthers when we did have a group that would go into these places. Funny, right?
yeah. I mean, I guess I just kind of felt like, they sort of just looked at me like, this guy's not invited. Who invited this guy? I was like, yeah, see ya, get out. It's like we're chilling with our our group here. It's like, yeah, basically that's how I felt. I didn't have an invite. Yeah.
I wasn't invited, and I was uninitiated, and then all that stuff. That was in my first degree. PK Truth. You remember that guy? You think he was Aussie? He did some funny ones with the mannequins in the beds with the fake news stories back in the day. I think it was Trump's first term. All that shit happened with the fake mannequins and everything, right? I'm thinking that was like 2017, 16. You guys remember that guy? He was on a TV show. He was on Press Your Luck, but and then he was an extra in a Nicolas Cage movie, and then he's talking about all this fake news.
Well, I don't remember.
He was friends with RV and
You
Patricia.
saying he's Australian?
Yep, PK Truth. He probably still has a channel. He's not. All these people hit their prime, and their new content is far below what they used to do, in my opinion. I don't really know how to spell it. I think it's PEEK Truth. AY maybe. PEE. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably searchable. There used to be another guy with the beard and the gematria.
Shalom, my friends. Hello.
Hello.
Anyway, it was a good school back then, you know, when they were at their peak of their true thing, and they were really on par with, you know, and I was part of the viewers or whatever. I got to learn all that stuff.
Okay, bro. Okay, so how can I speak with Flat Earth directly?
Yeah, whatever. What about those guys who used to take their own blood, and they were a bunch of flat earthers? They were like blood over intent guys. I wouldn't be surprised if it was like they were still some of those people around.
What
Hell?
around?
There was a cult called Blood Over Intent, and they were all flat earthers, and they were pretty hardcore too. So
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. But anyway, Watermelon, yeah, you can talk to, if you have a question or something, you want to talk about Flat Earth, yeah, go for
I
it, man.
want to phone call Flat Earth. FaceTime.
Are you here to learn? Or are you here to preach your doctrine?
What? Repeat.
Oh, are you here to learn, or were you trying to like, debate the globe or the globe?
Debate.
Oh, okay.
don't believe him.
I mean,
Don't believe him.
what do I learn
You
from
already
Flat
gave him the
Earth? Like,
answer. And if you'd rather talk to Watermelon than an OG flat earther from 2012 like me, well, go, fine, talk to Watermelon. I feel really wanted again. Thanks a lot, guys. All right, ciao.
oh, okay.
What?
Sorry, yeah, red carpet got rolled up. Yeah, no, so Watermelon, just if you've got a question about the topic, you can ask it.
Why Earth is flat? If there's
Because
like
we measure,
photos from from space and Earth is round ball.
yeah, in the so-called photos, right? It's a ball. Yep, that's right.
Yes,
But
the ball.
but if it was right, we'd measure the surface and see that it's curving, right?
The Earth.
Yeah, when we measure the surface that we live on, if it was a ball, we'd measure curvature, right? It'd have curvature, but it doesn't have curvature. It doesn't have the necessary curvature which would make it a ball. So that's why it's flat, because it measures flat.
What? If it's flat, why can't
Yeah.
I just walk to end? Like, it's so stupid.
It's big.
Yeah, it's big, but like, it's not that big. Like, if there are like 8 billion people, like, why anyone from 8 billion people never walk to the end of Earth?
You can walk on water?
No, to the end of Earth if it's flat.
How are you gonna walk on water?
Okay, I drink water.
I got a quick question for you, bud. Speaking of water, are you aware the surface of water when it's at rest is flat and level?
Why? What?
Well, hydrostatic equilibrium, I believe. That's just the way God, Creator made it.
Yeah.
So we got flat
Yo, so
waters.
somebody, hold on.
Yeah, go
Somebody
for it.
sent this picture in the voice chat group. Yeah, because it's no one done the north-south circumnavigation because you have like how is this called? Antarctica and shit. Like you can go straight through fucking Antarctica and do the north-south circumnavigation.
It's kind of like if somebody flew over Florida and claimed that they flew over the entirety of the United States of America. These people fly over a small peninsula down there at Antarctica, and they claim that they crossed Antarctica. No, they didn't. They went across the tiny peninsula.
Because Antarctica is very cold and very hills.
Yeah,
Many
that's all
hills.
we ever get. That's all we ever get is excuses.
Yeah, so go over Antarctica if you think that this is just an excuse.
What are you talking about?
No one's stopping you from going to Antarctica and do the north-south
Well,
circumnavigation.
it kind of is. It kind of is. I'd need to get permission from all the territory stakeholders, right? It's like 52
Yeah, maybe
countries.
because it's not discovered yet, and it's dangerous to go into minus fucking 50 degrees.
Not to mention the
And you also,
Antarctic Treaty prevents you from doing whatever you want.
Because
have
it's
to
dangerous.
pretend that the water is not flat. You have to pretend like it's curving because you can see that it's flat. You can measure that it's flat. But then you tell yourself in your head, you've seen pictures of it round, so it must be. But it's really flat, like a mirror, flat, 1-to-1.
No, I mean the Earth is big. It's a big round, not just fucking straight wall.
Well,
If
water's
it was
water's
flat,
flat.
like
Water's straight.
why can't you just like see Bosnia from New York?
Because our eyes have a limit to them. We can't see forever. There's a resolution to our
Okay,
vision.
why can't you get a how is this called for photo thing and photo Bosnia from New York?
We just explained it to
Yeah.
you. Your eyes can't see forever.
Yes, eyes can see, photograph can.
No, you can't.
Not
Do
not
you know
through
what the
the air
Rayleigh
forever.
criterion is? Like, there's a limit to every optical device, including your eyeball.
Yes, eyeball, yes, photographer, no. I'm talking about you go onto big building, you get your photographer and you zoom in into Bosnia. Why can't you just do that, bro?
It won't be able to resolve the image due to a number of reasons. Its optical capabilities
Okay,
and the atmosphere
really, so
and
really
the weather
good
conditions,
photographer.
right? Yeah, it's not going
I
to happen, bro, because there isn't such a device capable of resolving anything at those sort of distances with that much detail available to the general public, at least, and which is also capable of piercing through all the air you're going to be looking through, right?
Yeah, there's still gases there.
Yeah, the light's going to be all scattered and stuff. It's not going to reach the optic.
Okay, so you got the photographers from space. Why you think it's not true? The photographers
I,
from space.
I already told you earlier, because when we measure the surface, it doesn't have curvature.
Okay, but photographers from space photo
Mm.
the Earth, and Earth is round. Okay.
Right. If that was true, then we'd measure the surface to have curvature, but it doesn't measure to have curvature. It measures flat.
Curvature. Wait.
So the surface of large bodies of water aren't dropping down and away from you continuously at 8 inches per mile squared, right? The rate which it would
Well,
have to curve at if it was a ball with the claimed radius.
calm down, bro. Hold on. Yo, I'm not good at this physics stuff, okay?
They tell us the Earth has a specific size, right? If it has a specific size, then its surface, and it's a sphere, right? Then its surface must be curving at a specific rate, right? That means there'll be so much of the surface would have curved down and away from you over a specific distance, right? Compared to like a horizontal line. So you extend, like if you put a ruler, you know what a ruler is, like a straight edge, a ruler.
Yes, I know. I'm not stupid, bro.
So if you
But
I'm not being patronizing. I'm just wondering if you can understand the English terms. That's all, because this is the English hub. Right? You might not be familiar. You might have a different term for that. You might not have learned that word yet. So I'm just making sure you understand what a ruler is. So you stick a ruler on top of a ball, right, and hold it steady. You can see that there's only one part of the ruler touching the surface of the sphere. The rest is extended out above the sphere, right? It's not touching the sides on either side of the ruler where you placed it upon the sphere. Those parts aren't touching the sphere. Just one part of the ruler is touching the sphere. And that distance between the ruler and the surface of the sphere will be greater as you extend out towards the end of the ruler, right? So when we try to attempt to do that with the surface of the Earth, we don't yield the results, which indicates that it has curvature. It remains horizontal all the way across the water, where it should have curvature. It doesn't deviate from horizontal.
okay, so
And it
I
must,
may not be
right? It must have that curvature if it's a sphere. But go on, sorry.
okay, so I might not be good at the physics stuff and shit. I thought it was gonna be like the conspiracy theories about fucking ice wall and shit. But it's
It's a common misconception, yeah, because a lot of people post on social media about those types of things, but we're just concerned with the geometry of the surface. I mean, going beyond that, everybody will have different ideas or opinions, right? But we're just talking about what can we determine, like geometrically about the surface.
yeah. So no geometry not good. And like, do you all guys just wake up and think like the Earth is flat or what? Like,
no.
I pour a glass of water. I see the top of it.
what top of water? What?
It's another flat water reference.
Wait, why water is flat? Water is a fluid. It is not flat.
Yeah,
Not
the
round.
surface of it. It actually used as a tool for leveling things to find level.
What level? Like geometry dash?
No, like level, like flat, like the surface of water.
What? Like what level, deep or what?
I think we've gone off. So we've split. This conversation has gone two different directions somehow. Let's reset.
Yes, let's reset. We all guys just like, think about the fucking flat Earth like every day of your life and think like, nah, Earth must be flat. And like, why does it matter?
It looks flat.
Why would hold on? Why would government like all this top tier secret
Do you think it doesn't matter? You know
elites?
how much resources, how much time, how much effort, bro. You pausing for 20 seconds, so just wait. You asking why does it matter?
On, bro.
If
I'm not.
it didn't matter, they wouldn't be pushing the deception. You ask a question, why does it matter?
Hold on, bro.
It matters because when you're gonna do things in reality, you have to take into account reality. It's like he has diarrhea of the mouth or something. Brother, can you shut up when I'm speaking?
You shut up,
You
bro.
took a
I
pause.
speak.
You took a pause.
Yes, I took a pause because I'm not that
and in
good
the
to
pause, I'm
English,
replying
bro.
to your question. Why does it matter?
I'm not end the question, bro. It's not the
go
full
ahead, ask your
fucking question, bro. Why would it matter that much for fucking government and elites trying to hide that geometrically Earth
It's
is
not
fucking
hidden.
flat and not
It's
round?
not hidden. It's not hidden. It's in front of your face. It's everywhere around you.
Okay, bro. Then why NASA and like all these space companies posting pictures of Earth round?
You mean besides
Like,
power,
what?
money, and control? Why? Besides the obvious things, or what do you mean?
Like,
why?
like why would anybody
besides
hide that?
having you as
You're just
a
stupid.
follower of the religion, following what they say, whenever they say, however they say it?
No, like, why would you hide that? It's just a fucking
It's not
geometrical
hidden.
thing.
It's in plain sight. It's not hidden.
Like, why would NASA hide that? So that NASA posted
What
a
is NASA
picture
hiding?
of Earth. Yes.
What is NASA hiding?
Why is hiding that
They're
Earth
not
is
hiding
flat?
it. They're not
It's
hiding
not
it.
hidden.
What? That why there is okay, Earth picture and is round
Hey,
Earth.
if you look at some imagery, right, and you have some sort of like belief about what it represents, then that's on you, man. Right?
You got the photos from space.
That's a cool story, bro.
Like, why would, bro? I guess, bro. It's like,
it might not be so much about them trying to. It might not be so much about them lying about the Earth, right? Because they could actually be faking it and still believe the Earth is a globe themselves, and they could still be faking it, right? Just because they're faking something doesn't mean that they're necessarily trying to convince you of a particular worldview. They might be just trying to convince you that they're doing something else, like being able to go to space. And of course, if they're going to try and convince you that they're capable of going to outer space, right? They're going to show you something that's convincing because you already believe the Earth is a globe. They're going to show you pictures of one from outer space, right? Because if they showed you a pyramid Earth, you'd say, why is the moon round and the Earth's a pyramid, right? And you won't believe them. But if they show you a globe Earth, like you already believe, they'll say, see, the Earth is just like the moon and the sun and Mars and Venus, right?
So you don't believe
they're going to make it
people being in
convincing.
space?
No. It's just a cool story I saw on TV.
So hold does the, hold on, what are they called? Like this things that give you TV, in the space,
Satellites?
No, not the satellites.
Okay.
The metal things, metal droids in the space that gives
That would
you
be
TV
satellites.
connection.
That would be satellites.
You sure? Okay, bro.
Yeah.
Then how does this work?
artificial satellites. I'm not sure. I don't have a clue. I mean, we're capable of sending things up on balloons, and like you said, like we have drones and aircraft, other aircraft that can, be in the sky and provide, a service to you via specific technology. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's like some sort of tin can floating around in space, right? But who knows? Maybe they do have stuff up there. Maybe they do have stuff up there like that. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. But they're definitely, if whatever they have up there, it's definitely not doing circles around a globe Earth.
You also got to make a separation between the cartoons that you see and you call satellites, and then the real East level stuff, devices, technology that can work in reality. So we have real stuff that is working, and then you have the cartoons of the globe Earth, the misrepresentation of reality. Like when you see a cartoon satellite and a cartoon Earth, that's not the Earth. Even if you believe it is, it's not.
Yeah, like those in the Google Photos.
Yeah,
I
all
think
those
there is like
cartoons, those are
only
misrepresentations of the Earth.
I think there is only like 1 or 2 photos from space, like like actual photos.
Allegedly, that
Okay,
nobody can
allegedly,
verify.
bro. Okay.
No, yeah, because
But like
no
they
one
are
can verify that stuff.
okay. There is a rocket. It's flying very high up, and you can see it. Like, where did it go?
No, you can't. You will never seen where the rocket goes. It goes away from your view. At least those that they claim it went to outer space, it goes away from the observer view, out of sight. So when you say you see where it goes, no, you don't.
I need to fact check that.
Yeah. What
I
you
posted
do?
an
What they
image of
do is
Earth.
that you see the rocket going, then it goes away from the viewers, and then they turn on the TV, and then they look in on the screen. Oh, the rocket is going to outer space now, and it's doing this and it's doing that.
Hold on, let me see. Rocket. I might go to sleep actually soon.
I posted
Flying.
a picture of the Earth that was taken earlier
Oops.
this week.
Oh, we have Matthew here. He's a religious zealot of the globe religion.
Oh, I know I don't have a globe religion.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I don't worship the globe. I don't pray
You do,
to him.
but you do.
What? You all think
I do
that the
not
globe
worship
is a
the globe.
religion? What?
The global religion came from religious people, the people that worship it
What?
and push it like Matthew. It's the religious
What?
people from the globe religion, even
I'm
if
a
they say
What?
no,
religious
they're not.
person.
And
You're
Matthew's high ranking
trolling,
Baltard.
bro. So
I
you
am a
think
religious person. However, I do not
Matthew is
worship the
always
center of
here.
the earth.
He's always waiting for new people that are asking questions for him to push his religion in here. He's always doing the same thing. Every single time there's a new person asking questions, he joins. All right, let me just make sure I push this religion to the new people too.
Oh, I thought you guys were
What?
talking
What
about
religion,
photos
bro?
from
What?
space, and I was attempting to contribute to the conversation, but that's okay.
No,
Go,
you're not,
carry
Matthew.
on.
You're just trying to push your shit all the time. That's what you do.
So you think that I think that Earth is round is a religion?
No, the Earth being round, the originators, makers of the globe idea, is based on a religious idea. They didn't discover it. They didn't prove it. They just made it up as a religious concept. So today, 2026, it's the same thing. It's a religious idea.
Wait, wasn't like it's reverse? I think it's reverse that like the religion says that Earth is flat or some shit. I don't know. Like the Christian.
The measurements of the Earth, it's acknowledgement of the surface of the Earth. there is cosmologies that might be religious, and you can add your own religious idea. But the description that when people say flat, level, horizontal, that's not religious because that's a description of a surface. That's
Wait, hold
measurably so.
on. Is the guy like who found was this guy who found that Earth is round? Well,
He
like
never found that.
okay, wasn't
Well,
he
who is it?
killed
Who you talking about?
for that? I'm talking about Copernic.
Copernicus? That was a religious chant.
Yeah, and he got
He
killed
didn't
for
found
saying
out. He never
that thing.
he didn't discover the Earth being a sphere. He didn't discover that.
Okay, did he get killed
What?
for it?
No, he didn't get killed. He got grounded. He got grounded by the Pope, and he went to to a room, special treatment with lunch, dinner. Right? He didn't get killed. He listen
Yeah, but
back
still, he
then.
got
Back
grounded and
then,
shit.
listen back. Yeah, he got
Because
grounded. Back then, people were being burned at the stake for having a lazy eye, and he
what
got
is lazy
grounded.
eye?
Like an eye that goes the other way. When you look in somewhere, you have like an eye goes one way and the other eye goes the other way.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So back then, the religious Inquisition, the Catholic Inquisition, they were hanging people, burning people on the stake, and he got he got grounded and dinner for free.
Mm. Okay.
So
So
yeah,
like I
the
go,
globe idea is a religious idea. If you didn't know,
yeah, I don't know.
now you know.
Because he got grounded. Yeah, he got grounded for saying that Earth is round. Why is
No,
it a
he got
religious idea?
grounded by publishing against the Pope's mandate. You know the Pope? The Pope is the left hand of God on earth, right? That's what they believe, right? So when the Pope said, "Don't publish this," and he published it, you're going against the hand of God. You get it?
I guess.
So
I
you get
don't
in
know
trouble.
about that.
You get in trouble, right? He got in trouble.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that true? I don't fact check and shit. And I found it pretty
Well,
boring.
you do care because you're pushing this now. That but he got grounded for listen. So him pushing fantasies about the globe religion, maybe he got grounded for that. But now, they push it everywhere, right? And people don't get grounded for it. So what's the argument that you're trying to make about he getting grounded or killed? You said.
Yeah, he got grounded or killed for saying that Earth is round.
Imagine saying those crazy things. Maybe people will be upset. You're trying. Imagine you pushing this nonsense to children back then. People might get upset, right? Why are you pushing this
Oh,
fantasy to people?
what
People might get
fantasy?
upset. The globe fantasy, saying the Earth is a globe and it's spinning around the sun, and your senses make no sense, and we are dust, stardust, in the middle of nowhere. And we came from dust, from like scum dust, and you evolving from a monkey, from a ape into a man or whatever. All these nonsense ideas, pushing that stuff, you might find people resisting against those nonsense ideas. People will
Okay, so
resist it.
what is a good idea? That Earth is flat and we teleported here, or got
You teleported here? That sounds like a bad idea.
no, I say we got teleported here, or we
You got
got
teleported?
fucking
I don't know, man. What will be the mechanisms of that? You being teleported? I don't know. Sounds kind of like fishy.
yes, but okay, so what is the good ideas?
What are good ideas? Well, we use a lot of good ideas in practicality, in reality. Like when engineers are trying to build aircraft, right? and they want you and your family to make it safely, and their families to make it from position A to position B, from destination to destination, they have to take into account the realist level to make the aircraft work in reality. So that's a good idea, right? Take reality into account to build an aircraft, and then they build the aircraft to be used on a flat, motionless Earth.
No, but you said that
What do you
like
mean no? What do you mean no?
the
Yes, they do.
I'm not saying about this, bro. Hold on. I not mean by that. I mean that you said that the Earth, you know, you said that Earth is globe uh, is not, and
It's a fantasy. Earth being a globe is a fantasy.
yes, and that we came from monkey and became man is a fantasy and all that for that. And like, what is what is your theory? How did we get there on flat Earth?
Theory? I mean, there's no theory requirement. It's just a measurement and a description of the surface. The surface of the Earth is measured and practically used as a level plane. Everything you measure across the surface, it has to be level or horizontally orientated, like your house, your table, whatever cup of water you put on the table, it has to be level, horizontal. If not, you're gonna have things tilted, right? So the description of the surface of the Earth against the benchmark sea level, sea level, mean sea level, that
Yes,
benchmark
yes, I'm
across
not
the
stupid.
world.
Hello.
So that benchmark, nobody said you're stupid. I'm asking you. So that benchmark of zero sea level to the highest peak mountain and to the lowest point of the sea, between those 2 points, those are two parallel lines from the highest peak to the lowest point, and between those two is the flat Earth, basically, which is not curving for it to be a sphere. There's no curvature to be measured anywhere across the world. So when people describe the Earth or the surface that we are on as flat and horizontal, that's an accurate description of the surface. And to say that
Okay.
it's curving for it to be a sphere, that will be inaccurate.
Hmm. Okay, bro. I'm not that
Or
good
false.
geography. Okay, bro.
I know your bro, Paul.
What?
Just
Calm
kidding.
down, mate.
I'm calm down.
Okay, bro. It's
So
okay.
flat is just a
Nice.
description of the surface.
Yeah.
Contrary
So
contrary to the baseless assertion that is curving, it has a change rate of slope, right? That is curving for it to be a sphere, like they claim, like they show you on the TV. The image that you saw on the TV of the Earth being curvy or a sphere or whatever, you cannot find that in the physical and natural world. It's nowhere to be found in reality. You can't find the curvature anywhere across the Earth. So the cartoon that you saw on the TV is not real. It's really not that
like,
complicated.
what do you mean you can't find any? Yo, I might go to sleep. It's 4 a.m., bro.
Yeah, man, go to sleep. Your brain
Goodbye.
is like at 20%.
Yeah, maybe. But like, actually, I'm pretty tired. I might go into this VC and listen
Are
to
you gonna
your
go to
game
another
when it's
VC?
like. No, I'm not going to sleep, bro. I'm not going to VCs. I'm going to sleep. And then I will log in tomorrow, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, tomorrow you can
And
come back when you're at 100% and ask questions. But make sure you look in the chat while you're quiet and not speaking. There's information in the chat, maybe laser tests, long distance observations, and you can also text in the chat and ask questions.
but like,
There is the Earth has been checked and has been the claim that is curving has been falsified. There's no question about it.
I mean, like, I find it pretty boring to go into VC and like just learn a bunch of fucking geography. Isn't it like boring? I would rather, I don't know,
Well, you don't have to be him.
do
You can
something
find
else.
somewhere else that's more, accommodating to your interest if you want. You
Hey,
don't have
I'm
to
Yeah, I
pretty
be.
mean,
sure people listening to you find it pretty boring. Yeah, even though these topics are very entertaining for many people. Your side,
yeah, I
you
don't
have
know.
basically no argument, no information to be provided. Your side, at the
What do you
moment,
mean, bro?
what you're providing is very boring. I agree with you.
Yeah, I never said that I'm boring, okay?
You are
So,
boring.
who would
Sorry to tell
you?
you, brother.
But you, okay, but I didn't say that, and you said that you agree with me on me
Oh,
being boring, but I didn't say that.
this is
Okay,
not an
bro.
agree or disagree genre. You are boring, even if you disagree. You can't.
Okay, bro. So, say that I'm boring, not that I
I mean, you
agree
said
with
you were
you
gonna go to
and you're boring.
sleep or whatever, and you still japping. Either you wanna
Yes,
talk about the topic or you wanna talk about how boring you are.
I want to go to sleep, bro. And
Go to sleep, bro. I'm not holding you.
okay, bro.
Have a good one.
No problem, guys.
All right,
Goodbye.
have a good one.
See you,
Goodbye.
man.
All this yapping
Goodbye,
about this is
guys.
boring. This is so boring. I found it boring. Who cares?
Yo, you
Bro, mute
know
yourself.
what, bro?
Stop
You
yapping. Bye.
good
Yeah.
butt rage
Geometry is
bait.
interesting.
Butt rage bait.
I think
Yeah,
Yeah,
geometry is
geometry is
interesting.
interesting. Geography is interesting. Measurements are interesting. Mathematics are interesting. Long distance observations are interesting. Laser tests are interesting. You're the boring one.
Nah, bro, you're just a nerd. You smell, bro. I don't know.
Like the
You
other
using
day,
nerd you using nerd tools to talk to us. You're here using nerd invented devices like the phone or the computer that you're in or the device that you're using, the headset. So you
Yeah,
are
using it too.
so you hating on nerds, but you use everything nerds make. So you're basically a hater.
Yeah, I'm not hating on
You're a
nerds.
hypocrite.
I'm saying that you're a
A
nerd.
hypocrite.
Bro, what? I'm not saying that I hate nerds, bro. I'm saying that you are one, okay, bro?
Maybe you are one.
Have a
You're a
good.
bored nerd. You're
I'm,
a boring nerd.
I'm not, bro. Why would you think that?
Because you sound like a boring nerd. I mean, I'm
You're
just
like,
using your own logic. You coming to these conclusions without using 20% of your brain at the moment. You come into all these conclusions that you cannot
what is this
verify.
information come from?
Me being a nerd, yeah. Where that information came from? How do you got that?
No, what
No.
information that my brain works 20%?
I mean, earlier you said that you're sleepy, and I said, yeah, you sound like you're at 20%, and you say, yeah, I'm sleepy, I'm a sleepy guy, and it just, yeah, you're not 100%.
I don't know who are these people in this voice chat muted listening
You,
to this bullshit. Like,
oh, this is
yeah,
not
I don't,
bullshit. This is actually English language. This is English language. Bullshit you can
okay,
find in the
bro,
physical and
bullshit
natural
in
world, and you can go
English
find it some other
language.
places.
Okay,
But in
bro.
here, what we're speaking about is definitely not bullshit. If you want to talk about bullshit, go to a different VC or make your own VC that speaks about bullshit.
Yo, hold on. You can make VCs there?
Yeah, you can make your own VC and talk about all the bullshit you want. Yeah, correct.
But like,
Not
who are
funny.
these people muted? Yeah, funny for me, okay?
They're people. They're people. You don't need to worry who they are, where they come from, who are their parents. You don't have to worry about that.
Yo, these people in the how is it called? The chat. He's been playing Minecraft for almost 6 hours, and it's me
And that's fine.
with
Hey,
the
and
Lunar
that's fine.
client. It's
You play
fucking.
Minecraft?
It says, bro. It says active in launcher. It never says that I'm in game, bro. So
That's fine. That's
I
fine.
guess
He
I
can do
have
that.
launcher open
It's,
the whole time.
and that's
I'm not
fine.
playing
He
on
can do
Minecraft.
that. He can do whatever he wants. Don't worry about it, buddy.
Yeah,
It's okay.
because we
You
all die,
you
guys.
will be fine.
Remember,
You will be fine. If he's
yeah,
playing
we'll be
Minecraft for
fine.
24 hours, you'll be fine, bro. No need to no need to criticize whatever he's doing.
You are
'Cause
master
listen,
of
you will be
Rage
the
Bait, bro.
last person in this VC that will have to recommend anybody about life choices.
You are the good Rage Baiter,
No,
bro.
I'm not a
Go
goat. You never
places.
heard me saying bah. I never said bah. So you thinking
Okay,
I'm a
bro,
goat?
maybe
No,
you're not that
incorrect.
good of Rage Baiter,
No, I'm
brother.
not the goat. No, I'm not the goat. No. Maybe you think like a goat, but that's not me.
Thank you for your
Hey, you're very
stomach.
welcome. You're very welcome.
Your stomach bubbly.
Do you need help finding the door?
Yes, the dolphin. Okay. Goodbye, guys. Have a good sleep.
You as well.
Yeah,
You have a
cheers,
good
man.
one. Take
Bye.
care. Thanks God. I find this topic too boring. Go away, dude. Go do something else. This guy's playing Minecraft for 4 hours. Who the fuck asked you?
Geometry's fun, man. I was actually like, it's been really fun the last few days, like, because I've been discovering the power of triangles with angular strut on a frame, structure, and how it reinforces it. And the other day, I just learned how that you can put any three points, on a flat surface, right? You have 3 points. Now there is a circle which passes through all 3 of those points, and I've learned how to find it. It's pretty cool. Like, it's fun. It's interesting. I think it is anyway.
Oh, welcome to the new people. You got any questions? We couldn't miss Matthew joining and trying to, push this agenda in here. Can never miss on that. Matthew having links ready to go to promote the globe idea. Talking about religions and priests, Matthew sounds like a modern priest of the globe religion.
Yeah, I'm not a priest. I don't think the globe is a religion.
Wasn't it made up and invented by religious people?
Religious people make up all kinds of stuff. Yes.
So they made up the religious idea of the globe without any evidence.
No, they made up the
religious chants.
secular idea of the globe. The religious people made up the secular idea of the globe.
Based on what?
Logic, reason, and evidence.
What evidence?
What we see in the sky, chiefly.
So they labeled the Earth a thing based on something else?
Right.
That logic doesn't logic.
I think evidence is possible to have evidence. What do you mean?
That's the where the religious part come in. Now you're chanting the religion.
Oh no, I don't worship the globe.
You worship gravity. You sit on your table and say, "Thank you, gravity, for this food on the table. It's not flying away," right?
No.
No?
No, I don't worship gravity either.
Huh. So you just chant the religious globe idea just because it's like a hobby for you or something?
Oh, I don't do chants either. I don't do any religious practices about the globe or about the earth.
So what are you doing here? Just every time there's a new person in here asking questions, you wanna like bring the globe religion back?
No, I contribute to the conversation in relevant and interesting ways. Well, for example, earlier today you guys were talking about pictures from space, so I contributed a picture from space, or an alleged picture from space, for your consideration.
So, have you contributed any evidence contrary to the globe idea? Have you provided any of that?
No, I haven't contributed anything contrary to the globe idea. I typically go with the things that I believe are
So
true.
you're a zealot, basically. You're just a zealot.
I'm biased towards the globe. Like when we talk about the different evidences, my bias is towards the globe and against flat
So you're
Earth.
a zealous bias.
Oh no, I wouldn't call it zealous. I think I try to be reasonable.
Reasonable without reason. Because there's no reason to believe in it. I mean, you could, no logical, realist level reason that you could follow the conclusion that the Earth is a spinning globe in a vacuum of space. There's no logic that you can follow. I mean, based on realist level evidence, you cannot come to that conclusion, but you still came to that conclusion based on what?
Based on logical evidence and reason.
What evidence? What reasons? What actual? Can you go to the world and find this is the reason, this is the natural phenomena here in the world that says the Earth is actually a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
Well, I would say the reason I think it's true is because it's the best explanation for many of the observations we have.
So religion.
No, I wouldn't call it religion. I don't worship anything. Don't you have to
So it's
worship
basically
things?
so it's basically a scam then. You're promoting a scam then.
I don't, a scam usually has some financial benefit for somebody, but I'm not benefiting
The
financially.
globe has been very expensive. It has cost a lot of time and money and human resources. Yeah, there you go. You're a scam promoter.
Well, yeah, we don't call it scam. No.
It is a scam. What have we gotten from the globe? Religion.
Well, there's science and engineering is the things that we can make. Science is sort of explaining things, and engineering are the things that we get from it.
Can you be very specific about what we got out of believing the Earth is a globe?
Satellite TVs, weather satellites to do weather prediction, and GPS. Those are one of the three of the big ones.
You mean satellites that we can have in reality, even if the Earth is not a globe? You're saying that we only have satellites because the Earth is a globe? Is that what you're arguing for?
I'm saying the people who engineered all three of those things claim that they got it done by assuming that the Earth is a globe and engineering their technology based on those assumptions.
That's a baseless assertion.
Really? Who would disagree with that?
The engineers that build aircraft that tell you that they have to take the Earth into account, and the Earth they have to take it as a flat motionless plane.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about the people who build aircraft.
Just come with the good question. How many artists' impressions of a globe Earth has an average individual seen in their lifetime versus having actually seen it? It's like thousands to one to no, sorry, thousands to none. That's interesting. It almost like is religious.
I don't know. I would say religion involves worship and certain rituals. I wouldn't call the belief in the globe. I don't think it qualifies as religious.
Yeah, in that sense, it would be like. I mean, if someone doesn't propose any other good reason why they accept that thing to be true, then yeah, if that was their sole basis for believing in it, it would be religious. Or if they even yeah, they could have other reasons too if they were flawed in some way, then this would still be religious. Because that person identifies that artist's impression as being a certain thing, right? That they suspect or truly believe is accurate representation of reality, despite it being an artist's impression. And then they think about that thing, like that, despite having never actually seen it in reality. Just like God.
There are lots of things like that.
It's like a God or a alien or, something like that. Yeah. People see an image of it, and they identify it as being a certain thing.
The thing is that Matthew at least acknowledged the
don't know
higher
it's-
God. Matthew at least acknowledged the higher God that is above his creation. For people, the creation idea is their God. So it's a religious for a certain type of people, but at least Matthew can acknowledge that there is no design without designer. People worship the creation as the creator.
Right. But it's true existence or not, right? People will see an image of, a glowing being with long flowing grey hair, big beard, sitting in the clouds, extending their arm out and touching another man's finger or something right? Like these things, we identify it as what? Like heavenly God, or angels or, these things. We've never seen that in reality, right? But we know how to identify it. We know we recognize it as being representative of something. It has identity, just like the globe. We've seen it, but they somehow know what it is, what it looks like. If that is not freaking conditioning and brainwashing, then I don't know what the heck is. That is damn cult behavior. It really is.
Well, if I say I think water is H2O, would you call that a religious belief?
You mean seawater is H2O?
No, the water as a molecule. is composed of 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. That's what I mean.
I mean, that will
I
be a
haven't ever tested
description
it
and,
myself.
and labels that you added, people added to just put it in words, right?
Right, and I've never tested it myself.
Like
I
a
just blindly
quantity,
believe
like
that.
quantifying the molecules.
Oh yeah, describing why it acts the way it does, explaining how water works with electrolysis, stuff like that, like
Well,
basic chemistry stuff.
we can see the water, we can test the water, we can do a lot of things with the water, contrary to the other idea that you're trying to push, that you can do
Yeah,
nothing with
but
it,
if
or
I've
demonstrate
never
it, or show it,
I've
or
never
experience
verified
it,
that
or
water
shit.
is H2O.
I mean, you just keep chanting it. Just say, I'm drinking H2O. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is, would that
That's what
be a
you want to do.
religious belief? Because I've never tested it
That
myself.
will be you saying, complicating things a little more. Like, yeah, I'm drinking H2O. That's what you want to do. Go ahead. Nobody's stopping you. You're drinking. Huh? For me, you're drinking water. Yes, you can label the molecules in the water as H2O. Sure, yes. No issues, I guess. You can do that. Can you show it? Can you demonstrate it?
Yeah, I have never done any demonstration about water. No.
So that's fine. At least we can drink the water. Can you drink the globe?
No, you can't.
Can you have the water around the sphere in the vacuum of space?
Yes, if you have some kind of thing that makes it take that shape.
Oh shit! You say you need that shit. Is that just a more religious chant? What you need
No, it
that
says
shit to
to
make the
take
water work
that
in the
shape.
vacuum of space around a sphere? That sounds like some type of made up on the spot idea that you just made.
So I would say the weight of the water is what keeps it on the sphere.
And you got that from where? Your own idea, or someone
Yeah,
just
it's
said
my
it
own
to you,
my
and you
own
say,
idea.
all right, sounds about right. I mean, it makes sense in my head. Okay, therefore it's true.
Yeah, weight is what keeps things down, I would say.
Yeah, weight keeps things down. All right, perfect. Now, give me the part where there is a sphere in the vacuum of space. Get to that part.
Yeah, I think that's why you don't need a container for pressure because of the weight of the air. That's the other thing.
What about the curvature part? Can you show that, or is just part of the religion?
I think the surface of the Earth being curved is a good explanation for lots of things we see. Yeah.
Just ignore hand waving the other explanations. You just want to go with your preferred one. Sounds
No,
religious.
you go for the best one. You look at all the explanations and see which one
Yours is
seems
the worst one, not the best one. You just label yours the best one, even though it's the worst one. It's the worst idea, the worst explanation. But you say, no, mine is the best one. It's like you having a toy car, and
How
you're
do you
saying this
determine
is the
which
best.
one is
You're
better?
saying my toy car is the better car for this F1 race. Just because you say it's not true, it doesn't mean it's true. Just making baseless assertions.
I wouldn't call them baseless. I think we have pretty good base for asserting that.
No, you're just saying that because you explain it and you like it better, therefore it's true, and that's not how it works.
Right. You'd have to look at the explanations and come up with some good criteria to
But you
figure out
cannot
which one's
look at
better.
your explanation, Matthew. The explanation that you're giving, you can't even see it. You're gonna find it, see it, test it, demonstrate it. So now you're saying you have to look at it, but there's nothing to look at. So how can it be the best explanation if nobody can find it, see it, observe it, experience it, test it, look at?
Right. Well, by look at, I meant consider and examine intellectually. I didn't mean set your eyes on something physical.
Yeah, when you say look at it, you're saying look at these writings this religious writing that you made in a book, and these graphics and these drawings and these ideas. Look at this, and this is the best explanation. Therefore, it must be true. That's what you're saying.
I wouldn't go so far to say it must be true. I'd say it's the best explanation, so therefore it's the most likely to be true.
But then I can turn around and say, no, it's the worst explanation.
I think explanations can be judged on objective criteria, like if they're simple, if they're understandable, if they make predictions, those kinds of things.
So that's the top of your argument. You like one explanation better than the other one. Therefore, that explanation that you like better, that one must be true.
Sort of. Yes, I do like it better, but I think there's more objective
that's
criteria than
religious.
just sort of preference. It sounds like you're equating religion to like pure opinion. You know,
No,
like a
because
religious.
well, yeah,
Yeah,
your
go
opinion.
ahead.
Okay, it's your opinion. Sure, okay. So that's what that idea is your opinion.
Yeah, so if somebody likes strawberry versus vanilla ice cream, that's sort of a preference or an opinion. I would say religions have some objective criteria. Same with scientific explanations. So I think it's a little bit more than just a mere opinion.
So it's just it's your opinion that you cannot show, demonstrate. But and then why do you not try to demonstrate the opposite of your opinion? Why don't you try to actually check if your opinion is valid or not? You just stick to it because you believe is the best explanation, and you're just gonna stick with it because you like it.
Yeah, looking at the different explanations to see which one's true. Stick with the one that's best.
And you're not doing that. You're doing the contrary of that.
I think I'm going with the best explanations.
But your explanation is the worst one, not the best one.
My explanation explains very simply how sunsets and moon phases and eclipses and seasons work. So I think it's
No,
a
it
pretty good
doesn't.
explanation.
But none of
No, it
your
doesn't.
explanations tell us where the curvature is. You know, that visual that
Yeah,
you
it's hard
didn't
to
want
say.
to use before? That is a major component of it. So you're doing mental constructs telling us, oh, but there's definitely curvature because it's definitely a ball because we definitely see sunsets. So let's go and measure the curvature. Oh, crap, we don't measure any. What's gone wrong?
It's yeah, I
Is
don't
Matthew
think it's
just in
possible.
fairy tale land, or is our tape measure broken?
I think it's impossible to directly measure the curvature of the Earth because it's so small.
You're a mathematician. You know what a tangent to a circle is.
I do.
Excellent. That's all they're doing when they do a laser test. They're providing a tangent to measure off of. That's it.
Yeah.
Excellent. So where's the deviation? As should be expected.
Yeah, I think that laser light isn't exactly in a straight line all the time, and it spreads out a little bit sometimes too. So I
Excellent.
think
So you
those are
can
factors.
demonstrate that also. If you're
Oh,
going to
I
make
yeah,
claims like that, show us
I don't
over a
have a
20.
laser.
Show us what. There's plenty of laser videos out there. Show one that's 10, 20 mile long that's bending downwards.
Well, I don't think
Because
I've
that's
ever
what
seen
needs
one.
to happen. There's heaps of videos out there. Surely one of them, they would have went, hey, look, bendy laser.
Yeah, I've never seen one like that.
Yeah, in order for you to just hand wave like the laser tests, I shouldn't really say hand wave, but disregard them because you think the laser light might be bending a little. You
Right.
realize laser light would have to bend perfectly with the Earth every single time you shoot a laser.
Right. I think it sometimes bends more, sometimes bends less, based on the atmospheric conditions, probably.
But why don't we ever measure that then? It's always flat. It's never like, okay, it's a little bit off. Oh, it's, 20 feet off of, this 20-mile laser test, or it's never like that. It's always dead nut center.
Yeah, how do you tell if your ruler is crooked? If the laser is your ruler, how do you determine if the laser light is bending? You need something different to measure it against. What's the thing you're using to determine that the path of the laser light is going in a perfectly straight line?
I mean, we all agree that water is flat, right?
I would say the surface of water does not conform to a perfectly straight plane or a straight line now.
That would need some evidence.
Wait, who said that? Who said that this description of flatness is perfect? Who? Where is it? Why are you saying when he says flat? Who said perfect?
Yeah, okay, so maybe I'd say it this
Why are
way.
you adding perfect? Why are you being sneaky like that? He never said
I'm not
perfect.
trying to be sneaky. I'm just saying. So
You
yeah,
are.
not perfect. Then you're right. I could delete perfect from that description.
Making like a straw man, an argument against a straw man or something. What the heck are you doing?
Well, I'm trying to avoid the fact that we have different definitions for some words. So if we say, "Hey, the surface of water it doesn't deviate very much from a perfectly straight line," that's where we disagree.
So you're claiming it does deviate off of a straight line.
Right.
So demonstrate this.
I don't think it's possible to do a demonstration like a direct measurement to show that.
So what you're saying is all these guys that are doing their laser tests, they may as well pack their lasers up and go home.
Bingo.
It means
Yeah,
nothing to
I
you.
don't think you can tell much from those laser tests.
The reason why you're saying that is because you know it absolutely crushes your ball tardia.
Yeah, he
I don't
thinks
think it
that
is.
he's Matthew. You want to say that because you want to stick to your explanation, supersede the laser test.
Bingo. There you go.
Your
My
He wants to leave it
explanation and
explanation.
your
unfalsifiable,
opinions.
Jamesy.
Yeah, his opinions supersede the testing in the physical and natural world. His opinions are superior to all those things. Wow, amazing, Matthew.
Right.
You know that lasers travel straight, and it hurts you that you've got absolutely nothing but your hopes and dreams. I
So
still
lasers
want my
always travel
ball.
exactly straight, or they sometimes deviate a little bit? Which one?
Which one what? If you're going to claim that lasers are doing something other than traveling straight, please demonstrate it. So what you need to demonstrate,
No, I'm
Matthew,
asking if
is
they
very
do.
clean and clear. Number one, you have to demonstrate between a 10 and 20-mile laser test that lasers are bending downwards, conforming to a curvature rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, thus giving us the result when we measure at one end a given distance, when we measure at the other end an equal given distance. You have to show that. Lasers bending up in your case means nothing. Lasers bending to the left means nothing. Bending to the right means nothing. You have to demonstrate lasers bending downwards over one of these tests. Please do so.
Yeah, I
And
don't think I
then
could. I
you'll
don't
have a
think I could
shitload of
demonstrate
people
that.
helping you.
Yeah, I don't think I could do that.
Why not? If you're claiming it's happening, it should be quite easy to do.
Because
I'm
all he wants
claiming
to do
something a
is
little bit
say.
less. I'm claiming it's possible that it might be happening.
It's possible I might win the lotto too. There you go.
No, it's just something simple. Like if sometimes the laser bends up, I don't see why sometimes it might bend down too. If the conditions are
Well,
reversed.
if you think it might, demonstrate it is. There's a difference between something might happen and something is happening. You know that as
Right.
well as I do.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Excellent.
rule out.
So demonstrate the is happening, and then we'll all join in with you.
Yeah, I can't demonstrate it, but I'm not willing to rule it out either. Is what I'm
I'm
saying.
not willing to rule it out either. But until you demonstrate it, I don't even have to think about it. I just sit back and wait for the demonstration. You show it's happening. Then after you show it's happening, put forward your hypothesis of what you believe is happening there, the causational mechanism, whether it's gravity, whether it's refraction, maybe invisible garden gnomes with cowboy hats and lassos. I don't really care what you put forward after you show it happening. But I will promise you one thing. When you do demonstrate it happening, 10 to 20 mile laser test, bending down, I will personally help you find out what the causational mechanism is.
Well, I think it is bending down because I think the Earth is curved. So by the
So
fact that you can
demonstrate
see
it.
it,
So
I
we've
don't
got
know how you could
video footage
how
of
you could
lasers
demonstrate
bending
it.
upwards and lasers being straight, but none of these magic lasers bending down.
How do you tell the difference between going straight or bending up or bending down if the laser is the ruler itself?
You
How
can
do you
see
tell
it.
if the ruler
It
is
sticks
crooked?
out like dog's balls. You can see it, Matt. Like it is blatantly obvious that it's hockey sticked up. You can't miss it.
Yeah, that may be, but I haven't done any of these tests.
Plus, we all know that water is flat and level whilst at rest, so that confirms that the lasers are straight. Water being the gold standard for being used for working out level. Very convenient.
Yeah, I would say water is a really convenient, useful thing when you're doing construction and buildings like that on the local level. I think over long distances, there's a little bit of curve.
Excellent. So where do we change from local to what you would consider long distance? 1 mile? So most
No, I
building
don't know.
sites
Maybe
I've
like
been on
maybe
are normally only several hundred yards, several hundred
several
feet.
hundred years. Yeah, that'd be about right.
So how many yards are there in like 10 mile?
Oh gosh, I don't know.
Quite a few? Yeah, I don't do Imperial that well. So a couple of hundred yards is outside of local, yet there's no measurable curvature up to ridiculous distances, 30 plus miles. So is there some kind of like butter zone in the middle that we should all be aiming for? You know, like 867 yards or some shit like that? I know, 666 yards. That's the number, isn't it?
I don't know where that comes from.
That's your local distance. That's where it changes from local to long range.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, for large buildings and construction projects, you might have to take that into account. But I'm talking about like if you're building a house or a shopping center or something, you probably don't need to worry about it.
You've seen those long-range photographs of entire cities, like of San Francisco and shit like that, where the whole city is just flat and level?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Yeah. Wonder how they got it to do that if it's supposed to be wrapped around a ball.
Well, how big are these cities? Like, how
Like
wide are
San
they? 5
Francisco,
miles?
freaking massive.
I think it's like 10 miles across or something like that.
So bigger than a couple of 100 yards.
Right.
Yeah.
So quiet.
We've arrived at an impasse.
No, Matthew arrived at an impasse. I understand that it's measured flat, utilised flat, sailed across and flown across as flat, whether Matthew likes it or not.
You like it, Matthew?
No, I
Whereas
don't like
Matthew
it. I
just
like
loves his
good
explanations.
explanations.
See? Go down the pub, listen to the town drunk tell you, explain to you why you should support a certain football team, explain to you why you should be a certain religion, explain to you why you should follow a certain political group.
Or what following just your gut?
What's following your gut?
Yeah, your gut. I mean, you sit down, you see how you feel about stuff, and you go with that, Like, I feel this religion is the truth? No, so I'm gonna go with that.
Okay, so if you want to go by gut instinct, if nobody ever
Yeah.
told you you live on a globe, would you have ever worked it out for yourself?
Oh, no.
There
Oh,
you
no,
go. That's your gut
definitely.
instinct. Well done.
Oh, definitely no. But, in some subjects like religion, stuff like that, you're not gonna find the truth anyway, so
Maybe in some subjects, but that's not analogous to what we're discussing. It's the shape of the ground.
yeah, of course. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Well, the globe model predicts that there's going to be a lunar eclipse or a partial lunar eclipse in North America tomorrow night, about 26 hours or so.
How did the globe model predict that?
using the ideas of the globe model and the three-dimensional geometry of the sun, earth, and moon, you can see that they'll line up. The motions will sort of lead to a situation where they line up tomorrow.
Right. Doesn't the Saros cycle predict all that shit?
I thought that was for solar eclipses.
For all of them.
I mean, yeah, it's a cycle, but you know,
Oh,
we
so
can
it's
tell
not
exactly when it's going to start.
prediction. It's a post-diction.
No, it's happening tomorrow. It's not a post-diction. It's happening tomorrow.
You've already said the magical word, Matthew. It's cycles.
Yeah, it's
a
predicting
post-diction.
a cycle.
You're
for tomorrow.
following cycles that have been created from a long time ago. These cycles
So it's
repeat. Cyclic.
Never happened before. No, it's never happened before. A prediction because it's never happened before, right?
So if I say the sun is going to rise tomorrow, is that a post-diction too?
Yes.
Huh.
Because you're basing that information off past cycles.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying it before it's going to happen, right? But it's not like it hasn't happened before, right?
Right. Right. I think the sun's going to rise tomorrow. I hope so.
If you predicted the sun not rise tomorrow, or predicted the sun would rise 6 hours late, and then it happened, I'd say, hey, that's pretty freaking cool. You got me now.
I predict it's going to rise tomorrow. And if it does, the Earth must be flat, right? So there you go. Hopefully, it comes up, and I'm correct. Because damn, if that sun doesn't come up, I'm going to have to accept that the Earth's not flat. Holy shit.
I've got to find out.
That's basically what Jaren did, right? Anyway, so go on, Matrix.
I was just going to say, I've got to find out from who, I think it's Hamoudism. Where on the flat earth did the doll hurt you? Oh my. He's complaining about measurements. I also wonder why we still don't have measurement of curvature. It's because there's no curvature. I can assure you now, Hamoudism, if there was measurements of curvature, every second globetard would be in here, laying it down, taking their turn, whether they run by alphabetical order, who knows. Here's my measurements of curvature, drop, next clown. Here's my measurements of curvature, drop, next clown. That's all we'd hear. And anyways, if there was measurements of curvature, do you think there'd be any flat earthers?
Well,
There
probably would, but probably be a few of them dumb ones. I mean, it reminds me of a dude that I snapshotted years ago. It was something along the lines of, apart from the Earth being flat, what other evidence is there for the flat Earth? Something like that. It's pretty much what he's saying. He's like, I demand other evidence.
Understanding it's flat is not the problem, Hamoudism. It's accepting it is. That's what busts most people. Gotta love that. Why educated people don't go flat earther. What, do you think you're educated, son? You're indoctrinated. That's what you are. But don't feel bad. We've all been there.
So, with the lunar eclipse that's happening tonight, the next one is going to be on December 31st, 2028. So that ought to be interesting for New Year's Eve.
That's kind of cool.
There'll also be the leading up to the last 20 days of Trump being in office.
Hello?
Hello.
What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. What are you doing here?
Sup, my friend? How are you? How are you guys? Who the fuck is speaking here?
I'm speaking. Who are you?
Legend, and you?
Yeah, I'm Legend.
Yeah, I'm Legend too.
Right on, man.
What?
Right on.
Yeah, go on, bitch.
Why you gotta throw in the bitch, man?
Oh, bro, don't take this so deep, okay?
I mean, that's just gay beta stuff to constantly throw
Bro,
around
like,
words like that.
like,
I
like we
know.
saying in our how many times we saying like at the end.
Yeah, nobody cares. Hey, Mateo. So I got a
Yes.
question for you, man.
What's up? What?
What what do you think about the Earth, man? Do you think it's a
It's flat.
ball?
It's flat. It's
Or do you
flat.
think it's flat? Why do you think it's flat, man?
Because it makes no sense that word is a. Uh, you get me. You get me. I don't know the exactly English words. My English is bad.
No, you're doing good so far. I just trying to. Why does it make sense? What makes sense about the Earth being
Bro,
flat?
the Earth is hollow, bro.
It could be, but it's still flat on top.
Okay, okay. I'm a liar. I'm a big ball.
You ain't got to lie to kick it, man.
I say it's a hollow cube, and we live on one side of it, you know?
Could be.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro.
But you got to prove that.
I don't have to.
You don't have to. It just becomes your imagination at that point.
Why is everybody muted, bro?
It's because a lot of people are polite and they like to let people talk. How many rooms have you been in where it's just audio chaos and
Yeah,
nobody
that's
can hear
right.
each other?
That's right, bro.
Yeah. So it's polite to let two people talk for a little bit, yeah?
It's a little too polite, bro.
Yeah. So what brings you into this room?
I don't know, man. I don't know. What brings you into this room, bro? Tell me about it.
I'm one of the moderators, man.
Why?
Why?
Yes.
I'm well known. I'm
What drove you
trusted.
to do this?
Huh?
What drove you to do this?
What? Just to have conversations with people about Earth?
Like, but what is your what is your point of view?
My point of view? Well, I like learning about math and science.
Okay, but is the
And
Earth
so,
flat or is it hollow? Is it a
well,
donut?
so why would it be a donut?
Why not, bro?
Like all that is a cartoon, yeah? Just like the banana Earth and the pyramid Earth. Those are just cartoons.
Are you
But
sure?
when you go outside and you look around in the real world, you'll
Yeah.
notice something special about water.
Yeah.
Water is the element of life, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when water is at rest, the surface of water is flat.
Hmm. That's right.
Right. So if the surface of water is flat, how can the earth be a ball, especially if 70% of the earth's surface is made up of water?
I don't know, man, but I know it's a donut, man. Think about it. Like when you drop like a drop of water into a cup or something, you see like it creates the first thing it creates is a donut, man.
Yeah,
That's
I
why I
mean,
think the Earth is a donut. You have to think about it, bro.
we try to have a
Think out of the
serious
box.
conversation here, not
Yeah, I'm
not
very
too much
serious.
joking around, especially when you're new to the conversation, right? Because, like, I would
Yeah.
expect if somebody told me something as crazy as the Earth being flat, I would want to learn why the Earth is flat. I wouldn't make
Bro,
fun of it. Just like
I'm
I'm
not
not
making
making
but
just like I'm
am
not
I
making
making
fun
fun
of
of
your English,
anything?
right?
I'm saying I think it's a donut, man.
Just like I'm not making fun of your English, right?
Yes.
We're
Why should
two
you? Because
adults.
it's a personal thing. I'm not getting personal with you. I didn't even attack your person.
Making fun of your English is not personal either.
Yes, it is.
English is just a language. If you take it personal, that's on you.
But it's subjective how well you speak it.
Well, offense is taken;
I-
it's not given.
Yeah, well then why are you taking offense at me saying the Earth is a donut?
I'm not taking offense. I'm trying to have a real conversation with you. I'm not joking around.
But you're saying that I'm making fun of you. It sounds like you're taking offense.
Right, but I could troll you back. You want me to troll you back?
But I'm not trolling. I'm saying the Earth is a
Yeah,
donut,
you
man.
are.
Yeah, you are.
No, you don't. You don't think that.
I think that. Why are you discriminating my thoughts, man? My
Why do you
beliefs.
think
What's your
the
what's your
Earth is a donut?
reasoning? Yeah, exactly. What's your reasoning for that?
Well, what's my reasoning? I told you, like when the water ripples that that you create with a water drop, you know.
There's no hole.
Well, the hole is
Carry
the hole
that
is
to
there.
its logical conclusion. Ripples on water, therefore, you need to fill in the gap.
Yeah,
Ripples
yeah.
on water, therefore, Earth donut. How does that make any sense?
Yes. Because it's like shaped
Fill in
like
the
a
gap.
donut. Because it's shaped like the
That's
donut, and
it,
like
man.
water is life, bro. Water is life.
Because one thing resembles a donut shape doesn't
Yeah, but
mean
water,
another thing
you have
does.
to think about it because water is life, man. And if water resembles a donut, then life is a donut. Think about it. Have a nice day.
Yes.
I love it when they come in and show their asses.
What sort of chemicals are they putting in their drinking water?
Or what chemicals aren't they that they should be?
So I looked up this lunar eclipse thing that's supposed to be going on tonight, and most places are going to have a overcast of clouds, and so they're not going to get to see it.
It's tomorrow night, bro.
28th.
Hey, it looks like I'm gonna be cloudy tomorrow night too. Yeah. We'll see.
Have y'all seen this video that I saved a while back? This gamer was arguing with somebody online, saying flat earthers are stupid, and there's no real flat earthers out there. So he decides to do a poll in the middle of this online game that he's playing. Apparently, he has a ton of followers, and 55% of them voted for flat Earth, and he like lost his shit. But it's a pretty good video because after that, it goes on to show what is it? Newspaper clippings of like the percentage of the world, like different countries. This percent thinks the Earth is flat. This percent thinks the Earth's flat. I think I created the video, but I don't remember creating it. Maybe Robot Polisher did. It's his music. The music is from Robot Polisher, but I almost swore that I did like the statistics on like they say like 11% of Albania thinks the Earth is flat. So I take the country's population, multiply it by 0.11. It's like millions of people all over the world say the Earth is flat. That's just such a significant number. And of course, the 10% to 12%, 7%, whatever, that was all done between like 2015 and 2019, maybe 2020, early 2020. I would be curious and I would like to see a real true poll. I honestly, I think we're over 20% by now, but I don't know what the holdup is. I do think we're at 20% though. Yeah, his stuff hasn't come across my X in a while, and I'm barely online to check my stuff anymore. Like I check a few and then I'm off. So is Matthew gone? Did
Yeah,
he
man.
get moderated?
I don't think so. I don't think so. You can get moderated.
So I found a new salad dressing, strawberry vinaigrette, strawberry balsamic vinaigrette. Not too bad. Raspberry better. Why doesn't Hamoudi ever like talk anymore? He only text chat. Anyway, I'm gonna head on out of here, you guys. Y'all have a good night.
Any good conversations the last 24 hours?
Bruh.
Or has it been mostly people just coming in here running their mouths? That they're trying to tell us. Gaslight us, right? That we're just spinning on a globe.
Emotional damage.
Oh, we have the memes. The memes over in the chat. Yes. Hamoudism. You're still here. Wow. He's still there in the chat. Hasn't it been like a week? What a sad life. To just stay inside and not go enjoy the earth. Hello, sunflower. Hello. I get a bit exasperated elsewhere where they say the flat earthers don't have any scientific evidence. I'm like, yes, we do, actually. It also makes me a little nervous when they start talking like that because I'm like, are you in the occult? Are you trying to deceive us? Or are you just been gaslit for too long? Ha ha ha. Well, it's good to see you guys. Whatever would we do if Hamoudism did not view his crap over in the side chat?
Tell
agree
the
with
58
Ipo.
gods to cast lats to be reported. Whew.
That's it,
I
the
love
real
to see
time.
that.
Man, asshole, tied or not. Hooray. Stupid shit.
Bro,
No.
this guy needs
Jesus
some.
is the only true God, buddy.
Yeah, you should
I'm gonna
introduce him
post
to
it. I'm
Jesus.
gonna post it in the
I
side
agree
chat,
with
bro.
that too.
I don't want to talk to Tony. He seemed demonic. I'm trying to turn my life to Jesus.
Good for you.
Good for you. That is a good thing.
Yeah.
There you go, bro. This is what I think about your whatever that is, bro. This is exactly what I think about it. Somebody watch that, bro. That's literally what he's saying out of his mouth, bro.
Yo, can I get muted again so where he can get unmuted? I want
Fuck
to
no,
hear what
I'm
he
not
has to
unmuting his
say.
ass
Come
again.
on.
Hell no, bro.
Like, I don't mind
He's
people talking like
funny.
that, but he's not even cordial. Like, he can't even have like a civil conversation without just speaking crazy over everybody.
Lolicon, bro. Dude, how is L Lolicon, bro? That is absolutely diabolical.
Hey, I know it's not FE
Oh,
related, but did you guys
that's your
see? Did you
cartoons.
did,
And here's this
did you
guy,
guys
bro.
see what?
Dude, this guy's accusing me of being a pedophile now, bro. Because I have L as my
What?
profile picture, bro. That is insane.
What?
Yeah, look at the side
Look
chat.
in chat.
Dude, what the fuck?
That's crazy, and I love Death Note, so not too much.
Yo, hey, he hating on Death Note. That's all I gotta say, bro. And
Yeah.
that L guy, bro. Come on, man.
I don't see what the heck you're talking about.
He said alleged PDF file right there.
Okay, I'm gonna hush
Right.
him. Anybody want to say anything to him real quick before he goes? He's
Get
just
some
typing
help,
some.
dude. And
Okay.
also get a
Bro,
girlfriend. That might work. Oh my god, my throat's so dry.
Yeah, he's just fucking typing a bunch of nonsense in the side chat. He's actually fucking
yo,
crazy.
this guy
He's bored right
spazzing
now.
out,
He's
bro.
bored as
Holy
fuck.
crap.
I know he's laughing behind that train, bro.
This guy's spazzing out, bro. Holy crap.
Whew.
For your information, sir, my girlfriend is 27 years old, and I'm younger than her. So if anyone's a PDF, it's probably my girlfriend.
What?
I'm 25, but yeah.
Dude, I
Oh
thought you
damn,
were like 17.
you're one of our younger flight actors, then. Good for you,
Oh
man.
yeah, I'm a young boy. I don't even look 25. I look like I'm 16 or something.
You sound like it too.
You
Yeah,
said your
bro.
girl.
It's good genetics.
Um, I don't know.
No, but anyway, I was just gonna say, what happened in Tibet today was crazy with that flash flood. That footage was horrible. I don't know if you guys saw it or not.
Quebec?
No, I missed it.
Nepal.
Tibet. Oh, what was it? Nepal? I keep wanting to say Tibet. My bad.
Nepal.
Yeah, it seems so sudden. It was so. I don't know how that.
He's doing it.
that
He's doing it
huge.
again, bro. This guy, he just doesn't know when to quit.
Is there a video of it? Let me go see if I can find it.
Oh yeah. Just
Look
type
on
in
X. So you don't even have to look hard. Just look on X. They're all over.
Tibet. Just type in flash flood. It'll be the first thing if you type in flash flood. I bet.
Yeah, I found something for Nepal flood. Let's see. Oh my gosh.
I
Internet
remember
is
when
being
we
so
had a
slow
flash
right now.
flood down here. It was
Oh
Dude, that
man.
is the like most scariest looking natural disaster I've ever seen because it was so quick.
Yo, holy. Where did that water come from?
the ground.
From a river. See, I really don't know what to think of the official story. They're claiming that a glacier like cracked in half and that caused like a
like a hill to landslide into the river at the same time, and it's it's kind of like violently slapping water, and it caused it to just spill down the river and slam into whatever that building was.
Yo, so
That's
Tony, bro, you know about those the mountain waterfalls, bro? You know what I'm talking about?
Waterfalls on mountains.
Yeah, like they're like connected to nothing, bro, and then they just like
Dude,
the water. Like, come on, like where's the water come from?
that's actually
Dude,
really that's the craziest
they
shit I've
literally
ever
tell us
seen.
that it's
Isn't
they
it
tell us that
horrible?
it's inside of the mountain or something like that. And then at that point it's limited, right? But they tell us that it's from melted snow. You know how like dumb that sounds?
Well, no, I imagine
Yeah.
that there's waterfalls going down mountains all the time in like the French Alps when
Yeah, yeah, and they just
three
like don't
quarters of
end,
the
bro.
mountain is covered in snow and it's melting and it's just following the path of least resistance.
They like
You'd
coming
have to show
like
me a year time waterfall off the top of a mountain. Because a lot of times, dude, like when you look at those waterfalls, they look like mountains, but really it's a cliff, which is a completely different thing.
I made coffee, bro. It's like 8 p.m. Yeah, it's really weird. Some of those the waterfalls, they appear to be coming out of the mountain, and it's like, is there like like at the top of the mountain, right? At that, and it's like if there is quote unquote snow or whatever stored in there, right? That would eventually run out along with the water, but they just keep flowing out water like it's getting pumped out of them or something.
Do you have like a specific one?
Yeah, let me see if I can find one. Even they're kind of if you let me see here, mountain
Like for instance,
waterfall. Here, I'll tell you what I'm talking about. Images. Some of them, I'll grant
Monkey,
you,
where
yeah, they
has
come from
Hello
lakes.
Skeptic been at? I haven't
But
seen him in a minute.
let me see if I can find like an applicable one.
like I posted one, and from the angle it's
Okay, yeah.
taken, it looks
Here, okay,
it
I'll give
looks
you
like
an
it's from
instance right here. Okay,
from the
this is what I'm
top of a
talking about.
mountain. Okay.
Like one of these ones. Give me a second. Um, this is what I'm talking about. Like these kind of waterfalls. How do these work, bro? Like this doesn't make sense. They're gonna tell me that it's coming out of a fucking like
Why
where's the
they don't?
water coming
Why
from? Where?
they just don't build like a deep hole so where all the water can go in?
Some waterfalls they come out of the mountain itself. Like where's the water? You're gonna tell me it's melted snow? That's ridiculous, bro.
I mean, it
Yeah,
could be.
so,
It could also be
well, I
coming
mean,
from the
melting snow
ground.
is
I
water,
mean,
right?
but
What's
like,
up?
dude, you do realize, like, you know what a cinder block is, right?
Yeah, I know what a center block is. Yeah,
You know a cinder block can hold 1 gallon of water inside it.
sure. Yeah, I would agree with that. But what I'm saying is they don't stop
How many cinder
flowing,
blocks
right?
is
They
there?
just keep flowing indefinitely.
I mean, does it? I don't know. I
Oh,
mean, that
yeah,
looks
yeah,
like it's
pretty
on
much.
like
And I'll
like but
grant
that's
you
not
this,
really a
right?
mountain.
Sure,
It's
you
that
could.
that's a cliff. Who's to say there's not a river system 5 miles away that's feeding this?
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But not
Because
all of
the
them
top of the
have
mountain,
that
this is
river system. Is what I'm saying. Some of them don't even have a river system. Some of them aren't anywhere near a lake. Some of them are just
You
in a
guys
mountain,
are
right? Like,
so
what is
boring.
feeding
Listen
it that
to
water?
well, this one's literally pouring
maybe
into
in the
the
rain it
ocean.
looks
So
pretty green then.
who's to say
Yeah, like this
miles
one,
down the
right?
shore somewhere it's not feeding in
Not
somewhere?
Romania. Yeah, like this one right here. Where the D-Town posted. Do you see this? It's coming out of
Who
nowhere,
keeps
bro. Like, where's the
stretching?
water coming from? Come on.
There's water
It's
on the
the gay dude.
ground behind
I
it.
don't actually think that the Earth is flat.
Why?
Yeah, but grant you, right?
Because
There is water on the ground, but it's limited, right?
all the most educated country in the world
Dude, your mic is
visit
Oh,
off.
what the?
Holy
Yeah,
crap,
fix
bro.
your
Are
mic,
you
bro.
inside of an airplane, bro?
No. Why?
My guy, it sounds like you're okay. So I've called people before from an airplane. It sounds like you're inside of an airplane, bro.
Feeling
You
was
mean
on the
outside?
plane, but for me,
This is literally what it sounds like to be inside of a flying airplane, bro.
no, it's been like a week.
He's got to be in an airplane, bro. There's no shot. He's either in an airplane or he's in an actual fucking submarine, bro.
Or his mic is just bad.
Nah, because even then, because it's like cutting out, right? It's going in and then it's coming back, right? As
Even
if he's
when he's
traveling.
talking and it's going in and out, you still can't hear him. So
Right.
it's the
If it was
mic.
like a broken mic, then it would just either just cut out or like it would be all staticky. But
It
if you're
was. What are you
traveling,
talking about?
no, if you're traveling, right? If it's like a submarine or like a airplane, you could test this with your like have somebody get on an airplane and like try to call you. It's gonna sound just like that.
I don't think so. But okay.
Yeah, try it. So the signal
Okay,
bounce
well,
all over
once
the
I
place.
get like rich enough to buy my own plane, I'll let you know. Okay?
You don't have to buy a plane to get on a freaking plane, bro.
So when I'm gonna buy a plane ticket? Like
Cornball.
what?
Yeah, it's have one of your friends if they're gonna buy like a plane ticket, right? And then have them call you on the plane. They're gonna sound just like that.
I would just have a plane ticket where I can go to like a vacation. What the hell? I'm not buying a plane ticket for no reason.
Why not? It's fun to fly places.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly like to a place, like a roundabout. Round
Roundabout.
it's basically where you pay basically like double for like them to take you there and from them to take you back.
That's called round trip, not roundabout.
Roundabout, same thing.
No, it's
Have
not. A
you ever
roundabout is a
been?
circular place you drive.
Hippo, have you ever been on a plane?
Mhm.
How
I
long
don't
ago?
do planes no more. Those shits are scary.
Oh my god.
No, I like catching the bus or trains. They're cool.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Yeah, I ride trains quite a bit too. But how long has it been since you've been on a plane?
I think it's been a year or two. I think.
So not that long
Your
ago.
buddy's a cornball, by the way. He's an
I
actual
don't I
cornball.
don't do planes. Like they're really like scary. Like it's like for like when the first time you're getting on a plane, cool, sure. But like second time, third time, it's just iffy. You don't like it. I always think of that scene from Final Destination.
Which one?
Well, there's like 9
The
Final
one with
Destinations.
the damn
So
plane.
fun
Duh.
fact. Did you know that flying planes are actually safer than driving? Right? Like
I don't
That's true.
yeah,
care.
planes are in less car crashes than like the highway's more dangerous than a plane.
Duh, because there's nothing in the sky except
Yeah,
birds.
it's safe.
I don't
Except
care. I
for
like buses.
well, that depends
Well, you
on
know what's
who's
funny though?
driving,
Birds
right?
are usually what brings the plane down.
I mean, if it's yourself driving, maybe it's more dangerous. But if it's a decent driver, then I would argue it's safer.
No, I
No,
mean
buses
the
and
amount of
trains are better, bro. Like, when's the last time you heard of a train accident that's killing somebody? Like, come on now.
Pennsylvania. I mean,
What?
the shit that happened in Pennsylvania when the train derailed all the chemicals a couple years ago that everybody seems to have forgotten about.
Okay,
Trains
there's
derail
probably
all
a
the
plane
time.
accident that happened way before that. I mean, way after that. I mean, yeah, way before that.
All right, how many commercial jets crashed today?
Mm, Let me go check.
Okay,
Mm. I would use Siri, but Siri act like low key stupid sometimes.
I'm pretty sure the answer is 0.
We'll see. Plane crash.
I mean commercial jets flown by professional commercial pilots for traveling, not just some asshole in a single engine airplane that got his license 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so it was a 8-person civilian contract charter plane. Yeah, charter plane with twin engine. So what? Something like that. And basically, all of them died. Bam.
How many
And
car
Oliver
accidents happened
Tree.
today? How
Oliver
many
Tree
car
died
accidents
too.
happened? How many car accidents happened today?
Car accidents. Should I look up just like in the US or?
I mean, no, worldwide, because that's what we're looking at for plane crashes, right? So
Yeah.
how many car
I'll
accidents
give you this
happened
one. Just
today?
give us one state, and it's still going to be more than the plane crashes.
I mean, it's thousands and thousands and thousands and tens of thousands. And
Exactly. Yeah.
I guarantee 5,000 fatalities today from cars.
There's maybe like 10,
Okay, but
10
I'm talking
crashes
about
in all.
trains, like trains and buses. You, like if you go on them like companies like Greyhound or like the Red Bus or like them travel buses, they rarely be getting into accidents. I've been taking them travel buses
I
since
mean,
I was like real young. Those buses are the
Yeah,
best.
and planes are more safe than that, right?
No, 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 no.
Yes,
yes,
they
they
are.
are. It's just math. It's not really something to be argued. They're safer than cruises.
Because there's nothing in the way,
Actually,
right?
when you go on a cruise, your increase of death increases like 1,000%, but usually it's just from falling down some stairs.
This is in 1981. 1981.
That's a long ass time ago.
1981. Thank you. Just like we're in 2026. 1981. Ha! That was like 3 years before my mom was born. No, 3 years after. Yeah. She was born in 1984. I think. Maybe? Hey.
Before 1981's before 84. Come on.
Oh, so I was right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I see nothing's
Yeah.
changed with
Okay, got
Hippo.
it. Huh?
Said I see nothing's changed with Hippo.
Epo. What was supposed to change?
Oh, I thought you said something else.
Like, you don't change in 2 months unless you like stop eating or something.
People change in 2 seconds all the time, as long as you keep it permanent.
You were going to show us curved water measurements 2 months ago. That still never happened either.
Oh shit! I forgot about that.
I thought you were a flat earther, you
Yeah,
liar.
what's the curving water, Hippo?
Low key, I literally like did the curving bath experiment yesterday because I hopped in there, and then like I forgot. I was having a really bad day.
Hey, but just because all
The
your bath water
curving
comes out doesn't mean that it's
bath
curving.
experiment. Oh,
What?
there's so much wrong with that one sentence. I don't. You know what? I don't even care. Whatever.
See, at least you don't care. Some other
Mm.
people will be like, "Evil, I'm sick of your bullshit." That.
But there's only thing one sphere shaped in that bathtub.
In
Hey,
a
bro.
cup.
This is funny. Listen to this. Listen to this.
He said you
This
built
is,
like Jupiter.
you guys are gonna laugh. Listen to this.
Lads, you're
You
big
ask
and
it.
ugly and stank. Why do you always comment on me?
Wait.
Like you're
You guys,
obsessed. Like
listen to
everybody.
this. This is actually funny. So I just asked it, what experiment can I conduct to prove that water is curving? And it says, and I quote, "You can prove large bodies of water curve by setting up a long distance laser level test." Exact words, bro.
Great. Ha.
Hey, GG's though,
Ha
guys.
ha ha.
GG's.
So funny. I feel like a Discord mod. Lucky I need to like go on a like vacation where I got no phones or like I have a burner phone. It's about that time. And my birthday's coming up, y'all, in 4 days. About that time.
Happy
Yeah.
birthday.
No, don't do that. It's really bad luck to tell someone that before it happens.
Yeah, it is. Don't tell me that.
Luck
Yeah,
doesn't
this
exist.
is me right now, bro. Happy birthday.
Don't. No,
Dude,
I
I'm
don't.
superstitious as fuck. I'm not even gonna lie.
Same, bro.
Like servers, they'll wear like a birthday pin, thinking like, oh, it's my birthday tomorrow, so I'll start wearing it. Like at the beginning of the week, it doesn't help. It does not give them more tips. It makes them look like they're just begging.
Yo, Tom Zig, bro. So I was talking to this guy. He's like a globe or whatever, right? And he's
Uh huh.
trying to tell me that at these distances, that the laser's gonna convert into a cone or some crap. And I'm like asking him to show me this happening, and they can't. Like, it's so funny, bro. They literally cannot articulate this happening.
Wait, are you talking about he's saying that over the distance the laser? What's the term? It's diffraction, right? Is that what he's saying? Is that what he's
Whatever.
trying to
But
say?
he's saying it's gonna convert into a cone, and then what he shows me, it still just stays a straight laser, bro. Like what a cornball.
I mean, I wouldn't, dude. I don't
What
know what
did
the fuck.
23 even
I
say?
don't listen. I don't touch light with the fucking 10-foot pole. I don't know what it is. I don't. I'm Neil deGrasse Tyson. Like when they ask him about gravity, he says, "I don't
Yeah,
know." Next question.
and it's funny.
I don't fucking with light.
They even say that the laser stays straight, like the photons of the laser stay straight. So how is it staying straight and converging at the same time? You know how dumb that sounds.
Wait, I got a serious question. Who is
I don't know what a
Neil
photon
deGrasse
is.
Tyson?
But that's a cornball. Neil
That
deGrasse
shit is flat.
Tyson.
No, but like, who's that? Is he a scientist
He's
or?
the black. He's the
Yeah, he's like a
scientist,
scientist.
the astrophysicist. He's black. He's a little bit heavy set with a mustache. About I'd say now he's
Why
like
you have to say
63.
black like that? Like you
He's
emphasized on
black.
it black.
Because
It's
he
like he's
well,
black.
go Google who. I mean, how else would I describe who Neil deGrasse Tyson is or what he looks like?
Wait, is that bald? Like old?
No,
Not
he's not
bald. He
bald.
got he got hair,
This guy,
but he got
the
like
side chat.
he got like a chubby build.
Yeah, he's a little. He's an older man.
Ifo, I put it in the side chat. That's him.
Thank you. Okay, so I had an idea. Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
Like
Google what he looked like in the 80s. I think he was trying to be
cornball.
like an actor or some shit.
Mm.
What do you mean he's an actor, bro?
Yeah, I was about to say
Well,
he
I know
kind of
he's an
looked
actor,
like
but
it.
look at him when he was young. He wasn't. He looks completely different. He was thin. Cool ass sunglasses. I think he may have had Jerry curls.
Yo, this was the guy the other day, bro. I made a meme out of him too, bro. I was just making memes out of all the Globetrotters yesterday.
Oh, let me see.
That's their actual like.
Make
You could
some
grab
memes
those.
of me.
That's
Yeah,
such Facebook
dude,
modeling.
this guy, I shit you not, this guy that I put like the meme out of, bro. He's sitting there, bro, like saying that, oh, but Chat GPT this, oh, but Chat GPT that, and I could not stop laughing, bro, because like this guy just kept thinking that if it's Chat GPT, it must be correct, bro. Like, like what the
Not too much on chat. Chat GBT got me through some hard times.
DJ's mad at
That's
me because
because
I
you
said
don't live in
24/7 are
reality.
idiots.
Hey, Vaxwax,
Yes.
get on mute, right? And fuck off back to your echo chamber where you don't have any Globus to talk to, right? That's why you have to come here because we actually have Globe Earthers to talk to, right? So if you want to talk shit, fuck off back to your circle jerk echo chamber, right? You don't get to come here anymore, right? You're banned officially from all our venues, Right, so go fuck yourself. And I'm gonna ban you right now.
Oh shit! Snap.
I thought
Damn, bro,
that
he
was
got
a
caught.
good person.
I
Nah, look
appreciate
at
it,
Yeah.
the
DJ.
side chat.
That guy is a liar and he's misogynistic and it's terrible.
He likes to just
Yeah,
keep making
he's
stuff up
he's
on the
also
spot.
he's also a dumbass, right? He's also got shit flat earth arguments and comes in here and makes us all look stupid.
Yeah, make sure it's got him on that the other day pretty good.
He's like, what does the beam converging mean? I was like, bro.
Wait.
Yeah, that guy's a cornball.
Hey DJ, I messaged you back, by the way.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah, DJ, this is that's D-Town, bro. He's hella cool.
That's the
Yeah,
first
man.
time I ever saw
I know.
like DJ kind of get like
Sounds awesome.
irritated.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
yeah.
reasonable
So
too. Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm chill most of the time, right? But when people, they talk shit about us behind our back and then come here because they don't have any like globe earthers to talk to in their shitty servers, right? And then they want to come here and act all friendly with us and shit like that, right? It just that lying pisses me off, right? So yeah, he can kick rocks.
Yeah, that's crazy though. You don't be acting like that. That's actually crazy. He thought he could get away with it.
Yeah, he got muted by Matrix the other night, and I followed him into Earth Awakenings, and he was just immediately came in and started talking shit about us. So
Yeah, man. Yeah. 24/7 is the only flat Earth Discord that has actual globers to talk to, right? The other ones that have any globers to
Exactly.
talk to, they're just anti-flat Earth trolls that are already banned from here. We've already chewed them up, spat them out, right? They're like obsessed trolls. They're not interested in good faith
Yeah.
conversations, right? So if they banned the trolls, they wouldn't have any globers at all to talk to, basically, right? 24/7 is the only one. So that's why they have to come here if they want to talk to globers, right? Because we've built up these nice platforms where we can actually talk to globers all the time, which is what we want to do, right? But they can just circle jerk in their platforms and they say things like, oh, their server's like the top of the food chain, right? And they're the tip of the spear and shit like that. And they sit there judging all of the conversations that we have, but they don't actually talk to any globers unless they come into our platform. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, like the Robert guy, bro. He's crazy.
Yeah, he's sometimes I think that there's a mental asylum where the owner hates flat earthers and he's
He
like,
escaped
all right,
from
I'm
it,
gonna
bro.
give you guys can get computer time, but you're only allowed to go and troll the flat earth discords.
That's for
So
sure,
there's like a
Robert,
bunch of
bro.
yeah, man, a bunch of like people in you know in white coats
Dude,
sitting at
hearing
their
him and
computers.
Jin go at it was absolute peak, bro. Hearing him argue with Jin, bro, I was like, yo, this is can't get any better than this.
Yeah. Robert makes good material. Like I was presenting Dr. John Dee's observations to him, and he says, "No, we can't. We have to. We dismiss these observations because Dr. John Dee's He's too qualified. He's too qualified, so we can't. Yeah, he's too because he's an optics expert. That means, like I said, what? He's too qualified. He says, yeah. I'm like, so it has to be someone that doesn't know what they're doing making the observation. He's like, yes, must be someone that doesn't know what they're doing. Like, oh my goodness.
That's fucked. Usually they need to appeal to authority, and then we find someone with authority, and
Yeah.
then that's too
If it was
much.
someone, yeah, if it was someone without authority, like without credentials, he would be making the opposite argument. Like, he doesn't have credentials, so we can't trust what he's saying. Crazy stuff.
That doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, you know what I've noticed is some of these people from these other flat Earth servers, right? They come in here all the time, and people that we're used to, and they're respectful when they're in here. They're nice to us. They're like, "Oh, good job, blah blah blah. You guys are doing great." And then I got a friend, right, who's in their servers, and he's been sending me some screenshots. And these same people that are in here that we know well talk shit about many of us behind our backs. I was like, what the hell? I didn't expect that from these people.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
Some of them, I won't mention any names, but some of them would really surprise you. It's like, what? All right.
Dude, I'll be sad if D Town was one of those guys, bro.
Oh, the D Town's the main
I'll be
one.
so
It's
sad.
mostly D Town.
Yeah, I do. I
I
do
would
shit
start
like
crying,
going to
bro.
great. I like going to. I went into Great Awakenings earlier and pissed off a flat earther and a glober at the same time. It was a lot of fun.
No, D Town's a legend.
Dude, I would cry, bro, if D Town was one of those guys, bro. I'd be like, damn, bro, that's my homie right there.
No, it's actually other people that have been around for years, like people that we thought we could trust. It's kind of crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man.
Hey, D Town's as much in it as I am, bro. Like, just started getting into this, and yeah.
Yeah. Until he puts on his blue wig.
I only
Imagine, hey,
dyed my hair.
imagine if Helios
I
was
only
one of
dyed
them.
my.
Dude. Oh my gosh.
I only dyed my hair once, and it was a bad idea. I'm never doing that again. I just dyed it straight blonde. It was the worst. I dyed it straight back to black 2 days later.
Yeah, I dyed my hair black before, but that was about it.
Mine's so dark brown, it's almost black anyway. So I
Yeah,
just had to
same.
get it off that awful blonde.
You know, I used to be a redhead. My hair was like completely red, and then it just went like more brown or whatever. It got darker.
You mean as like redhead, as in like a ginger?
No, a ginger is like you're red and pale. A redhead is just somebody who has red hair.
No, my dad was a ginger, but he was black.
That's not a ginger.
So what is that?
That's just what he had red hair.
Yeah, like
That just means he's a redhead. A
oh,
redhead is
okay.
someone who has red hair, and then a ginger is someone who's a pale, doe-skinned individual with red hair.
There's one of them in the side chat there.
Yeah, that's a ginger.
Apparently, they don't have souls, I hear.
Yeah,
I remember like back in 2020, it used to be a bad time for gingers. Everybody
yeah.
was saying ginger like it was a slur.
A redhead's like like what a Raggedy Ann doll is.
A what?
Okay, I'll just show you what a redhead is. I'll show you the difference. Redhead versus ginger. Images.
Oh, I wish I had red hair. That would be so cool. Like cool.
Okay, like Ed Sheeran, right? You know that guy?
My phone keep playing with me, bruh. Every time I try to go on mute, it disappears. But yeah, I know what it is.
Okay, would you consider him a ginger or no?
Yeah, he's a
You
ginger.
consider this guy a ginger? Him?
Yeah.
The difference is one has vampire skin and the other one doesn't. That's the only difference.
Ed Sheeran is a ginger, bruh.
He's not a ginger. He's a redhead.
He's too pale to not be a ginger.
He can't be a ginger because his skin's not pale enough.
I think this.
He got too much color to his skin, right? A ginger is someone who has they're like albino.
He's wearing makeup, dude.
Yeah, I mean, if he is wearing makeup, then yeah, at that point he is probably a ginger. But I don't think. I think that's actually the color of his skin, right? He's just white. A ginger, someone who's ginger is like pale.
You know what we call them here?
Yeah, what do you call gingers over there?
Ranga. You know, want to know what that's short for?
What?
Orangutan.
Orangutan.
I didn't know that. I've used that my whole life, but I didn't know
That's
it.
good.
Oh, really,
Orangutan.
DJ?
Yeah, man.
That's
Ranga.
what Rangas.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we
Rangas.
describe a redhead, we call them Rangas.
Orangutan. Yeah, shit. All right.
Yeah. It's just they accept it too. I'm a Ranga.
Orange
Yeah,
Tang.
I was one of those guys until my hair started getting darker and it turned like more brown. But yeah, I used to have like solid red hair. Yeah, but yeah, ginger is someone who's like pale, and they have freckles too. Like they're like pale, like vampire pale. Redhead's just someone who has red hair.
Hey guys, I have a question about one of your flat earth arguments. So multiple times I've heard, for example, Mr. DJ say you wouldn't be able to see the curvature from the altitude of the ISS, 250 miles, and then you even throw the word it's mathematical eh, that you cannot see the curvature, and that makes me wonder. So first of all, what is the math behind that claim? Because I mean, if you think about it, it's not that obvious that on a 4,000 mile sphere that you wouldn't be able to see the curvature at 250 mile, right? So I wonder, is there actually any mathematics that you can present, or you just say that?
Well, you mean the your field of view being 3% of the Earth at 250,000 feet?
Yeah, and not only that, but
I mean,
let me
you
let
could take that point to anybody who knows how to do math, and they could probably work it out, given the numbers we already have. Like, it doesn't have to be anyone in here. It could probably even be AI.
so you're saying you don't know the mathematics behind it, right?
What I'm saying is, Paul Larson, planetarium director, and his colleagues who probably have more of a higher education than me classically. Yeah, he detailed it. And then there are a lot of people over the years that have, yeah, also checked the math. I don't have it in this phone. It's somewhere. Did I commit it to memory? No. Am I good at math? No. But it is what it is.
But you realize that in what you just said,
I realize that
you
3%, someone saying, okay, 3%, do you understand that, okay, as a ratio or as a comparison, like Neil deGrasse Tyson does, he's like, if you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball, it would appear flat. There's nothing to argue. It's like, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, all right, whatever. Um, so right now you're like, well, is that really true? You could take the bits of information that you do know, like how big they claim the globe is, and then, that at 250 miles you would only see 3%. You can Google that, double check, and see if that's the case. And then you could figure out the math from there. It doesn't even matter if I've checked or not, if I know or not. I've given you enough variables to figure it out for yourself. Or do you just want to talk because you like talking to people? You want to find, like, what is it that you actually want that I can help you with? I just stepped in here. I heard you asking about it, and I'm like, well, let's not make it about, let's not make the importance of it about whether or not any of us know the math. That doesn't really matter with all of the things that I've just said. Again, 3%. Can you check that? Yes, you can. Okay, what does that mean? Okay, a 3% field of view. So what would that look like? You can figure all that out. You don't need a random flat earther at 12:16 Eastern Standard Time AM to tell you anything. But yes, that is what we're saying. You asking us if we check. Some of us have, some of us haven't. You can believe it, not believe it, but the information is still going to be the information.
I mean, I see what you mean, but at the same time, I'm like, because you usually in a lot of your arguments have a high standard and actually present all the numbers, all the mathematics. You don't like to appeal to authority. You like to actually have the knowledge and be able to present it. But on that, I'm just saying on that claim, which is a claim that you make very often.
No,
It seems like it's a bit more vague than
it's not a
usual.
claim. It's not a claim. Well, well, let me think about that for a second. You know what? It is a claim, but it's not a claim that I've made. It's a claim that's just true. Like when people argue with where the horizon should be, that's quite silly. You know, some people will say there's refraction. Some people will say there's no refraction. I say, I don't really care. I caught you Globers saying that the geometric horizon was here. That's all I care about. to expose people that actually care. Hey, look, this is what they were saying in 2019, 2018, 2017. It's very clear, right? This is National Geographic, right? They couldn't have been mistaken, right?
Right, but when you talk
And
about the
then it is what
geometric
it is.
horizon, when you talk about the geometric horizon, you do
Not
have the
me, because it
mathematics
not
and
me,
you do
because it's
present
not.
them.
It was never my claim. That's the thing with flat earthers. Like for whatever reason, people think that it's on us to explain things. First of all, the only reason anyone's talking about a geometric horizon is because Glovers kept saying this much mountain is blocked by this much earth curve, i.e., the horizon. You can't make any of those claims if you know that refraction is not going to allow you to make that claim. But they made those claims before they knew what refraction was. That's not my fault, nor do I care. Okay, so you have a claim about a geometric horizon. No, you don't have a claim about a geometric horizon. Then I don't really have an argument or any question for you about a geometric horizon, then, because you don't even have a claim. So then what are we talking about? We're going to talk about the fact that you don't have any claims to make? Not you. I'm just in general. The horizon is not geometric. Okay, so why are you saying that it's the leading edge of a sphere blocking things then? Quite simple. I'm not the one who thinks that the sun is cut off by the horizon. It's other people. Okay, how do you validate that? If you don't think that the horizon is geometric, then what are we talking about?
No, what we're talking about is not that. I was mentioning another claim not related to the geometrical horizon
Yeah,
observations.
you were talking about the Glober's claim about at 250 miles, you would see 3% of the Earth, in which from that field of view, you wouldn't be able to. The horizon would look flat as it does right here on the ground. It's not a
We're
claim
taking
that
you
we make.
guys to
That's
space.
just like a
We're
that's
taking you guys
literally
in a
just
rocket
like a
ship.
part of. I'm sorry. What?
No, I'm being serious. I'm gonna pay for you to go in a rocket ship and see the Earth in its globe, in its spherical shape.
You thought it was the perfect time to just interrupt because it was funny. Even though, like, do you have friends here that would laugh at jokes that aren't actually funny?
I do.
Like who?
Like who? Well, I don't want to name them. I don't want to get them banned.
Well, no, thank you. Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's the
was not
thing.
even. I'm not even saying that the claim is yours or the claim is Glover. I'm just saying the claim is made
Well, the claim
by
is
Flutter.
it's just like a byproduct of. It's not like certain things are like it's a byproduct of how big the ball is and
Right,
our
but
ability to
you
and
know,
our ability and our ability to see. Like that's all it is. And it I didn't since I'm not the one that you know created the idea that people live on a globe. Like the people who did create the idea that you live on a globe had to know that some math was going to come with it. And there are people that do math that are like, hey, at this height you shouldn't be seeing any fucking curvature. They should have thought that through. I don't know what happened. But it's not my claim. It's just it's like that's like me saying, okay, so you guys claim that this shoe is 13 and a half or whatever. It's like, is that a claim or was it measured to be that? What are you talking about? That's my that look, says size 13. It it is what it is, isn't it? It's not like a arguable point. So with the imagining of a globe and how big it is and the numbers you can extrapolate from that, you can imagine that you would not see a curved horizon. That's not that's just nobody has to say that for that to be true. Like that's just what it is. I don't have to explain. What is there to explain?
I was just wondering how is it that calculated? That's all.
Have you tried googling it?
Well, not really.
There you go.
Have you?
I didn't have to. I just told you I watched a lecture from Paul Larson, planetarium director. So that's how I figured it out. That's how I went to see what I saw. I could if I maybe Google would have had a link to that lecture. I don't know. I'm asking you, have you Googled it? Maybe you can find your own source, like I found mine.
There's
Make
a
sense?
there's a chart there's a chart in the side chat that actually has the formulas, the mathematics, the numbers written that Yoda made, and there's also a clip above that of an astronaut, right, that claims to go up on the ISS, right, and he says that when he's on the ISS, one of the things he thinks about a lot is how flat it looks, how flat the atmosphere looks. Whether you want to believe that he's up there or not, that's interesting that he's saying something like that, isn't it? But there's the mathematics below that. 2.9%. That's how much you would see of the surface of the globe from that height if it was a globe.
You see, Mr. Big Daddy, they do have the mathematics after all. I told you it was
I told you
possible.
that someone did. I just said I don't. Which I did. I mean, I did have it. I'm not gonna lie, sitting right in. I don't even want to bring that up right now. The person that gave it to me, still. But the bottom line is, I did know. I just thought you're gonna be too lazy to look it up and challenge something that actually just is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna help you out. I'm having fun playing the same game you're playing. You're bullshitting. I'm bullshitting. What's the problem?
How is this bullshitting though?
I because you asked me something that's super easy for you to find out. So I took that as okay. You're bullshitting me. I'm gonna bullshit you. Like I mean, if you would have said, "Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. I'm gonna check it out," I'd have probably jumped ahead of that and go, "Now look here it is right here." But I didn't think that that was the personality that you carried, and well, that's why I bullshit you.
But I'm checking it out right now as we speak. But uh, so I don't know.
Kudos to you.
I mean, the fact that you think it's I'm in bad faith asking this says more about you than about me.
No, I just said I was having fun bullshitting you. I don't care about any of the other stuff you're talking about. I'm having fun. It's not even a big deal. Bad faith, this, that, and the third. We're not even in a confrontation for me to be throwing words around like that. Don't put those words in my mouth like I feel that way about you. I don't care. You hear my baby in the background? I I'm multitasking, enjoying her and enjoying whatever may or may not have been going on in this room. I just popped in to see what was going on and I heard the ISS point. What do you think about what DJ posted though, or Yoder posted?
Well, I think that that's exactly what I was asking about. If there was a
You have any
numbers about
follow
it,
ups?
because if you think about it, like I mean, if you think about a 4,000 mile ball and a 250 observation altitude, uh, it's not that into like fully obvious that you would not see the curve, right? I mean, it's not for me.
I'm sorry. Say that last part again.
I'm saying that when I think about these numbers, like a 4,000 mile ball and a 250 altitude observation, is not that obvious for me that you would not be able to see the curve. Like if you ask me without knowing the mathematics, I would say yes, you could see the curve from there. That's what I'm
Well,
saying.
time out. I get what you're saying. Okay? I get what you're saying. Have you ever found yourself agreeing with the people that say things like, "Well, the Earth is so big you wouldn't see curvature"? Or have you ever found yourself giving or agreeing with the ant on a ball analogy at
I
all
would
at any
not,
point?
because I was shown the mathematics behind it and the tools to understand and visualize the size, right?
Hmm. So you never thought of the ant on a ball like at all ever? All right. Well, forget about that. You
I
know why
never thought
they
about that.
they you
I
know
never
why they
thought
say
that
the
way, no.
horizon is flat?
Yeah.
Because you're so small that for all intents and purposes, like from your perspective and your and all of your sensibilities, as far as you're concerned, all the way to the horizon is straight up flat. Like a like if you took an orange and sliced a little bit off the top, that little circle that you'd be standing on, all the way up to the edge of that. That's what Globers have described the horizon to be, because we're so small. But you can't fathom being at 240 feet and still being too small. Why not? Like, what makes you not be able to fathom that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What
Didn't
makes you not fathom
translate
what you
that.
already experience at ground level? So you can't see it at ground level. I don't know if you've ever reasoned why you can't see a curve on the horizon on the x-axis at ground level. But now you imagine the ISS and you're like, well, you should see the horizon curve on the x-axis. My question is, why? Why do you think that? Given the math. You're saying, well, given the math, I think that you should see a curve, but that's not what the math says. So why do you think that? What math have you seen that told you that you should see the curve? Because you're saying it like you're bringing up the math like you you okay, yeah, go ahead. Tell me what's up. What gives?
No, I was just saying that by intuition, I would think you could see the curve, but
Oh, okay.
I'm
Well,
aware that
you
there's
know
the
your
math,
intuition, you
and I
can't
was
cash that
asking,
in, right?
do you have the math? Sorry?
You know you can't cash your intuition in, right? For anything. Like what?
No, I was not saying that. I was saying, wow,
Mhm.
it really looks like you could see the curve. Do you guys have any math
But what
to
do you
like?
mean you've never been to space? You don't have any experience for the thing that you, cuz you're saying you would expect to see something. And I'm challenging you to tell me what experience would have you tell me that you expect to see what you're saying. And you're saying intuition, even though you've never actually had any direct experience. That doesn't
No,
make
I'm just
sense to me.
saying.
What makes more sense to me is that you've seen live streams, you've seen uh pictures or whatever else that people present from space, from low Earth orbit, and you're saying your intuition tells you that that makes sense. Am I wrong about that?
I'm saying that if you are on a ball for 1,000 miles and you go 250 miles above it, intuitively you would think you could see some sort of drop over curvature, whatever, you know?
That's not intuitive. Like for something to be intuitive, you have to have experience of some kind. No one's ever experienced living on a ball, much less seeing the globe from far away in outer space to be like, yeah, this is what I would expect to see. So what you're saying is intuitive. Like that word you're using, I'm not understanding how you can justify saying it is all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm asking you to help me by trying to justify what you're saying because I'm not getting it. I already explained that the math is not detailing that. And you're saying, but you're giving me figures. You're saying, okay, with the 4,000 uh mile what is that radius? Yeah, 4,000 mile. Is that what you're talking about? That you keep saying 4,000 with the
Yeah.
4,000 mile radius? You can't. You um. It's intuitive that you would see a curve, but you're not telling me why. You just when I asked you if I was correct about what I summarized, all you did was repeat the first thing you said to me. So I don't understand that either. Like I'm trying to communicate with you and understand where you're coming from and be as open as possible. And I don't get it, man.
Right. I mean, when you say the mathematics do not show that, I know I was aware of that, and I was asking, okay, can you try to show me the mathematics? Does anyone have the mathematics?
Oh,
That's all.
you saying that was a new point for you. Like you hadn't seen it at all. Or
Yeah, I
hadn't
never
heard it.
saw. I saw a lot of times people make the claim, okay, the mathematics wouldn't allow you to see the curve, but I never saw any sort of numbers about that. That's all.
Yeah.
I'm not disputing it.
I you
I'm
know you
just
know what
saying,
it is? I think I all right. I think I could connect with you on that point in the sense that when I saw high altitude footage of the earth and I saw the blackness of the sky that we call quote unquote space and then that just blue horizon line straight as a horizon would be, in my mind that fucked me up because I'm like, what's this? I definitely expected to see a curve. Why? Because some of the main points that we get all the time, oh, boats go over the curve. When you go to the beach, that's how you can tell it's a globe. And the other point is when you're in a plane, you can kind of see the curvature, which is actually not true. Everybody knows that, but they still say it. So it's like, well, I believe it, but I can't see it. Maybe something I'm missing. Maybe I need to be in the whatever reasons that we give ourselves at that point when we know damn well it looks flat as fuck from the plane, right? So then you go, okay, well, you got to be higher. Maybe a little higher since you should be able to see it from the plane and I kind of couldn't, then maybe surely something a little higher I'd be able to see something. No, 120,000 feet. Balloons have been sent up. You can't see curve anywhere. But I'm telling you that to tell you I didn't expect that. I expected there to be curve. Just like you expect there to be curve at 250 miles. But mathematically, both of us were wrong. Shouldn't have been expecting that at all.
Yeah, but it's strange because check this out. So the math that Mr. Yoder made, he says that on the ISS, the distance to the horizon would be 1,428 miles. I mean, how, how much curvature is there supposed to be on 1,428 miles that you're looking at, right?
Well, to be honest, it's because I've had a rhetoric update, so it's hard to answer that question. Because to me, you're saying how much curvature would there be for a horizon that's 100 and something thousand miles away or something like that? No, 100 and some thousand
Yeah,
feet. What was it?
1,428.
Remember the point that I made about the orange peel or the orange slicing it off the top? That's because mathematically, the only way to describe it is flat. So it's like there is no curvature up until you get to the horizon. Is what it's hard because this is what I mean. Like when you hear Glovers time and time again tell you you're wrong, because I've argued with Glovers who told me, well, you're wrong for thinking that there would be some curvature on the x-axis, because there is none. For all intents and purposes, it's you're basically standing on the flat local part of the Earth up into the horizon, and then it curves away from you, which never made sense to me because I'm like, what about the 8 inches per mile squared then? Which is what you're asking. How much curvature is there in between you and that horizon that they claim? I don't know. You could Google it though. That's another
The
easily Googleable answer. To be
the best
honest, like,
test would be in a vacuum. To one, consider the R squared property. So like being able to see the light isn't really the best metric. You would have to have a comparison with the metric with the intensity as a metric, which falls off with R squared. So the distance squared between that. So you can still see, something, but you need to be able to have some sort of comparison between the intensity of one point and the other point. In a vacuum is simple. It's R squared, but obviously we don't live in a vacuum, so it's very difficult to use that as a measurement, unless you want to consider the medium that it's traveling through, and then you're going to have to deal with scattering and things along those lines. So it becomes complicated. So seeing something and not seeing something isn't really exactly beneficial. It's more so seeing what the intensity that you expect to see is more beneficial. That's more accurate, right? Because of scattering. If you're just shining a laser over a flat surface, say a lake. Do you agree or no? What?
I don't understand what we're supposed to be agreeing to.
Whether you can
yeah,
see the light or not isn't exactly the best metric. The point is whether the intensity.
I don't. Wait. What are you responding to? What question are you responding to? Just start there. What question are you responding to?
I thought there was a mention to being able to see a laser across the
Are you
lake.
reading from the chat?
No, I thought that's what people were talking. I'm a little bit late into this, but that's kind of what I gathered.
Are you reading from the chat? Because the conversation that I've been having had nothing to do. I didn't nothing
No,
to do with any of that.
no. I thought that's what I heard.
Is he trolling chat? Because
No, I'm being dead serious. I didn't look at the chat. No, it's just
I've
kind of what I
gone
heard.
from.
Maybe I misunderstood. I don't know. It was
What
sort
do
of
you
being
What do
confusing.
y'all want me to do? I mean, what do y'all want me to do?
Oh, shit, sorry, I didn't realize my mic was open. But the answer is 693,600 feet if you use the 8 inches per mile squared as a tangent plane from the surface.
Right. So what I'm saying is that being able to see light
That was
doesn't
the
mean
answer to
actually
the
the
other
best.
guy's question.
Oh.
About how much curvature drop is there
Sure.
over that distance.
Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood the conversation. I apologize. And maybe this is
Well, I put you on mute so that you can relax and kind of find a better way into the conversation because you're kind of stepping all over it. Um, I'm just gonna mute you for 30 seconds or whatever, but literally he's trying to nicely tell you we're responding to someone else. You just kind of came in. We don't know what the hell you're talking about, bro. Okay? And we're not talking about what you thought we were talking about. Haven't been for the last 15 minutes, so yeah, M009 something something something. What was that? T Dub?
Sir, can you repeat the number of how much curvature is there?
Yeah, sorry. Did you say you said 1,020 miles?
I said 1,428.
Oh, 1,428. Oh, it's going to be a lot more than that then. Hang on. Sorry.
Right.
So it's 16,300,000 inches divided by 12. 1,359,456 feet. Is that right? And how do you turn that into the mile? Do you times it by divided by 12 again, or what do you do? Is that right?
How many
Did I
feet?
just?
How many feet? How many feet in a mile? I think it's like 5,000 something.
All right, yeah, that's right. Oh no, well, it's 1.3. What was it? 1.3 million feet. Yeah, I don't know if that helps answer your question, but see, that's just going with the distance. Like you're saying, that's the distance to the horizon. I mean, because like that, you could be on the ground and you've got a 1.2, 3 mile horizon or whatever, right? And that's still going to be the amount of curve over the distance that you gave, right? That's what I don't know, whatever. It's all good.
I mean, I just don't understand how you can be looking at 1,458 miles and see it flat. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
I'm sorry. Say that again. I just entered back in the I'm in the middle of my little baby is making like the cutest noises. But go on. What were you saying?
Do you have your baby like on your lap?
No, she's just on the bed right here playing with me and her mama.
How old's your baby?
6 months.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, what were you
That's
saying?
good.
The what doesn't make sense?
That you can look at 1,420 miles ahead of you and not see curve on the ball.
Because there is no curve. And
Right,
I'm
but
not
if
saying
there
that just
was,
like I'm not saying that because I'm a flat. What I'm saying is we always knew that. You get in a plane and everything is gridded up. It looks like a quilt. Everything is in squares. Like it looks flat. Like that's the it looks flat. We're not saying it's flat because it looks flat, but that's what it looks like. What would a curve look like? I don't know because we don't live. I don't know. Unless a curve also looks flat. If that's what we're saying, because my friend, I agree with you. I've been on mountains. I've been on hills. They look like what they look like. You know what I
Curve,
mean? Like
curve
I
can
can't
be
imagine
curve,
I'd be
curve
high
can be
up
flat
looking
if
at.
it's three dimensional. It's a curve over a flat surface.
Like I said, like I couldn't imagine. Like you know how fooled you would have to be by a one dimensional trick like that. Like looking at it, because my ex said this one day. She was like, "Well, you could see something curved that's flat if you were looking at like some sort of like you know those bridges, those wood bridges. Not even it look like they got the little arc in it, little arc in it. Yeah, if you look at it straight on, I guess it would look flat." And I'm like,
But if you understand, like when we
okay.
say space is flat in physics, we don't mean like it's two-dimensional flat piece of paper. We mean like if you fold the piece of paper up, that's
What does
calling
that have
what
to
flat
do with?
means.
What does that have to? I'm sorry. What does that have to do with anything?
Hmm?
What does that have
Curvature
to do
can
with
be
anything?
flat, bud. Space is flat, but in physics, that just means that
Oh
it's
yeah, well, no,
three-dimensional.
we're talking about an actual deviation from horizontal. So stop that mess right there, if you don't
Which you
mind.
don't understand, by the way.
No, I don't care about understanding
In
that because
physics, the
that would be a non
deviation from
sequitur to the.
horizontal would
I'm
like
sorry.
if
That
a level would be
that would be a non sequitur to what I'm talking about, which is a deviation from horizontal. That's not what you're talking about. I don't care. Respectfully.
You're so silly.
since you want to mute, why don't you tell me how much curvature there is since they can't do the fucking calculation? Remember, he said 1,458. Okay, do it. It's called
0, Kevin.
called 8 inches mile
0,
per
Kevin.
square. Do the math. If
0.
there's zero, then why are you? Then
The
why do we do
answer,
it?
the answer is already given to him, though. Like, second of
Wait,
all, we're trying to have a
it's not
conversation.
zero.
Maybe I'm sorry, that wasn't the answer you gave. We're not trying to have an argument with you. I don't even know who you are. Like, you could be a little more chill and more amicable than you're being. Like, all right, you got your snaps. I was snappy when I came in. You know, condescending maybe, probably still am. It's the only way I know how to not be loud and upset. The only other mode I have is condescension. Forgive me, but still, I'm a respectful person. So, bro, I'm gonna unmute you and let's just
The
have a
Earth doesn't
conversation.
drop at eight inches per mile, though.
Squared. Well, I know it doesn't, but that's the claim on the table that I didn't come up with.
Oh, okay, yeah, we have what 8 inches squared, right? Like because it starts at 8 inches in the first mile, and then it gets deeper after the first mile.
Then how is it zero?
No, because
Your
because the Earth is
calculation's not going
measured
to be
flat.
zero, bud.
It's never zero.
No,
It could be
it's
considered
no,
zero
it's not.
at like a millimeter.
Listen. The only reason he said zero is because in actuality the Earth is measured flat.
You
That's
said
not
there
the
was
answer
zero
to.
curvature.
There is
Your
zero curvature.
calculation, when you
That's
do your
true.
8-inch mile per square formula, it's never zero. It'll tell you how much curvature.
All right, listen, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like if I measure it
Remember
from
when
an
I
inch away, it might
hold
as
on? I'm
well
trying
be
to.
zero.
it's like they be getting away, and it's like more and more people just make it harder and harder. Listen, I understood what he meant when he said zero. He wasn't responding to what's the calculated answer for how much drop there would be. He wasn't answering that. He was telling you, no, there's actually zero curvature in real life. So now that you have that clear, at least argue with him about that. Don't sit here and go, well, there has to be. That
Wait,
doesn't make any sense.
are you
He
talking
fucking
about the
knows that.
surveying?
He knows that. Okay. But I was about to take you off mute, and you get off mute, and you can't do anything but you want to argue. That's what it is, right? You're off mute now. You want to argue, right? You was taking off server mute, talking straight through me. Do you want to argue?
Maybe he just gave up. Did you notice that over 10 miles, it's exactly 66.6 feet of curve. 666 curve over 10 miles, bro. Did you hear this guy said in the Fed chat? He said it's just 2/3, my dude. What do you mean it's 2/3, bro? Guy talking about fractions in the side chat, bro. Like that's the exact amount of curve that we see. It's 66.6 feet of curve.
Is that number 0? So just answering this guy's question, the guy who said how much curvature can you see at like 1458, it would be 264.97. So it's not 0 curvature. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, where are you getting this 2/3 thing from, dog?
Are you saying this doesn't exist in real life? If it doesn't, then why do you guys do the 8-inch miles per formula then? If it doesn't
Exactly.
exist, then why do you use that as a calculation if it's not real? It doesn't make any sense.
Look what he said. He said in the side chat. He said
Well, it's
that
to show it's not real, right?
How do you think we? One sec, bro.
people.
Please don't. Please, I want to get him on this. Save it.
Yeah, you got it.
Listen. How do you think we drew the conclusion that that doesn't exist?
Yeah, if you're testing something, you got to use the claim, right? To test the
Right.
claim.
Hey, can you guys chill? Let me pull up to the crib.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh god.
Fucking moron.
we've been debating flat Earth for like 6-7 hours.
6-7. We've been here for freaking years, bro.
Yeah, this is 24/7.
Yeah.
He just drove it, man.
Yeah, so if someone tells you that something's applicable, doesn't matter if it's like a toothpick or a mathematical equation. If you try and apply it to physical reality and it doesn't jive, then it doesn't exist, right? It's kind of like, kind of like a scene in a MacGyver episode. It's like, with this toothpick and the curvature of the earth, I can swing across this balcony.
Oh crap! Sometimes I feel like it's just best to let them spout out their nonsense because then you could just look at it and be like, "Wow, they really are cornballs." Let's talk about MacGyver now.
What were you going to say? Was
This
before?
guy's a cornball. That's what I was saying. He's like a total cornball.
Who in here actually believe this rock is flat, man? Be for real.
This guy said at the part like the other message here, he said 66.6 is just 2/3, my dude. No, bro, that's the exact height of curvature over 10 miles, bro. Like, what do you mean it's just 2/3? Like, what crack are you smoking, bro?
Somebody get them triggered. I want to be entertained.
Hold on, hold on. Unfortunately, the cringy weirdos here think the claim is the Earth is curved rather than the claim being the Earth isn't curved. Well, okay, there's a positive claim versus a negative claim. Okay, what supports my negative claim? That there's no measured curvature anywhere. Now you go. Oh, my bad. Let me unmute you because I don't know. I just got back. I don't know what happened. Why you unmuted? Let's see if he can respond in a sequitur way that makes this conversation just go forward.
What was your question?
So you wrote a lot in the chat, and I said, okay, my negative claim versus your positive claim. Okay, what supports my negative claim? Okay, there's no the Earth is measured flat. There's no measurable curvature anywhere. Now you go support your positive claim.
Yeah, there's measurable curvature and elevation everywhere.
Well, curvature and elevation is with respect to a plane, not continuous curvature like 8 inches per mile squared. But if you have
Yeah.
proof of 8 inches per mile squared and that's what you meant, then okay, where?
But yeah, the ocean is a really good way to determine that
No, but
through
where?
elevation planes. If I make any elevation plane on Earth that's near a beach, let's say, and then there's a boat that goes out and then their elevation is lower, then what do you think is the
What
reason
do
for
you mean elevation is lower? What are you talking about?
the elevation compared to the flat? So say I make a flat plane on any beach on Earth. Let's say I make
No,
a point. Do you know
sea
anything?
level is flat at wherever you don't even have to sea level itself. That's zero.
Well, sea level is the level of the sea wherever you're at. Yes, that's
So
true.
you're trying to
But you
say
can
that somewhere in the
no,
distance,
you can use
let's
satellites
so
for this
you're
stuff now. You
saying
can use
somewhere in the distance,
locations.
no, not satellites. I'm not a fucking satellite in space. I'm a human on Earth
Oh, okay.
that can be at the beach with the example that you gave. So what you're saying is like at the beach, let's say 10 miles out, you're saying there will be an elevation change of the boat on that water. How do you
Yeah.
validate that? How do you
It
validate
goes,
that?
Well,
It goes from
you can see them go
0
out, and
meters
then you
above
can
sea
see the
level,
bottom
right?
of the boat disappear before the top of the boat.
Okay, because I thought you meant like it went from If 0 if meters it above was sea level flat, to like like you 5 meters claim it below to sea
But if you
level.
had if you did
Oh my
believe in
god, whatever.
satellites, you can create a flat plane on Earth. This is how surveyors like survey stuff, right? We create flat planes on Earth all the time within
So
a
you don't
certain
create
area.
flat planes. You kind of just use the Earth as flat
No,
because
no,
it's
no, no.
possible.
Surveyors create flat planes. They pick a point.
Well, why would you
Right?
create a flat plane? Why?
I
For
can
what?
tell you why. I can tell
No,
you exactly why.
the plane is for your judgment of how off of flat things are. What do you talk? That's the whole purpose of surveying.
Right. So,
How much
like, let's
higher
say
or
I'm building on
lower?
a hill. Let's say I'm building a house into a hill,
How
right?
do you know it's a hill?
Well, you can look at a hill and you can see that it's a hill.
You can see
Are
that
you
it's a hill.
incapable of
What
that?
else can you do? What else can you do other than look
Okay.
at it?
Well, we know that the elevation of the hill is
Well,
different
what
at
else can
different
you
points
do
on
other
the
than
hill.
look at it? What else can you do other than look
Well,
at
you
it?
can definitely look at it. Yeah. I mean, that's the
You
first
can
thing you
walk
could
up
do.
that bitch.
What else
Your
could
legs
you
gonna be
do
burning.
other than
You
look
can
at
walk
it?
up it. You can notice the.
So walk up, okay, because it starts from zero, and then the elevation changes, right?
Dude, why
So
are
that's
you
how you know.
muting me? What are you doing this for?
Because sometimes I just want one thing to get across, and you're like, I mean, you're talking
Okay.
and
Okay.
you're
I
not
will let you get your
listening.
thing across if you let me get my thing across. Otherwise, we just don't have to talk. How's that? Do you want to talk to someone who understands what hills are, or do you not?
Well, not really. Everybody knows
Okay.
what
So you
hills
don't want
are.
to talk
That's
to
not.
anybody?
Well, everyone knows what hills are. That's the point. You're
Okay.
not very
We can
interesting.
tell what hills are by the way that they are. So, what do surveyors do? They create planes on the earth
They
based on
actually
one elevation. Why do they do that? Well, they do it so that they can measure where the elevation of other things are concerning that plane, right? That would be like if you're building on a hill and I put a point at the top of the hill, I can create a plane and then I can say, "Oh, this point from that plane is X amount lower." That's the reason that we do it so that we can measure things. We're trying to measure where the hill is and where it is in relation to another point in space, right? I know I'm being kind of pejorative, but like you're muting me every sentence. So like, come on, dude.
I'm not muting you every since.
Okay, well I don't know who is, but it seems like it was you. But like, that's fine. All I'm saying is we create
No,
planes on the Earth
I've
all the
seen
time
how
so that
many
we can
times
know what
you were
elevation is.
muted. I'm pretty sure all of the. See what I'm saying? Were you done or you not done? All right.
I'm listening to you.
So this is what I mean. I would have muted you right then because it's like, okay, you were silent. Now I'm talking and then I hear noise in the background while I'm talking. I'm just gonna mute you. I'm not gonna ask you what the fuck you were trying to say or saying. It's like I'm not gonna talk when you're talking.
Okay.
Or does that not make sense?
Really makes sense. It seems like there's like a lag issue or something, but like I don't know why that means a
Yeah.
mute.
People always
I
make
won't
that
interrupt
excuse.
you.
I don't know.
Okay, well I'm not interrupting you when you're
Let's get to
speaking.
this elevation
You
boat
just
drop.
interrupted me based on latency or whatever, but like I didn't freak out about it. It's okay.
Anyway,
What do you have to say?
Oh, I want to hear about the
well,
boat that loses elevation as it gets further away.
The hill loses elevation as it gets further downhill. We know this. We know things about hills. We can definitely
yeah,
do
but we
geometry about hills.
don't know that boats are, losing elevation.
If it was flat, man,
Yeah, we
the
do. We
boat would just
absolutely
get
do know that. You're
smaller.
just saying that you
But with
don't.
the curvature,
Sorry,
the bottom would
Beastly
just grow
Bees
from the
was
top.
answering. I apologize. I didn't know this was a 3-person conversation. What were you saying, Beastly Bees?
Wait,
I was talking about the dude with the boat.
Okay. Yeah, so we're talking about boats. So
anyway,
we're not talking about hills anymore. We know why we make flat planes on the Earth so
listen,
that we can
yeah,
measure where other
how do
planes
you
are.
validate that it's dropping in elevation? How do you do that?
What's that?
How do you validate that it's dropping in elevation?
Well,
Because the
you
bottom
can do
of the
that in
boat
a
disappears
number of
first.
ways. A lot of them
This is why
are
I do what
done
I
by
do. Because
satellite. You don't
obviously
see the
when you
satellite.
started talking and then you're gonna keep talking, knowing damn well somebody's talking while you're talking, which is why I'm interrupting. You can't. It just doesn't make any sense. Like we're smarter than this. I don't know why my phone's like. Okay, there we go. All right. Um. Yeah, Beastie, you're on mute because you don't know how to shut the fuck up when somebody else is talking. So go ahead, CW666.
Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to go ahead with. Are we talking about boats or hills?
You were just asked again because that was the first thing that was what we was talking about before you started talking about hills, which is very. I mean, everybody knows what hills are. Um, we were talking about you saying that boats lose elevation. I'm like, well, okay, how do you validate that?
Yeah, I mean from any plane that you create on the Earth. Now that the validation from this comes from technology, like things like satellites and GPS. So if you don't believe in those things, how do you validate it?
Excuse me, not satellites and GPS. I fucking use GPS every day. It's retarded. That was a retarded statement. There's nothing to believe in. If you don't believe in trees, like these are just dumb debate points that people do to like everybody knows what GPS is. Everybody knows what people think satellites are.
Oh,
You're not going to be measuring Earth curve with fucking satellites. Today, you're talking about boats losing elevation. I don't think that a satellite is going to help you validate how that's the case. What are you going to be doing to tell me that, for example, if we're on the beach looking at a boat in the distance, how are you going to validate telling me that it's losing elevation? Is the question.
um. Well, I mean, your question is just counting the fact that we use satellites and GPS every day, right?
No, it's not. It's not discounting it. That's a fucking non sequitur, is what it's called.
Well, yeah, but we can tell the elevation of the bottom of the boat by putting a transponder on the bottom of the boat, then using satellites to understand the elevation from a plane that we set. Now, these flat planes we set all the time on hills and everything. It's called surveying, right? We set flat planes on the Earth. The Earth isn't flat. Like, you know that the hills exist. You know that.
Bro, get to the point.
Well, geometrically, if a hill exists and you create a plane, and then something goes below that plane, then it has a negative elevation compared to that plane. Correct?
Okay.
Okay. So if we use that same technology on the beach and we put the transponder in the boat, then it gets lower than the plane that we
Okay.
created. It's a false plane. It's not a real plane.
I get what you're saying. And when did that ever happen?
This happened all the time. We've done
Like
this
when? Give me one
all
example.
over.
No, not
Oh,
give me one example. Post it in the chat because I know for a fact that that's. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what bit of video would contradict what you're saying. Nat Geo's video.
boat elevations measured from sea level at the boat never
I'm
changes.
sorry. I'm sorry. I already heard what you said. I'm not arguing against it. I'm telling you where there would be a contradiction. If you can't follow me, that's fine. I'm not going to force it down your throat. But
Are
I
we talking about boats
totally
disappearing
understood
bottom
what
up?
you said. There's some
I have a lot of
technology
info
where
here.
you can use the GPS to figure out whether the boat's actually fucking low from below the plane that you created. It's very simple. I don't need any
Yeah,
more of
yeah,
that. There's no more
no.
information to
The
Oh, I
pack
thing,
got a
into
lot of
that.
good evidence, y'all.
I
no.
get it, right?
The thing that I'm saying
Please.
is that you're talking about not a fixed point. So if you have a fixed point, I don't
What do you
know
mean
how
I'm
much
talking about?
geometry you know.
What do you mean I'm talking about not a fixed point? What do you mean?
Well, the boat's
I've debunked the
elevation
boats
the
thoroughly.
boat's elevation to the water level is always the same. Always the same.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay, but we're talking about you specifically said a plane that you create. So if the boat is
Yes.
going somewhere, then
Yes.
with respect to the plane you created, what the
Yes.
fuck are we talking about? See what I'm saying? Like you're
Yes. We
saying
have
yes,
no,
yes,
no,
yes.
no.
We're
We've done
not
this with GPS.
misunderstood. Hold on, hold on, hold on. We're not misunderstood. You're taking time to explain things to me that I already knew. But you're putting it like I thought the opposite. I fucking understand. Let's get to the point, right? So the point being, how do you validate that it's dropping in elevation from whatever plane you created? You're
Yeah, I mean
saying, okay,
we have
you're saying
plenty of.
I'm sorry. Oh, this was so hard. Like it's so hard. You're
I thought you were
saying
done. Were you not done?
no, because that's not
Oh.
the point. We already had this conversation. Why would I stop here? I'm summarizing it. You already said with the GPS and the satellite, you can pretty much figure out from the plane that you created how much elevation loss there would be on the boat, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I
Okay, and
have so
all I
much data
said
on
was
this.
Nat Geo and their video would be in contradiction to what you said. That
Well,
I don't know
I
why
don't
it
think
took
Nat
I don't know
Geo.
why it took
I don't know
5
what you
minutes to
heard
get
from
back
that
to
Nat
the
Geo
same point.
video
Put me in line. I'll destroy him.
that you're talking about,
I've,
but
I've.
the yeah,
Well,
no,
you didn't ask
obviously
the more the honest thing would be what contradiction? Simple 2 words. What contradiction? You started with I don't know what you saw in that Nat Geo video, and I'm sure what was gonna follow was, but that can't possibly. But you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, dog. All you have to do is
no,
focus
I
on what
don't.
I'm
You didn't
saying
share it. You didn't
by
explain it.
challenging me and saying
I've
what
explained everything I
contradiction.
thought.
All you
Dude,
had to do
come
was
on.
say what contradiction. That's all you had to
Can I
say.
You
talk
were
If you're
now?
not
Can I
even
destroy his
every
engaging,
time
point?
I try to speak. Every time.
no,
I
And
have
hold
so
then
on.
much evidence on this,
and
dude.
then
I'm sorry. Now he's crying to further get away from the point. The
Dude, I'm
point is
trying to
right
dive
here.
in.
Who's this now?
Taylor, I've literally done research on this,
Would
physical
you mind?
research.
Would you mind taking a second while I like conclude
Yeah.
with him because I
Yeah,
just
yeah, you're
server
good.
muted.
I got
All
you.
right. So and anybody else that's awake right now, let me know if I'm tripping. But again, Homie said, I have this, this, and this. This is how you can determine there'd be some elevation loss. I'm like, okay, well, Nat Geo's video would contradict what you said. Instead of challenging me by going, okay, what's the contradiction? Where's the contradiction? He's decided, I don't know what you've seen in that video, but you must have been wrong. What's the point? What the fuck? What's the point then of having a conversation at all? If you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong because by virtue what you believe is right. Because if you really wanted to challenge me, you'd be like, hey, you're a fucking liar. I know there ain't no contradictions of what I'm saying. Post up. That's what a normal response is. A liar or somebody who's obfuscating does things like continue an argument beyond the point that there could have actually been some clarity. That's what you're doing. So that's all. That I mean, I'm pretty. There's
Can I
really
get on?
nothing else I can say to you.
Well said.
Dude, I
Exactly.
didn't say that. I said I don't know what you saw in the video. I don't know what video you're referencing. Please let me know what it is that you saw in the video. I didn't say you must be wrong because I know that I'm right. I didn't say that. I
I
said
was in
I
the
don't know what you saw in that
okay,
video.
but this is why I'm muting you again. I was in the middle of telling you. I don't know why you had to interrupt me to ask me what I was already telling. I hate that. My girl will tell you I hate that. I was already going to explain all that. So when you interrupted me, it gave me an open to assume that you was actually just gonna fucking railroad me. I didn't think you were gonna ask me to give you what I was already giving you in the middle of your interruption of what I was giving you, because that doesn't make sense to me. But that's how people, I don't know, that's just how people operate. I guess that's how you operate. You decided to interrupt me to ask me for what I was already in the process of giving you. Dog, that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. Um, but Taylor actually wanted to jump in here and maybe she had a point to you or a point to
Please.
anybody in the room.
Yeah, please. I've done a lot of research on this, so can you restate your evidence here for the globe, please?
Well, I'm not a Glober, so.
No, not you, him.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Trust me.
One second. I gotta unmute him 1 second. All right. Yeah, you guys have at it. My baby, I'm sure as soon as I put her in my arms, she's gonna go straight to sleep. So, all
All
right,
right,
you
dude.
guys go.
Hey, I didn't mean to upset
Bless
you,
his
man. That was
No,
not what
you're
I meant
good.
to do.
You're good.
I'm not offended. Nobody said that. See what I'm saying? Like, I hate cocksuckers.
Don't drag it on, please.
I don't know, dude. You muted me like fucking 15 times. So like,
That
Okay, look,
doesn't
I'm not
mean
gonna
that.
I'm not gonna mute you or whatever. I just want to hear your evidence for the globe, please.
okay.
Go
So
ahead.
we were talking about boats. We were talking about GPS elevations and surveying. Do you know what, like, how people survey and
Yes.
stuff?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so if
be
you create a
specific.
flat plane at any fixed point, if you create a flat plane and then you send a boat out over water into the ocean, the elevation of the boat drops compared to that false flat plane. It's a geometric. We made it up. It's a flat plane based on that fixed point. It drops. How do you
Okay.
explain that, or how do you are you telling me that that doesn't exist?
No, actually, just bear with me, guys. I actually think it does exist. I've done my own, surveying and theodolites and stuff. But there's more than one variable. Are you familiar with, doing research? You have to
No,
account
no.
for
There's
every
only one
variable.
variable. I'm talking about a
Excuse
fixed
me.
point and the elevation of that
I
fixed
was
point.
still talking. Like, there's more
All
than
right.
one variable. So, for example, you know that boats can appear to float in midair, right? It's called a superior mirage.
Yeah, appearing to do something and then like
Yes.
where the boats are is different, right?
Yes. So it looks like it's floating in midair, right? Where the boats are.
But it's
If
not.
you just go off a visual, if you just go off visuals, you're gonna say, yeah, this boat is floating in midair.
I
So
don't
this
just go off
shows,
visual.
huh?
I don't just go off visual
Okay.
understanding. I go off of other there's other things that we can understand about the world, like
Yeah, go ahead.
let's say gravity. Let's
I'm
say
gonna.
we understand gravity. We can understand other things about the world
God, I have to mute this
without
idiot.
visual without
okay, go
visual.
ahead.
Allow her to finish her hypothetical before you jump in accusing you of saying things. She didn't say you said anything. Just let her finish, bro.
So I've actually done surveying data and read papers on. There's a paper posted in 1801 by the Royal Society. They were looking at boats disappearing bottom up or appearing to disappear bottom up over the quote unquote horizon with bottom up obstruction. And they were trying to figure out if this is due to curvature or if this is due to the temperature gradients present, which on a small scale, on a repeatability, you can repeat this actually on your own. Sky Free on YouTube has done it. They have some videos on it, but basically, when you have a warm air underneath cold air, you can make objects appear to drop and merge into the floor and have bottom up obstruction, and they drop in apparent elevation. So the zenith angle will become lower in the boat's apparent position when the surface is warmer. I've actually done. I've used high grade temperature probes to measure the temperature gradients over water and over different types of terrain. So have other people. These are peer reviewed papers, and they find on average during the daytime you have a coefficient that will of negative 2.7, which would allow basically things to drop in apparent position on any average day. So back to the Royal Society paper, they were trying to see if this boat disappearing bottom up was due to curvature or due to the temperature gradients and Fermat's principle, things like this, Snell's law, stuff like that. So they actually found out that the boat was disappearing so much that it could not be due to curvature, and the distance it was compared to the amount that was hidden would not be due to curvature. It was actually due to the temperature gradients that were present on the surface, which are actually the average temperature gradients present each day. So you can repeat this on a small scale. And so basically, it's just the temperature gradients lowering the density near the surface, causing things to drop in apparent position. And this would be in average conditions, unlike, the standard refraction, which they say things appear higher. That's actually been thoroughly debunked by peer-reviewed research papers, multiple of them, and by my own measurements. The idea that things are raised has been debunked on any average day. Things are going to drop in apparent position. And yeah, so they concluded that the boat disappearing bottom up was due to the temperature gradients, not curvature. And this is repeatable. You can do it at home. I've done my own surveying.
Yes, apparent position and actual position are different things, right?
How do you measure
We
actual?
have things, we have things like light refraction that makes things appear different, right? Like we've all seen mirages on the road, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we definitely see things with our eyes differently than what they actually are.
Okay. How do you measure actual?
How do we measure actual? Well, there's ways to measure actual position.
Okay. How?
Okay. Right now, currently, with the current technological age that we're in, we use things like satellites to figure out actual elevation. And then we create false planes on the Earth, and then we measure where those elevation differences occur. We can find that out over and over and over and over and over again. So if satellites exist and if those measurements are correct, like any surveying measurement that you've done for a house or for a building at all, we're hoping that those survey measurements are correct, right? Like any contractor is going to hope that those are the correct measurements, the correct elevations.
Are you trying
And
to
we
tell
can,
me that they do? Are you telling me? I'm sorry to interrupt you guys' conversation. It
okay.
sounds like you're insinuating that they use satellites for these local measurements, in which I don't think
Oh yeah, we do. Yeah,
ground
no, yeah.
surveyors.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
show an example?
yeah. Ground surveyors use satellites for their total stations all the time. That's how they use
Okay.
them.
Okay. So,
You-
can you with the satellites? I want to get into that.
Okay.
Do you know how they get the Z projection, the Z value, the
You're talking
elevation
about depth,
profile?
like the elevation. Yeah.
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 How
Go
do
ahead.
they do that? Because have you seen raw satellite data before?
Yes,
Have
I
you worked
have.
with it? Okay.
Yes.
So, what program do you use
or what satellite in particular? Because I can probably tell you how they calculate Z
I use
projection.
a total station, and it goes through CAD files based on a benchmark, and the
What
benchmark is
brand
the
of satellite do you use?
what brand of satellite do I use? I
Our
don't know
total
what brand of
station. What type of satellite? You said you're using satellite and GPS, right? Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. What what
I mean, I've
what
used
is the
Trimble,
name of it?
Topcon, and Leisha. I mean, I've used
Can you repeat that,
multiple, but
please?
Leisha, Trimble, Topcon.
Are these attached to your total station? Or are you doing them separate?
They are part of the total. The total station includes them. That's part of it.
Alicia, Topcom, and what's the third one?
Trimble, Trimble.
Okay. Do you know how they get the Z projection? How the Z value?
I know how they get the Z projection from the point that we measured. I don't know how they get the Z projection otherwise. I mean, I think it's all it's comparative, right? We're saying, like, if I'm at the top of a hill and I get a Z projection there, then when I go to the bottom of
Mm-hmm.
the hill, I get a different Z projection there
Yeah, yeah.
based on the top. But like, it's based on another point. It's not ever just like a Z projection. I don't even know what that would mean. Like, we don't measure things based on the highest point on the earth or the lowest point on the earth. We just measure things based on where we are.
Are you using a satellite to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
All of these programs use satellites
Is
to
there a type of satellite? I'm just curious, or is it just any satellite?
their type. I don't know what satellites they use. I just know that they use them.
Okay. So they use identical trigonometric principle internally,
Yes.
plus EDM feeding a microprocessor that resolves the horizontal directions, vertical directions, and distances into local XYZ coordinates.
Yes.
Let's see. So they have they skip
The
the
elevation
manual.
is based on the
Hold on,
fixed
they
point.
skip the manual computation entirely. You put the XYZ of the occupied point, and
Yes.
basically the Z data is computed.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it's imported to a
Absolutely.
CAD software like
It's
AutoCAD
all
or
computed.
Civil
Yeah.
3D.
Hmm.
They generate contours. Let's see. So they generate horizontal coordinates specific, not Z, CAD files with real world coordinate systems, and often
Yeah.
need a projection and combined scale factor
No, the Z
applied.
is a plus or minus based on the benchmark. So I think you're skipping what I'm saying. If I put a point in like my driveway right now, and then I walk down the hill, it's going to give me the negative from the point that I put in my driveway. Or if I walk up the hill, it's going to give me a positive from the point that I put in my driveway. So it's all calculated based on what point I made. So it's creating a flat plane, a flat geometric plane that's not real from whatever point I made. It's called a benchmark point. It's creating a flat plane, and then we can determine whether I'm lower than that flat plane or higher than that flat plane based on where I am. It's all calculated,
Okay.
yes. But like, if I put a point at the bottom of a hill and then I walked up the hill, it would give me a positive. This is how high up the hill you are.
But this is
Compared
what
to
I
Okay.
was
Are you?
asking,
I'm
right? Like, did you
curious.
have a boat or something? Example,
Is
like
your?
something
I know.
used.
I want to get there, but
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
okay. So, is your control points, are they established by GPS or GNSS
well,
rather than
the
conventional
X
leveling?
and Y are established by GPS. Absolutely, yes. But the Z is just established where you put the point. So when we're talking about elevation, all I
These
care about
data
is where
points.
is my point and where am I compared to my point.
Are your control points established by GPS or conventional leveling?
Yes.
Which one?
Or conventional leveling. Or.
Well, conventional leveling for the total station, you have a bubble that you want to put in the center of the circle, but the actual point itself is stored by GPS through satellites. But it's stored X and Y. It's not stored Z. The thing that's stored Z, what you're talking about depth, is is stored based on where you put the point, and then it can measure how low or how high you are compared to whatever point you made on whatever Earth surface you are. You could be at the top of a mountain. You can make a point. You go to the bottom of the mountain, and it would be like, oh, negative whatever the height of the mountain is, 14,000 feet, whatever it is. It'll just say that, but because it remembers the point that you made at what elevation you made it, and it knows what elevation it is. And there's plenty of tools that don't use computers to do this. We know that sea level is lower than mountaintops. We figured that out well before GPS.
Oh my god! Did you even need to say that?
Well, I'm just
Okay,
trying
so
to
it doesn't have to
explain.
convert it to WGS84, does it?
Yes, it does.
I don't think so. I mean, going into CAD or AutoCAD, I don't think it has to go to. I don't even know what that is. I don't think so.
You mean you don't
That's
know what that
basically
is? Aren't you
normally
a
to get the
surveyor?
Z. Normally, to get the elevation, you need to convert it to the ellipsoid model from raw satellite data. So to get the elevation profile, you have to convert it. Like they have systems within the
I'm
satellites
not getting the
receivers
elevation
to
data from
convert
raw.
it
You're
to
not listening
the
to me.
ellipsoid to get the elevation point.
Yeah. So you think I'm getting the elevation point from raw satellite data? I'm not doing that. Sorry, you're not understanding what I'm saying.
Yes. You just
Okay.
said
Do
that.
you have some of your raw data that verifies
Yeah,
what
but
you're
am I
saying
sending it to
with the
you? What
boat
do you? I
disappearing
mean,
bottom up?
what do you want me to tell you from
Yeah,
my
you're
raw
saying
data?
like that you can verify it going behind the curve like the boat and the satellite data?
Oh, I don't have. I don't measure boats. I've done surveying work for like construction.
Okay, so you're saying that you see a drop over distance that's greater than the terrain? What are you saying? Like, what's your evidence?
Well, the terrain at sea level is sea level, right? It's zero.
Okay. So how are you establishing curvature through
Now
this?
there's waves, so we know the waves are
God.
higher or lower than sea level, right?
What?
But you did the sea level's based on a mean, not a wave.
Yeah, it sure is.
It's a mean.
How are you
Right.
proving curve with this method?
So what
I think
I'm
you're just
saying
making
is,
shit up, man. To tell you the
no,
truth.
there's plenty of GPS data, and if you look it up, it's very simple. That shows that boats lower in elevation from any survey plane that you put at a fixed point on any beach.
Yeah, because you're always
Well,
higher than it, right?
the beach is higher than the boat at some
Well,
point
you're
if you
setting it
make
up
a
on a
flat
tripod,
plane.
right? So it's above sea level. So the boat's always going to be. You said you put it on the
Oh my
hull.
God.
So the
No, it's
hull's
not
always going to be lower
tripod,
than the
dude.
point
What are you?
anyway, right?
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out how you're proving curvature with this surveying plus GPS data or whatever.
Life is Roblox.
Okay. No, you just.
Can you go into detail, like, and explain it, please? Because I'm
Like,
a little confused about certain steps and how you're proving curvature in particular.
so if you take a point on Earth and you create a flat plane on Earth, no, any flat plane, you could
Just
make it
explain the boat.
400 feet.
Explain the boat.
Yes. So when you make a flat plane and then a boat sails out to sea, goes lower than that flat plane.
Show it.
How do you prove that with your GPS? Because we know optically that
Proven
will
all
happen
over.
based
It's
on
proven all over the
peer-reviewed
world all
papers
the
that have
time.
established this is not from curvature. It's from temperature
No.
gradients. It's repeat.
So you just cited a paper from I don't know
Can you just show
1801
it,
or
dude?
something.
No. I
What are
actually
you
have modern
talking about?
papers and I have my own measurements. This is
You
not
fucking
controversial.
You're waffling on,
I'm trying
dude.
to understand.
Just show the data.
Yeah, so whenever he like
Show the
tried to
data.
discredit the idea that it's just an optical illusion or
Yeah.
whatever, he said that they have physical measurements using like GPS, total station, whatever.
There are
I'm
physical
trying to see how
measurements.
that
No one
data
in yes.
corroborates what you're
Yeah.
saying.
That's what I'm interested in too.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean
because I already know the boats is
GPS.
optical. I already know that's without a question. I have so many sources I can back that up without a doubt. I'm just curious about the second part and how it corresponds to the first point that you made.
I understand
Show the
what you're
data, dude.
asking.
Show the data.
I'm
You
finding
you
it.
said that using GPS you can verify the boat's going over the curve. How?
Using something to establish a false plane, you said?
Yep.
No, you're creating a false plane. It's not a real
Yes.
plane.
So show
That's
it
what I
going
said.
below it.
Okay.
Get a move, dude.
Z is elevation from land-based beach profile. I mean, every boat
Go
has
ahead.
a Z elevation based on
Show it.
beaches.
Signal time.
Have you done this before, sir?
Never. He sounds like he's talking shit.
What? How do I sound like?
Just answer the question, man. Don't get distracted.
Dude,
Just
shut
stay
the
on
fuck
topic.
up. Fuck you.
All right. Just show
It's
the
okay. I'm
data
trying to
or
really hone in on
fuck
this
off.
point. Like,
No.
have you
I'm
done it?
trying to find it for you. Hold on. It exists. I'm just trying to find it. I'm trying to ask a question that
I
seems.
think that you're like mixing two things and acting like they correspond.
What
But
am I mixing?
the satellite stuff and the surveying stuff, which I can explain both. I'm just you're saying like they corroborate, they somehow come together. I don't get that part.
No, the satellite stuff gives you X and Y. Surveying gives you Z. Surveying just gives you Z based on calculations based on where you were. Does that
Okay, and now
help?
satellite
While I
stuff,
look this
do
up?
they work together in unison? I thought that's what you were putting forward earlier.
No, the satellite stuff gives you X and Y it's very accurate. But it doesn't give you elevation. But what it does give you and what it
The only
helps
thing
you
you've
get
got to compare it to is
is
a geo.
elevation
So,
comparative to another point. Oh my
It
gosh.
doesn't give you
I
elevation though, right?
can't even fucking say a sentence without someone
just
else
get.
to
Can you
fucking
just
say
get the
something.
data, dude? Just get the data. I'm really interested in the boat going lower than the
I'm looking it up right now.
lower than
Just
the
chill
plane.
out.
But it,
Dude, I'm sorry that I can't Google stuff and have a conversation at the
are you
speed that you
googling?
want me.
Isn't it your job?
What do you mean, isn't it my
Oh, that's what I
job?
that's what I was saying.
I mean, my
Like, 'cause when
job
I
is
was
a
slowing
cruise
things
servicer?
down, oh shit. When I was slowing things down, it's like at the end of the day, I knew that what he was saying was that okay, you can take a boat and I can measure how much elevation drop from the plane that I create from where I am. I can measure that and show you guys that. I was like, all right, show me. Cause I know Nat Geo for damn sure, and well, every other object. I don't even want to scare you into not attempting. So fuck everything else I just said. Just show us that, cause that sounded like what you were trying to say.
I mean,
If
I
you
could
weren't
post you
trying
a
to say
video
that,
of the
then
people across the lake trying to do the laser level thing and then figuring out that the Earth was curved. I could post you
oh
all that stupid shit, but
god,
like,
oh my god, oh my god,
but I'm not gonna do that. I'm trying.
oh
I
my god.
want you to know,
You,
like, I
you
just want to. I know he's just cat. Like, he doesn't really have anything. But I'm just gonna address the people here. So the satellite data essentially, they'll have an X and Y coordinate. It'll tell you where you're at. Like on X and Y coordinate system. It doesn't give you the elevation though. So basically, it has to convert it to an ellipsoid model. And then based on known elevation points, that's how you get the elevation using GPS.
But it
So they
works.
have to
It works
basically
all
Yeah,
convert
around
it
the
you
to
got to
Earth
set
on
it.
every ship
You got to
on
set
the
it to a
GOS
datum.
model.
You got to pin.
yes.
So you got to set it to that datum where it is. That'll give you the elevation, and then anything from that is how it's measured in elevation.
And
So
okay, go ahead.
unfortunately, all X and Y coordinates and all Z coordinates are
I
relative.
don't think you know. I don't think you know what you're talking about, dude. Sorry.
No, all X and Y and Z
Can
coordinates
you
are
have
relative.
you got the data on the boat yet? Going below plane.
Well, that's the thing. Like, see, because when you know that you're dealing with Cartesian coordinate system, the only, as in a flat plane, the only thing you can say is it's relative because the X and Y move with respect to whatever the fuck you're trying to get us to
Okay,
believe, right?
in the flat
Right.
Earth model, does the Earth move in space?
Forget
Or
about the flat off.
So
Forget about the flat Earth.
every time we try to pin down what it is you actually mean, because that's like the
no,
highest
I'm
sign of
saying
respect,
if
right?
it moves,
Oh no, hold on.
Here's
Did
the
that
reason I
sound like he
fucking
should
said
have
that.
interrupted right there, babe? Did that sound like that was the point he should interrupt? You think he even knew what the fuck I was saying at that point? He was just talking, right? Why are you doing that? I'm trying to talk to you. And I was only responding to the last thing you said. How are you going to disrupt the answer to my response, right or wrong, to whatever it is you said with some non sequitur? How are you going to introduce a non sequitur to your own point? I don't
I'm listening
understand
to you,
that.
man. I'm listening to you right now. What's up?
I don't understand that, and I don't understand y'all.
Well, I'm listening to you right now. What do you have to say?
I forgot, man.
I've got something to say.
Okay. So
Can you get the
when
data,
you
dude?
were talking about, hold on, let me just jog his memory because he was trying to say something and then I interrupted him and I made him lose what he was saying. So let me jog his memory. Let him say what he wanted to say. Then you can say what you want to say. Let's try that. Okay.
It's a
He
good
was
way to
talking
avoid the
about
topic,
how
right?
in my
Yeah.
Cartesian model everything has to be relative. What was your point after that? I apologize for interrupting you.
Do you want to avoid the question, right? Want to avoid
Go ahead, T. Go ahead.
yeah. No, that's all right, man. It's just every time he gets an opening and he just runs away. It's like he
Like he
like a,
summarized what I said, which really was a summary of what he said. So I'm like,
Yeah, no, I was talking about relative position. Yeah.
okay,
Relative, what?
yeah.
he's saying
Relative to
like we all know that we've all been privy to. You've heard AI overlord say a couple of times that they're literally rotating their horizontal. Like I mean, you just taking a plane and you're running with it, doing whatever you want with it, pretending you're on a ball with it, fam. Okay.
Wait, dude, you're taking a plane and pretending you live on it. What's the
Can
difference?
we get to the
Yeah.
actual science, please? Like, we need
Yo,
to get to
I mean,
science.
come on, man.
You
I'm just
know,
saying a plane isn't what I live on. You're saying it for sure is.
how do you know? What's your proof of the curve? You're bringing up GPS stuff. How is that proof of curve?
Every boat on Earth has GPS data on where it is in position on any other point on Earth.
So what? That's on an X and Y coordinate system that they project into
Well,
an ellipsoid to calculate the Z
if you
value.
can,
What are you talking about?
you calculate Z value by comparing it to another Z value somewhere on land.
What are you
And
talking
any
about?
time that they go,
Wait,
I'm talking
sorry.
about calculating.
I don't mean
So
to. I don't mean to
Z
interrupt, man.
value is
Sorry,
elevation, correct?
dude.
They
I don't
calculate it
mean
by
to
comparing it
interrupt
to
again.
another Z value.
Yes.
So there's two
Always.
receivers. Is there two
It's
receivers
actually
in
the
the
same
same?
with X and Y values. You actually
No, they
calculate
do
X and
not.
Y values
Okay,
by
the Z
comparing it to
value is
other X and Y.
calculated with compute. It's converted to an ellipsoid. You don't get
What
raw
is
Z
the Z
data.
value? What is the Z
Running
value
away
The
that
from
you're
it again.
comparing
elevation.
to? No, stop telling me that this Z value is calculated. It's not. It is calculated
Look it up.
based on comparing it to another Z value. What is
you
Of
the
can't
what?
Z
say
Give
it's
me
value
an
not
that you're?
example.
calculated
What
and
do you
then
mean comparing it to
explain
another Z value? So you can't
If
get a
you're
raw
on
Z
top of a
value?
hill and then you go to the bottom of the
That's not how it works, bro.
based on the top of the hill. That's what I mean, comparative.
So what are the differences going to be in the? So what are you actually receiving from the satellites? What are they receiving? What are the receivers getting? Do you know how this
You
works?
aren't.
The
I'm.
mechanisms?
Yes. No. I know what you're like freaking out
Yes,
about, but I
no.
don't
I'm
understand how
not
you don't
freaking
understand
out.
this concept. Yes, you are.
No, what are they looking at? What are we looking at to determine even the position from
What
the
are
satellite to the
satellites looking
receiver?
at? Satellites are looking at your position
Stop avoiding the question.
relative to other
Data is being
positions.
sent through. What kind of data?
The data of your position relative to other positions the
What does that
satellites
look like?
know
What kind of data?
was triangulation data. So they triangulate
So
your
what's the
position
raw
based
data
on
look like?
three other points.
What metric? What is the metric? What is the unit of data that we're comparing?
It doesn't. You can do any unit of data. You could do feet.
What are you
You could
talking
do
about? Any
meters. You
unit
can
of
do.
data? No, that's not how it works. What is the
It's
unit
how
that we're
what do
going
you
to compare
mean?
between the satellite and the receivers?
Cheerios, since you can use anything.
What? Why are you talking about?
I'm
Yeah,
What are
sorry.
you
you can
Yeah,
throw
talking
as
about?
I'm
many
sorry.
What
Cheerios
is the
away. You
information?
can
What does
have
the
that.
raw
It's
information look like from the
calculating.
satellite to the receiver?
The
What's the
raw
unit?
data. So I don't even know what you mean
You want
by
me to give you
raw
the
data.
answer? You want me to give you the answer?
Go ahead.
We're looking at the timing differences between the
No,
satellite
you
and the
aren't.
receiver.
Thank you.
Look it up.
Yes,
Look it up.
they are the way that you triangulate geometric data based on either radio signals or light signals from normally radio signals from satellites. Yes, but they
You're looking at the
triangulate
timing that it
your
takes from the satellite to
position,
the receiver.
and they triangulate your position based on what? Their relative position. So you have to figure out where they
How do you
are
know
in
the
order to figure out
position?
where you are. Yes.
Dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. Okay, so you're
Called
gonna compare the
relative
timing
position.
difference.
What do you mean I don't know what
I'll
I'm
give you.
talking
Look,
about?
let me just tell you your point because you obviously don't know how to like articulate this. I can like steelman your position, what you are trying to make, just to make it easier because it's obvious that you're not aware. But so they'll say that you can use GPS to prove curvature because there's an unusually high timing delay between the signal and the receivers that are further away. Between the
No,
satellites and the receivers that are
that's not what I'm
further
saying.
away. What? I'm trying to steelman you. You don't like. Okay, what is there then?
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. You're doing a bad job.
Okay, then go ahead. Correct what I said, please. What did I say that was wrong?
What did you say that's wrong? I'm not saying that
I
the
think he's
You're
signal
right,
I
of
think he's
satellite transponder
still
timing
at
delay.
the moment.
The timing
Do you
of your
have any
satellites
clue like what?
messed up, man.
Oh
So
man.
you're understands that I'm
You're
lowering
roboting, dude.
as a
You're roboting,
to go
CW.
to the what I'm
Can't
saying.
understand you. You're roboting.
Drop it.
Can you hear me now?
Check the chat,
Yep.
Timbo.
Do you know what you're talking about at all?
Yeah.
Yes, elevation is under. Yeah, I do. Elevation. Sorry that I didn't say it. I apologize. Yes, elevation is understood by the satellite takes a little bit longer to send and receive one signal, so that's how it knows that you're lower than another.
No, that's still wrong.
Calculated based on the one point.
No, that's how they
Yes,
calculate
so
the
timing
X and
delay
Y.
is what you're
Listen,
talking.
that's how they calculate the X and Y. The Z value is going to be put into a computer.
They also calculate the Z that way.
Yeah, and then they use the ellipsoid to get
No,
your
it's not.
elevation. But let me tell you, just based on the raw data, they'll say that there's curvature because they say that there's a timing delay from the satellite to the receiver. This is perfectly explained by having to go through more atmosphere horizontally because if you're familiar with radio frequencies, radio transmission is hindered by things in the atmosphere like humidity heavily. And they acknowledge this. They even try to compensate for it, but they compensate very slightly for it. And they haven't even measured the amount of the delay, the timing delay that is there from the atmosphere. Things like humidity significantly hinder
Yes, there is
radio
radio
propagation. If you're
frequency
going to be
delay from
coming
the
in at a
atmosphere.
more horizontal angle, you're going to have significant propagation delays. They only compensate by it in such a small fraction that they basically say the timing delay is just because of curvature, it's having to travel longer. But actually,
So
there's significant timing
wait,
delays
hold
from
on.
the
So
atmosphere.
your claim. Hold on. So your claim is that these timing delays only due to humidity and not due to the curvature.
First of all, what are you
Absolutely. And you
getting?
Even
can
when the
prove this. You can
humidity is
repeat it
the
on your
same.
own.
Oh, you
You
see
can
all
repeat
the
it on your own.
medals.
Yes.
Even when the humidity is
See
the
all the
same
food and the
in the
flowers.
in this it's the
Anybody
same
ever
at
at two different points. So like, if me on the same day I went to the top of the hill and I went to the bottom of the hill, you're saying that humidity
Yeah, you're gonna
changes
have
are the
well throughout
reason
day
that
by
the
day you're gonna have
elevation.
significant timing delay differences, and they actually vary a lot due to humidity. But that's not even how they calculate the Z projection. They literally just convert it using the ellipsoidal to get the elevation profile. Now, if you want to just go off of
Oh, through the
raw data,
triangulation
how they
data,
say
and
raw
then
data, how they say raw data
so why
proves
is it
curvature is
fucking
just
so
by a
accurate
timing
all the
delay,
time?
which is explained by you're cutting me off. Now, how they say purely raw data is shows curvature is just by a timing delay, which is absolutely, due
Okay, well they
to
say that, but like,
atmospheric hindrance because they
why is
just
the
literally
actual
don't account
data
for
when
it.
you
Why is the actual data so fucking accurate all the time? Miles
Accurate
away.
compared to what? Accurate compared to what?
I'm
compared to
talking
like
about
if
the
I'm at the
Z.
top of a
What is
mountain and
not
I'm at the
accurate
bottom
is
of a
the
mountain, it's
elevation
fucking
profile.
accurate within a
How do you know
within
What
a
it's
isn't
hundredth of a
accurate
foot.
is the elevation
how do you
profile
know it's
and what they're
accurate?
doing. Hold on, let me
I
respond.
do
Okay,
because
so
I
they're
mean
not
all of the
accurate.
things we built
Let
have
me
been built
respond,
on
bro.
level
I'm gonna try to answer your
foundations
question.
based on the
Come
accuracy of this
on.
data.
You don't even know what you're not sharing any
Someone else
information
is
right
asking me
now.
a
So why do
question
you keep
and you're acting like
talking?
I'm interrupting you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the other person.
I'm
So
Talk
talking
to
if
her,
you,
to the
dude.
I know
room
that
and you're
you're
interrupting
talking,
me
but you're just yelling over the conversation I'm having with another
Talk
person
to
because
her,
I'm
and
mate.
acting
trying to
like I'm
actually say
interrupting you.
something of
Shut up.
substance.
Okay, well,
No,
you are saying
I'm
things,
gonna finish
and
what
I'm
I'm
glad,
saying
and
and then
I
I'll
will
leave.
listen to you. I'm happy to listen to you. But when someone
Hey,
else asks me a
dude.
question, I'm trying to
Hey,
respond to
dude.
them.
Can you
I'm
just
not
stop?
responding to you. I'm
Hey,
not
can you just stop,
interrupting you.
dude? Stop. Stop being a bitch and just be quiet
No,
for a
you
bit.
guys are all being bitches. Chill out. Let's have a
Okay.
conversation. Come on.
Talk about the
Okay, let me share.
topic. All right.
He said, why is it so accurate? I'll answer that question. Because
Yes.
whenever they're actually locating things with satellites, they're not using receivers that are super far away. Now, whenever they try to say satellites prove curve, they are using one super far away. And they say there's a timing delay. But the timing, we know the atmosphere causes timing delay. Oh, well, they say that only caused a little bit of timing delay. The other timing delay is just from curvature. So in real life, they're not using receivers that are super far away like they're trying to do to show the
It's
curvature.
not
The
curvature, by the
same
way. It's
way
gravity.
that surveyors are not doing 73-mile shots to do actual surveying. That's just what they do to show curvature, quote unquote. They do super long, super exaggerated things that you don't use in the field, and then they extrapolate, they don't account for the variables, and then they call it curvature. That's what's happening.
They do account for
No,
all the
be quiet for a
variables
second.
and they
It's not
extrapolate
timing
based
delay
on the
isn't
math.
done through curvature, honey.
Okay,
It's done
well
through
now
calculation.
this guy wants to get involved. Let's
Be
fucking go.
quiet, but
Right.
That's
No,
right.
I mean I can't have a conversation with someone in this fucking
No, no,
panel
just
about
stop.
something
1 second.
important to
One
your
second,
topic.
everyone. Hey,
It's
if you don't shut
insanity.
the fuck up, I'm gonna do it.
Fuck
All right?
you.
All right? I muted him because he interrupted you. All right? So if you watch the room, you can work out what's going on. Now continue.
I do research for a living. I've spent countless hours reading papers and researching this. So yeah, just DM me if you have any questions. But yeah, I think I'm gonna head out. Was there any other questions or rebuttals? Any other proof of curvature?
I think he left, did he? All right. Boy, would you like to ask her a question? I saw your mic light up there.
I changed my mind.
Change your mind? Scared of girls?
I mean,
Intimidated? Yeah,
sure,
now you're stuttering. Yeah.
sure, yeah.
Cool.
No,
Cool life,
wait. I'm
man.
sorry. Wait, no, don't.
She's illegal
Hey,
though, so it doesn't matter as much.
what's up, man? How you doing tonight, Mister Boy?
Huh?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm drinking hot chocolate because it's that time of the year.
Say that again.
I said good because I'm drinking hot chocolate because it's that time of the year.
It is, man. I'm
I mean,
literally
it's chilly.
shivering right now. Now I know it's like probably like 60 something, 70 degrees, but once it starts dropping from the summer, like it already feels like fall, and I don't like it. I
Dude, it's
could
gonna be
use
room temperature this
a
winter.
pumpkin spice as well. But what
With how hot it was this
I
year,
heard
it's
a
gonna
back
be
and
fucking
forth.
room temperature this winter.
Yeah, I was hearing a back and forth that was. Did you just enter the conversation or enter the chat or?
No, I joined like 10, 15 minutes ago.
Oh, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like with all the back and forth that was going on, that you didn't want any of that. Just it was too much.
I mean, whatever happens, happens. I just like to listen. I like to listen to people argue.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you found the right place. I'm
Oh no,
not
I did.
really.
Every time I come here, it's just that spot. So
What do you have you gotten anything out of it other than the entertainment value from people arguing?
I mean, I've learned that flat earthers are very passionate about the shape of the earth and it being flat. And I've also learned that some dude in here named Matrix is very loud, and that's it.
Oh,
Yeah, if anybody wants
Is
any
that it?
papers, I have all the sources. If you question anything I mentioned, please just speak up. And is there
You guys
anybody in here who like has evidence for curvature?
and didn't you say
Like,
you were
what's
gonna
the
go
best
for like
There's
a job
plenty of
hunt?
evidence for curvature. You just don't listen to it.
Yeah, we've been
Okay, what
asking
is
that
it?
for 10 years now, so.
Oh, he didn't leave. He's still here.
Hold on.
I want the best evidence.
The best evidence of curvature?
Yeah, didn't you say
Mm-hmm.
you had a laser test that proved curvature?
Yep.
A license cyst? What did you
No,
say?
laser test. It's just my accent, mate. Just a laser. I'll say it in your laser test. Is that better?
that
Oh, there
was
was a laser
hilarious.
test on one of those like flat Earth documentaries that like showed over a lake that it was exactly the curvature that it should have been if the
The
Earth
one
was
that they
curved.
used a torch when they replaced the laser with a flashlight. That one.
Well, yeah, maybe. I think so.
Yeah. Okay. So not a
I've done
laser,
laser
right?
tests myself, and they had an issue because they assumed it would go and I know it's controversial
Been a
because
while.
Globers have hijacked the principle of refraction because Globers say things appear over the curve, where actually refraction in standard conditions with actual temperature gradients, pressure and humidity gradients would make things appear to drop over distance, not rise over distance. So
Yeah,
just
like an upwards
remember, standard
refraction. Yeah.
refraction has been debunked. Standard refraction heavily debunked. I can tell you why. The temperature gradient they used increments of 100 feet up to the
Counter
upper
refraction
troposphere.
hasn't been
In
debunked.
modern day
No.
papers that actually study refraction, the temperature gradient along the surface is much different than the entirety of the troposphere. So when you actually account for the temperature gradient at the surface, it's much different. I have the Journal of Geophysics and Survey and Engineering, all these Journal of Atmospheres, and I think it's called Atmospheres and Geology or something like that. I have many different journals that are accredited that acknowledge this. The refractive coefficient is actually negative 2.7, not positive 0.13. This would make things appear to drop over distance rather than rise over distance. And I've actually done my own temperature measurements and survey measurements along the surface. And based on the temperature gradients, you should actually see a standard, bottom up obstruction happen
If
during the
you've
day.
done your own, publish it in a survey and get it published in any journal, any geological journal.
Actually, the journals already conclude what my findings are anyway. They don't. This isn't controversial. This is actually mainstream. Many people just don't go read papers. I can give you papers on this. So it's like the standard
Yeah,
refraction
that's why.
is actually the opposite
I
way.
Refraction isn't the
And
reason that
that's
you
why
see the
they have.
boat's bottom.
Listen,
Thank
First of
you.
listen.
all,
That's
Things
what
why.
do
you're
not
saying.
appear
No, no,
over
no.
the
That's
Hold
why.
on.
curve.
Hold on. First of all, what you're saying, the negative refraction would cause things to drop, is what you see
Yes.
with your eyes, right?
Yes.
No, because
You see
on a
things
curve,
drop
it
with
would.
your eyes. So that
Listen. So
negative
when.
refraction coefficient that you're talking about
Mm-hmm.
is reality. That's what you see.
Yeah, you see things appear to drop over distance like boats. Sometimes you can see things appear like if you have stable gradients, you can see super, much
Okay.
further with more
You
standard
don't see things
gradients
float
during the
as they go
nighttime in
over
particular.
distances.
During the daytime, though, you generally see things appear to have bottom up obstruction. Okay, I know this is controversial even to flat earthers, but I promise you, I've done a lot of research. The Globers have totally hijacked this whole Fermat's principle, Snell's law, and things like this to say things can
I'm not.
appear over a curve.
I'm not
Actually,
taking.
That's
that's
I'm
why
not
not
true.
we.
Based on
hijacking any
standard
laws.
temperature gradients, it's the opposite way. I promise.
Yeah, that's
The
why we
opposite way.
have.
So you would see things
Hang on,
float
dude.
instead
One
of.
second. Just 1 second. That's why we have images of sometimes a laser bending up, but never a picture from the side of a laser bending down.
Yep, I've done it myself.
However,
Mm-hmm.
our sight lines,
So
when we're
if it
looking
was
at
on a
boats,
globe, if you had just hang on 1 sec, if you had a negative refraction and it was on a globe, then the horizon would appear closer than 1.22 miles times the
well,
observer's height in feet. So, but it never does that, right?
Mm-hmm.
no, but
Yep.
like observation shows us that it never would, because
See,
if
see,
light is bending up,
understand
then
what
we
I
would
just
see
said.
down, right? We see differently than the light. We see the opposite of the light, right?
And
I
all
don't
of your
think you understand it.
diagrams don't work because they
What
contradict the
diagram?
measurement.
What's
Yeah.
diagram? What are you talking about? No, this chick knows she's actually
Well, first
read
of
some
all, the
papers.
diagrams that you
She knows
guys
what she's
use with
talking about.
refraction. What diagram are you talking about? Now let me shut the fuck up, because that would be the normal thing to do after you ask a question. So the diagram that I'm talking about is the one you guys like to share about refraction, about the sun, and all these things. So when you guys are telling us, right, that uh, things are lifted up to, I guess, appear to be flat in our perspective because of refraction. The problem with that is, though, the objects that we're looking at, they're on the ground, and then you guys claim, well, we live on a sphere. So the reason we're seeing the things that we wouldn't be able to see because of the ground is because of refraction, but the refraction's backwards, like Homegirl said.
Yes.
But in
Yes.
this example, you have the she already knows. So I don't even have to keep going. I've been saying this for a long ass time. I guess she's read up more than me to apply it to more things than I have. Good on you. Good on you. Y'all refraction is backwards. I can't believe y'all still running around acting like you don't see it.
Yeah, Dr. John D proved that too.
Yeah, I mean, mainstream accredited journals, like the Journal of Surveying and Engineering, even says that the standard refraction along the surface should be the opposite direction. This is not just me, some girl on Discord saying this. I have done measurements that affirm it, but this is actually many, many papers. I have citation from many accredited journals saying the same exact thing. It's not even controversial anymore. Y'all are using a standard refraction model. It's like just matching the observations, and you have to do all kind of craziness, and you have to have essentially no temperature gradient, which is non-existent on the earth at the surface. It's crazy like what they've had to do to like compensate for it. They don't take real world conditions into account. If you were to ever measure a temperature gradient, all the observations would be explained. What I employ people to do whenever they do any laser test that's long distance, all you have to do is get the temperature gradient. If it exceeds negative 0.02 degrees Celsius per meter, then they cannot say, oh, you can see too far because of refraction. All you have to do is get a temperature gradient. I'm telling you, it's the main predominant factor in refraction, in terrestrial refraction. And you can take away all their rebuttals that say, oh, that's just because of refraction. And that's what I've, essentially shown on my measurements. I can post them in the chat.
I mean, and we know that's true because Soundly, um, if anyone knows who Soundly is in the what the fuck is that Lake Pontchartrain, where you can see the pylons curved, like it's because that lake has the craziest temperature inversion there is.
Dude, I
Like,
have videos from Lake Pontchartrain. Have y'all seen my drone videos? Like, they went viral on Twitter. I went
no,
to
I
the
haven't.
same place Sound we went and took pictures. It's unrecognizable. What he did was he zoomed into the end where you have the most distortion. Some days it looks like weird at the end. Some days it looks like it's floating in midair. He has it to where he zooms in on the end. Then he does compression and stacking, and that's why it looks so artificial. Like, it's not even recognizable. Look, I'll post them in the chat right now. I went to Lake Pontchartrain and took pictures.
Thank you.
Here's
It's
the
crazy
power
because
lines.
some Glovers still like if you're on Facebook or anything old like that, they still run with that stuff. Like, oh yeah, Soundly killed you guys back in 20 whatever the fuck. Yeah,
I don't have access.
the post.
Can somebody give me perms?
Are you new? Why don't you have access?
I should. I don't know.
Probably
I
not
don't know
enough
why. I don't
time.
know if I've ever. Oh, I've never been able to post pictures, but I'm not new.
You probably
Probably
just
not enough
haven't
time.
tried. I don't know.
Send them to
Okay, I
me.
can
I
DM
can
them.
I can post them for you if you want.
Who?
Kingsley.
Okay. Yeah, I'm cool with DJ. I don't know why he hasn't given me perms yet.
I don't think it works like that. Like you have to be in here for a certain amount of time before
No,
it'll.
Oh, okay.
you haven't tried to you haven't interacted with the chat enough. I don't think. I think it goes by. No, wait, we're in 24/7, aren't we? I don't even freaking know how. I'm
Okay,
just a
so
mind man, guys.
some of them, the first two are from the power lines of Lake Pontchartrain. The third picture is where Soundly was to take his picture. And then I think I accidentally put one more power line picture. I meant to do it right next to the Soundly picture. So look at the third picture and the fifth picture side by side and look how different. I went to the same place he went to take that picture. You can see how artificial and like compressed it is. And also like the sensor and the telescope he used can cause distortion. I'm not sure where in the frame he had the bridge, but if he had it at the upper portion of the frame, anything can look curved, kind of like a fisheye lens. But then whenever you compress it like he did, then you can make anything look curved. It's crazy. But I'm not even denying the curvature effect can't exist. It's just like they zoom into the very end where it's the most distortion. And refraction is cumulative, so it's going to go down as you go further in distance. But look how fake that is. Like, these are my pictures whenever you post them. His pictures are like
I
so
posted them.
cartoonish.
Can you see them in the chat?
Yeah, we see him. Yeah, I don't know which ones are yours versus sound.
The
Well,
third one, the one that looks super fake, is Soundly's.
let's see. Let's see if I can guess which one that is. What, the first one, the super blue looking one?
Just wait till you get to the last one.
The last one?
Yeah, oh, the first one, like they're floating
The
in
first
midair.
one.
There's no curvature at the end.
Oh, right. Okay, that's still okay. Okay, so you're talking about the grayed out one. Even here though, it doesn't look like. Oh, okay. Well,
I
I can
zoomed in on
see
his
it.
picture. You can see how it's unrecognizable from the bridge itself, which I went to the Marriott, I think it was the 15th floor, took the same picture that he did, but I didn't like use all the weird compression stuff. That's what the bridge actually looks like. And then let me get the entirety of the bridge of his picture. That was a zoomed in just so how like messed up and distorted.
Oh, I see. You know what's funny about this bridge right here? I had a debate with Zanuck once upon a time because this is when Soundly had like disappeared for the first time. Soundly literally came back because I was in Gym Pandas at the time, stirring up shit because I was using his video to prove that there was no Earth curve, and so he came in to. I guess he didn't know what was going on, and everybody wanted to ask him whether or not I had the figures wrong because I had put him at 8 feet and all the things that I got from one of his videos. So I got the information from him, and they was like, "No, see what you're looking at. You must have mixed two videos up. He's not even actually at the same spot, and that elevation is different. It's like it's fucking 50 feet or something just different, right?" And I'm like, no, he said this. And so I happened to come across this video. I'm sure he wasn't thinking that I was going to use the video to debunk it in this way, but he's 8 feet. The bridge is 20 feet. Okay. The water is like, I don't know, it's somewhere in between it, whatever. And the bottom line was, I'm like, when you can look to the other side of Pontchartrain and see the cars getting on the bridge because you can see the headlights. How are you seeing that if there's earth curve in the way? And they were like, oh yeah, there's refraction. You know how much refraction Zanuck told me that there was because there was no other way to explain it? 190 feet worth.
Yeah, it's like 280 something. I actually got the raw as built plans for Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. People were saying that there was curvature in them or whatever. I reached out to the people that built them and the people that manage it. I got the raw as built plans, and it has no mention of curvature whatsoever. They actually individually constructed each of the segments and put them together. Not mentioning, so they constructed them out away from the bridge, made just flat, straight segments, and then put them together and composed them. It does not mention curvature anywhere in the as-built plans. And it would have been like 280 feet. It would have needed to account for. Not mentioned at all.
Oh, DJ added some extra info here.
Hello.
What's up?
Are we all flat earthers here?
No.
Who's a globe earther? Who's the pesky globe earther here?
Oh,
You,
none.
perhaps?
Who?
You?
No, there's no pesky globe earthers here. Or whatever the hell you said, I don't know.
Who is a pesky glober in this VC? I want to talk to him.
You.
I'm the pesky glober?
Yeah. Sounds like it.
I think I can see the curvature.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Yeah, I do see curvature. We have seen curvature.
Where?
The ISS live stream.
Here
They
we
use a
go
fisheye
again.
lens. They even admit it.
Where a fisheye lens? Can you prove that?
Yeah, they acknowledge they use it.
Can you prove they had fisheye lens?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
provide a report where they use a fisheye
so
lens?
from the
Okay.
height of the From the height of the ISS, you can see 2.8% of the supposed Earth's surface, right?
I
So
don't even know. I don't even know
you think
like
you
what is the
can?
supposed number, but all I see from the live stream
Yeah,
is
no,
that I
that's why
see the
I'm.
curve of the Earth.
Hello. That's why I'm telling you these numbers, right?
Wait
So
just a
if you can
minute.
see if you can see 2.8% of a curving object, right, a supposedly curving object, do you think you can see curvature of the Earth from that height? 250 miles.
I don't know. You tell me. I am a retard. You're the smart guy.
Oh, you said that, mate. I didn't call you a retard.
No, I am the mentally retard. Okay, tell me, like, how can we see the Earth being curved through the ISS space station?
Yeah,
Well,
here's your source right here.
Yeah. There you
The
go.
source from who?
Yeah, from NASA.
NASA?
Yep.
Where?
There you go. Give me a second. There you go. It's in the chat.
In the
So,
chat.
They have a
okay, let me
picture from
check.
the ISS and they describe how they use the fisheye lens.
Where does it say that both of these
Yeah, read
photos
the
in
paper.
Madagascar, blah
It's
blah
like on the
blah,
fourth like paragraph.
sometimes called to fish islands. The second captured using a 5 millimeters lens, making this view slightly more zoomed. But it only makes zooming in effect rather than it's just distort the image. You said the image is distorted, correct?
It is. That's what a
How?
fisheye lens is.
By zooming in into the pic?
No, nothing to do with zooming.
It says within the paper you have sent me that the second was captured by.
Do you know what a fisheye lens is?
I know what the fisheye lens are.
Okay, what is
A
it?
58 millimeter lens still causes distortion.
By zooming in into the pic.
Oh my god.
What are you talking about?
If you read in the article that you have sent, it says that making this field of view slightly more zoomed in than a human eye sees. For a comparison, a smartphone camera has a field of view equivalent to 24 to 23 to 33 millimeter lens on a digital single lens reflex DSLR camera. Smaller lens sizes are helpful when astronauts want to photograph broad geographic regions on the Earth. It does not distort the image any shape or form. It only increases the field of view.
Yeah, so the
Where
Nikon
does it say
D5
that?
digital camera, 58 millimeter lens still causes the distortion. It's just not as drastic.
Yeah, but we still see the curvature given the fact that it only increases the field of view. That's the only effect that we
Okay,
can
so
observe.
if you see the curvature on the screen, right? Because that's all it is. You're seeing a TV screen, right? You're saying, I see the curvature of the Earth on the TV. Then it should be measurable on Earth, right? Where your feet
Yeah, but
are.
we've
Just let me
yeah.
finish, dude. Please, just let me finish. So if you measure over water, water should be curving to the shape of the sphere, right? Around about 8 inches per mile squared. So if you shot a laser over a 10-mile lake, then that laser should be 66 feet in the air. Right? This doesn't happen. There's longer distances that lasers have been shot over. So therefore, the images that they're showing you aren't a true representation of the Earth that you live on. It's clear and simple.
There is a minor problems with the argument, which is literally rendered unsound, is that you're presupposing that we take the Earth as a uniform curved object with
No, over water.
where
Yeah, over
I'm
water.
not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'll let you finish.
Yeah,
Let me finish,
you
okay?
missed that part though.
Let me finish, sir. Let me finish. Over water, over anything doesn't really matter. 8 inches per mile
Listen,
square, even over water does not it's not uniform because the Earth itself is not a perfect sphere, but rather it is an oblate spheroid in which that it
okay.
curves more over towards the poles. So we can measure the
By
curvature.
how much? Okay, by how much?
Like I don't know that really depends on what region you are on. Like say for
20.
example, you see
It's claimed to be
you
28 miles, right? For the difference from
look
the
to my
poles to the
knowledge.
equator.
I mean
But you just
I
said
mean
you
to
didn't know, so I'm telling you.
I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
Yeah,
All
but you
right.
said you didn't know, so I
I'm
just
not finished.
thought
Okay.
I'd
Whether
let you know.
look whether okay, whether if you think me not knowing something like does not tickle your fancy does not mean that you have the right to interrupt me.
No, that's why. No,
No,
because you said you didn't know, then I thought I'd just inform you on what you didn't know, and
that's
then we could
amazing. Thank you.
continue the conversation. Otherwise, you'd be talking about something that you didn't know, right?
Okay,
The
thank you.
carrier from
Thank
over
you.
there was like 60 fucking bucks or 120. It was a crazy.
Thank you for informing me, okay? But let me finish, okay? So we can measure the curvature precisely using like satellite altimetry through geodesic surveys where we can
And
send
can you show me?
signals.
Can you
Yeah,
show me
I
that?
can send I can send you the methodology in which we can
No, not the
calculate.
methodology. I want to see the data.
You want to see the data?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you aware there are geodesic models that exist such as the WGS
Use my
84?
blunt.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
That includes that also includes the curvature as well.
And
And also by the way, you did concede that there is curvature,
oh, I'm
correct?
sorry. I didn't know I was
no,
off mic. On mic
no, you're right, mate.
you know.
No,
Okay, but you did
no, I
concede
didn't.
that wait,
No.
you did accept. Okay, do you think the ISS were
Why are you going
lying?
back to the ISS? Weren't we talking about measuring the Earth?
It
Yeah, we
even
don't.
says for
Yeah,
the second picture that the images have been cropped and enhanced to improve contrast, and lens artifacts have been removed. So they even altered this second picture. That's so sad.
okay, that still doesn't change the fact that the Earth is curved. By the way,
Yeah,
through the
pictures.
picture,
Yeah, so pictures have been altered. So we're going to go.
I'll,
So we can't
I'll
use. Just hang on, dude. Just 1 second. So we're not going to use the pictures as evidence, right?
why not?
Because it just said in its own article that the pictures have been altered.
Altered in what way?
So they had post processing. Here's a paper on the post processing used. Let's see. Straight down. So a high oblique camera tilt. So as you know, like I can give you a paper by David Lynch on how anything in the upper field of a frame of view of a picture is going to appear to be curved, concave. And then have you ever seen it like flip back and forth? Like where whenever like let's say SpaceX launches, they are looking at the Earth, and whenever it goes in the lower field of frame, it like looks convex, and then upper it goes concave. So this actually mentions that it is in the upper part of the frame of the picture. I can give you a peer reviewed paper on that by David Lynch. And let's see, the high oblique camera tilt.
Can you show me the
Also,
papers?
cropping, contrast enhancement, lens artifact removal, chromatic aberration. Oh, our minor geometric distortion. So they actually did geometric distortion. They corrected for geometric distortion. Rather
That
than
that,
presenting the
that
raw uncorrected data. So actually in the picture that they say is a 58 millimeter lens, but they're still taken in the top of the frame of view, which will cause distortion, they still say they did geometric distortions too. Chromatic aberration
on
and
what?
vignetting and what else? Contrast and cropping. But it's the geometric distortion that really gets me because you know the Himawari, which they actually give a lot of pictures from, they do what's called geo-orthorectification, where they actually make the places in the image fit the geometric coordinate system to fit basically their model. They call it geometric corrections. So yeah, if it doesn't fit like the geometry of the known, you know, quote unquote oblique spheroid, they will correct for it. Look it up.
Okay, so what exactly?
Geo-orthorectification. They did that here.
So what exactly? That means the curvature that we see in the pictures is fake.
Yeah, here's an actual article on the second image itself. You can look at all the corrections they did.
Um,
That's
now,
crazy. They wanted to act like this is a raw picture too. Wow. Oh, wow. So yeah, distorted in comparison to a geometrically corrected map view. Wow. This is crazy, dude. You have to actually find the image that you're looking at whenever they present an image. And then you want to go, NASA usually post articles about the images and the corrections they do. You have to just dig a little bit. Same from the
Yeah,
Himawari.
but is it like substantially enough to actually like change the shape of the Earth?
They're doing geometric distortion, dude.
By how
Why are they
much?
distorting the geometry of the Earth? They're distorting the geometry of the Earth. Why?
Do you know what do you know what geometric distortion is?
Yeah,
Well,
they're making it look like what they think the Earth is.
geometric means earth measured, and distortion means what? You put those two things together, and that's creating the problem she's detailing.
Okay, so geometric distortions already means is that there is like an exaggerations that have to be accounted for, whether going to be vertical or horizontal exaggerations are going to be or even like it comes for like the shapes rotation. That doesn't. I mean, I don't think that has any bearing on the shape of the Earth. We like
How would you
even if
know?
it is because
Yeah,
that's
because
what
you don't have a
geometric
measurement.
distortion is. So let's say, for example, you have a lens that actually makes object much longer than they seem or much taller than they seem. That's what defined to be a geometric distortion.
Okay,
You
so how
didn't
do you
change
know
the
Yeah,
shape.
but
what
see,
Well, you
but
don't,
see, with hold on,
yeah, but this
yeah. So hold on, not yeah, but
okay.
I hear you. So
I'm not done.
you can do geometric distortions with something with a known height, like a building. How do you do that with something that's in question, like say the shape of the Earth?
I mean, there is no such
We
thing
don't
as
even know that the size of the Earth is the size that they claim. So
Oh
now you're
my gosh,
saying they're
this is
making
damning.
we do
corrections.
have. It's actually pre-established that the Earth is 6,000.
What'd you
Like
find?
there has.
This
I
is
mean,
What'd you
damning, dude.
find?
oh my god, you can
Dude,
Let her
still.
look at
tell us
this
what she.
paper
Let her tell
published
us
by
what she found.
NASA.
Hold on. Hold on.
This is a paper by NASA. Look, it has geo-ortho rectification. It says that they do this to all astronaut images. This is open access.
That doesn't change anything, by
NASA
the way.
Johnson Space. Hold on, NASA Johnson Space Center. Find my astronaut photo. Automated localization. Oh my gosh, automated localization and geo rectification of astronaut photography. This is the process they go through before they publish astronaut pictures, bro. And it literally says they do geo ortho rectification on here. I can read what they say they do. This is for any astronaut photography that's put out. They have a paper on it, dude.
Well,
Okay,
so
let's see.
do you know what georectification is?
Okay, let me read it right here. After finding a positive corresponding satellite image, we geo-rectify the astronaut photo. This process assigns a location on Earth latitude-longitude coordinate pair to each pixel in the image. To geo-rectify, we determine a transformation that warps the image to the Earth a pixel to world coordinate transformation. A set of n tie points are determined to represent n coordinates, and the homography is computed from these points. Due to curvature of Earth, geo-rectifying off nadir imagery benefits from an even dispersion of points across the source image based off the location of interlinears in the matching candidate satellite image, which may have incomplete overlap with the astronaut photo. We generate another satellite image specifically for geo-ortho rectification. Oh, this ain't even this. They generate another image. That's what we're looking at specifically for geo-ortho rectification. This image encapsulates an estimated extent of the astronaut photo and produces better distributed tie points. We select a well-dispersed high-confidence correspondence which connect geolocated satellite image pixels with astronaut photo pixels and use them to determine the pixel to geographic coordinate transform. This is freaking horrible for the globe.
Do you know
Horrible. Look,
what
I'm gonna post this in the chat. Y'all save this. This
Did you
all astronaut
know
pictures
flat
use this process.
earthers are among 30% of the dumbest people on the planet?
Yeah, so
Who?
that's true. That's true. Anyway, so check this out. Look what
Flat
I found.
earthers are the
So
dumbest
now you
people on
have
the
yeah,
planet.
we heard you. Look, and I'm
We
gonna
literally
unmute
have the
you.
whole internet, and
Oh,
you're
it
all
wasn't him.
fucking
Shit, sorry.
dipshits. Oh, no.
Who was
Hey,
that?
let me
Who was that?
Dude.
Okay, there you go. Okay, so check this out. So as you're saying that, like obviously being from FED, like I have a certain a certain way of viewing things, right? So this is what I'm reading and this is what I'm seeing. So I just looked up geo rectification. Now it just says it's the digital alignment of a satellite aerial image or historical map with a spatial grid or reference map of the same area. How it works: ground control points, GCPs. Users pick matching points like street intersections or unique land features on both the unaligned image and a known reference map. I wonder how they create the reference map. Moving on.
Oh my
Mathematical
god.
transformation. Software uses algorithms such as
I don't know who I'm talking to. Am I
polynomial
talking to Big Daddy
transformations
Fluff?
towards
Am I talking to Taylor? Am I talking to Timbo? Who am I talking to?
This is horrible, dude.
nobody right now. Here's the kicker right here. Um, Distortion removal. It fixes errors caused by terrain shape, camera tilt, or center angles. Why it matters: allows flat images or old maps to stack accurately as layers inside geographic information systems, GIS. Makes it possible to measure true ground distances, areas, and angles from aerial photos. What I'm not seeing anything globe in here. Everything
Dude,
that
this
they're
is
talking
horrible.
about
They
goes
make it
without
match
saying
the
it's
coordinate
flat.
system. Dude, they make it match the coordinate system. This isn't even the real picture. They said they use the geo-ortho rectified picture, whatever the heck you call it. Like they have to make the positions fit and to match the globe. Literally read it earlier. They say what they do. I just posted the freaking paper. Y'all check it out. This is crazy. So I looked up that image where they said, "Oh, we don't use a fisheye lens," which actually led me to an even better finding, which is this paper on what they do for all astronaut photos, including that one. That's crazy. Thank you so much for asking that question, dude. I haven't had this paper. I knew that they did it for Himawari, but that NASA like blatantly like admits this for every picture is wild.
Didn't you say you had like a job to get to or something 20 minutes ago? I could have sworn you said that.
You got mummy issues or something, dude?
What?
Did our friend leave because he wasn't getting any attention?
It says georectification is the explicit final step of NASA's automated pipeline for astronaut photography. Wow. It says to georectify, we determine a transformation that warps. I don't know if I'm even saying that. WARPS, just so you hear it. The image to the Earth's a pixel to world coordinate transformation.
Damn.
Dude, I
Yeah,
mean,
like I
do
feel
y'all not? What do the people think that hear this that like actually believe everything they say?
What?
How do y'all feel about this?
Don't you have a job?
no, like if it were a globe, then you wouldn't have to geo. Like what would be the point of doing any of that, right? What's the point of geo rectification? Like, I mean, you would need it when you're trying to make shit fit on a coordinate system that would have people believe that it's a globe, right? Got to move shit around, make shit fit, right? Am I wrong, or is that kind of what you can take from?
Yeah, to make it fit on a grid system, right? Well, are they just saying that they rectify it to make it look like what it should look like? if the Earth was 3,959 mile radius. Right, anyone got any globe proof? You got any globe proof? Minute of silence for the globe.
Oh my god.
He won't help you. What do you think, boy? What do you think about the arguments?
Huh? What?
What do you
Who
think
was talking to
about
me?
kangaroo down the bottom?
I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, Kimbo.
About the what do you think about the information that you're receiving?
Like, what do you mean? The information. Like, what
Well,
do I think about everything that just happened?
yeah.
I mean, I thought Taylor had to leave for something like 25, 30 minutes ago, and she's still here, so a little questionable. But
Okay, so you listen to the meta instead of the actual information.
no, I did. But I mean, yes.
What did you think about all those
If you're
images
asking
being
specifically like about the topic,
yeah?
then I mean, I don't
What do
know.
you think? What do you think about all those images being changed? So they say rectified.
What images? I haven't seen any images.
What are you listening to, man? Are you actually listening to the chat, or you just kind of got it on in the background playing video games or something?
That is actually spot on. Crazy.
Yeah, I can tell. Because you're like listening, but you're not listening, right? You heard her say, "Oh, I need to go to work" or something. I don't even remember that. All as I remember is the information that she just told us. That's the difference,
Well,
right?
what's the difference? What difference?
Well,
I mean,
I
you brought
listen
up
to
images, but like I
information,
haven't
and you
seen,
listen to like
I haven't seen
meta.
any images. Do you want to put them in the side chat?
What was the conversation for the last 25 minutes?
Flat Earth. Proving curvature. Shit like that. Y'all asking people to prove curvature. It's pretty much how it goes. People join, you know, they get
Do
asked
you
to
think
prove
they're
curvature. At some point, they end up getting mutant kicked. So.
Oh, so you said, okay. So you say that they come in with evidence that proves curvature, and then we just mute them and kick them out.
No, that's not what I said, but that's usually how it goes. Is they usually end up getting muted at some point.
Okay, who got muted?
No, usually, like 90% of the time, whenever I join, you know, maybe it didn't happen this time, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
So maybe you should correct what you just said then.
No, I don't need to correct anything.
The way it goes is they come in with evidence, and then they get muted and booted.
No, I didn't say they came in with evidence. I just said people usually come in and then they get asked about the curvature and then they start talking and at some point they end up getting muted again.
Always?
Usually. I mean, whenever I join. I mean, I'm not in here 24/7 like the title, but when the occasion that I do come in
Does there
here,
tend to be a
that's
reason
usually.
why?
Yeah,
Like, is there a common
there's a
thing?
few. Now, trolling is obviously a big one, but that's not what I'm talking about because whenever I remember Matrix, I already know you know who he is. Him, uh, maybe it wasn't him, or I think it was him. I don't know. It was in the side chat, but he told me that when I asked why they were muting him, the guy that was in there at the time so much, they said because they couldn't let him lie. But he can't lie if he's muted, so. But I mean, I'm not making a claim, so I'm just sitting in here.
That's all right. Okay. You're free to do whatever you want, man.
Yep.
There was a guy that came in before saying flat earthers are the dumbest people on the earth. Now, does he deserve to be muted, or should we just let him go and interrupt conversations?
Well, I mean, if that was the only thing he was saying, then yeah, sure. Muting him is, yeah, see it.
Okay. So we're allowed to do it sometimes, but just not others.
I'm not saying you're not allowed to. I'm not saying you're not allowed to. You can do whatever you want. You can mute everyone in here, and you know, you can still do that. But you know, I feel like the reason sometimes is stupid, for sure. But
So yeah, sometimes people get muted for the wrong reason. Yeah.
well, I mean, if they're being obnoxious the whole time and just, you know, talking about how flat earthers are dumb and being loud, then yeah, okay. So what? Wait, what?
So what? So we should mute those ones, and then when should we not mute others?
When they're not doing that.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds like
I feel like they shouldn't be muted at all. They're trying to make their point. Even if they're wrong, which I wouldn't know because they're always muted. But even if they are wrong, don't mute them. Just address it.
Yeah.
It isn't a. It
I
isn't
thought
an
that's
argument
what we're
or debate.
doing here, though.
Muted. It's just a one-sided argument.
But we do.
You do what?
Talk to people who disagree with us, right?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But they end up being muted for just trying to make their point, and regardless of if it's wrong or not, they shouldn't be muted.
Yeah. See that I agree, right? So me and you are disagreeing at the moment, and we're having a conversation about it, right? And no one's getting muted. Do you know why?
I don't know. Probably because that's the topic.
Because we're actually having a normal.
Well, yeah, but for one, it isn't really necessarily about flat Earth. But
Yeah, but we can still disagree on other topics, right? So we're disagreeing at the moment, but we're still having a conversation.
Yeah, and that's fine. Okay, and
Yeah.
all I'm saying is that when I'm in here, the who you guys refer to as Globers, every time they come in here, most of the time they're muted whenever they try to talk, and you know.
Do you what about when we do it as a kind of like a crowd control thing, right? Like to just have
Already answered that.
people speaking at the same time, like one person speaking to
Yeah,
another
but that's
person.
usually y'all that are doing that.
Yeah,
Like
but if two
earlier,
people come in,
that
right?
one dude that was in here, there was like 3 of you guys that were talking to him at the same time, and he even addressed it. Yeah, so that actually happened not that long ago. So crowd control needs to be more so on y'all's end, which I think it did happen. I'm pretty sure I did hear you say you muted or someone muted one of y'all's guys because crowd control or whatever. But
yeah, because it was I couldn't hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to hear the discussion. All good, mate.
DJ, why would you be texting to that soy chugger? Oh my god.
That Matrix?
I said, why would you be texting to that soy chugger?
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, wasted a bunch of my time. Never again am I gonna waste time on a retard. What the fuck? This guy's completely bricked. Completely.
That's just
Dunning-Kruger's freaking insane.
You're breaking up heaps bad too. You must have quality internet where you are.
So quality.
I
Kilobytes, bro. I got kilobytes, hundreds of kilobytes.
He's gone back to K. Oh, excellent.
28.8 kilobytes at least.
Oh, man. Turn everything off then. I was just reading back at, was it 34 past the hour? Like last hour. Where is the vertical profile for pressure, humidity, or the refractive index? You also have to measure the air temperature at higher heights. So water temperature and air temperature is not enough because I can't get the vertical refractive index gradient. He's an idiot.
Oh, he's an idiot. You know who I thought you were talking about, though? I thought you were talking about Vaxwax, right? Because I've been going back and forth with that retard. He's even dumber than knowledge.
He's dumber than knowledge, yeah. I'm all for that. Like, anyone who bases their height off of sea level, they don't deserve to come into this room.
Oh, yeah. Yep. I banned him today. He's done. If I see him, he's freaking banned on site. Any of those retards, actually. So sick and tired of this bullshit, man. These Dunning-Kruger flat earthers and these Dunning-Kruger globe earthers. Over it, man.
The most frustrating part from I think is not the fact that they come in here. The first time they come in here, they don't know anything. That's fair enough. It's the fact that they come back repeating the same wrong shit.
Yeah, they just chant scripts. It's all they do is just chant scripts that they heard someone say back in 2017, and they just chant them. It doesn't matter what you say to them. You ask them a simple question, they won't answer it, and they'll just chant the script over and over again.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Fucking annoying.
So how come you did Vaxwax? Other than brain damage, of course. What did he do?
Well, he comes in, right? Because he doesn't have any... These guys don't have any Globers to talk to, right? So they chased all of the Globers out of their servers, so they have to come into our servers if they want to talk to the Globe Earthers. And then they come in and they act all nice to us, right? But then they go back into their own server and they talk shit about us. So I just thought, that's just blatant disrespectful shit, right? And if they want to do that, then they can just fuck off permanently, right? Like Flat Earth Cafe, right? That's another one that never mics up, acts really nice to us, and then goes and talks shit behind our back. Freaking this little lapdog of Nathan's, Neil Constantino. But look at this shit from Vaxwax, for example, right? He was coming in here today. You think you can come in our platform when you say shit like this? Like what's in the side chat there? No, it's not going to fly.
That's what we got.
No more.
I've been shouting from the rooftops at 24/7 are a bunch of clowns for over 2 years. Not a single one of them can articulate how Earth is measured flat. They chant it and then spurg out about laser pointers and furniture? It's embarrassing, really. Oh, well.
Yeah, like furniture. A laser test.
It does say furniture.
A laser test. It says furniture, yeah. But a laser test is a measurement. You know what's not a measurement? Definitions. Right? Just parroting scripted definitions. That's not a measurement. We're actually going over measurements. Right? They don't realize that when you say that the Earth measures flat, the next thing that the Glober asked is, okay, do you have any measurements that you can show us? Right? Then you have to present measurements after you, right? Just the definitions.
After you've
just
been called
saying,
out. Yeah.
Yeah, but they don't know that because they don't have any Globe Earthers to talk to. Right? It's not like we can go and critique how Neil or Vaxwax talks to Globers because they don't talk to Globers. right? Occasionally they'll talk to some anti-flat earther, or they'll come in here to leech off the Globers that we talk to, or something like that, right? But they don't have any in FE Drama server to talk to.
FE Drama.
Yeah, that's what it stands for, isn't it? There's no debates ever. So I'm assuming the D stands for Drama Queen. FEDQ.
I like it.
It's
I like
the FEDQ community.
Why do I have a feeling these letters are going to be extended?
Yeah. FEDQ plus community.
Oh, that's
negative.
Yeah, I actually wanted to get hold of Vaxwax because last time he was yapping on about his nautical miles, and that's what I wanted to get him to jump onto Google, type in nautical miles, where it originated from, and post it in the side chat so he could just burn himself. And yeah, but if he's not in here, that's just a shame.
Yeah. Such a shame.
I'm actually surprised, in all honesty, that QE hasn't specifically done a show just about all the times that Vaxwax has come in here and made an absolute dick of himself. That alone would be funny. It's like, hey guys, here's our pet toy, and this is him just being a doofus. We're gonna have to get a new toy. Like seriously, this one's broken.
Yeah, no, QE only makes videos about people that directly talk shit specifically about QE's arguments, right? So he has to protect his giant ego by making videos against those people.
Arguments
So
are
talk
arguments.
shit,
Doesn't worry me.
talk shit. Well, talk shit about one of his arguments, and then you'll get to appear in one of his videos.
I burned him one. He tried to mimic my accent. That's pretty funny, actually. I got the numpty from down under. Beat that.
Yeah, man. He you know, he thinks of some funny nicknames for people, but he didn't do a good one for me. What was my one? D jump. Yeah, whatever that is.
Oh, you'd been D jumped. Yeah, that's an old episode thing.
Yeah.
What was it from T jump or something else? There was some other jumped, and
Yeah.
he had that.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Yeah, that's old. But yeah, I heard you made that classification.
Yeah.
Wasn't Oakley like on here like a week ago or something like that? I thought I heard him, and then he's like bashing you guys. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, Oakley wasn't saying anything, but it's Oakley's little minions in the FED server, Neil and some other retards that never mic up. Basically, it's because I was talking shit about the black swan, right? Just the analogy in general, because you know it means that black swans are rare, essentially, right? And that everybody always saw white swans. Okay, everybody only thought that white swans existed, right? And white swans in the analogy would be geometric horizons, right? So everybody only thought white swans existed, geometric horizons, right? Because they see white swans everywhere. And then it just takes this one black swan where the horizon isn't geometric or in the geometric location, right? To debunk that all swans are white. And it makes it seem like it's some rare occurrence, right? That we see this one black swan, and just because we see the one black swan, it debunks the claim that all swans are white. It's not the case. There's no such thing as these white swans at all in the first place.
So
right? There
you're
is no
just not happy.
geometric horizon.
You're not happy with the fact that being called that what we have is a black swan in actual fact is the white swan. So the whole thing's inverse or inverted. So
Yeah.
by us saying, hey, they're the white swans, thus giving credence to you actually did used to have curvature, but now we've taken it from you. Whereas in actual fact, they never had any curvature in the first place. So it should be the other way
there's no
around.
such thing.
What we've presented
Yeah.
is a white swan. Please continue with your black swans, if you've got any.
Yeah, all swans are white, right? Because all swans, right, it's just an apparent horizon. There's no such thing as a
Yeah.
geometric horizon. No one's ever seen or measured a geometric horizon. The globers would have to find the black one. And it doesn't exist. Yeah. And
correct.
my other problem is just cherry picking, right? QE said that he cherry picked an extremely distorted image. He said there are tons of very clear images he could have picked, but what he wanted to do was have them say refraction, right? So as soon as they say refraction, they've given up their geometric horizon, and then he can do his Snell's law script and call it a day, right? Which does win the argument at the time, but it leaves the glober thinking that you deny refraction, you're a complete retard because you don't think refraction exists, and you're dishonest, and now you've shut the conversation down without going over the only thing that the globe earthers have to explain these long distance observations is refraction, right? So I think if we want to actually get through to them, then we have to kind of go over it, and actually address the claim, right? Address why sometimes the bottom of things are completely hidden. We can't just say, I don't know what it is, but it's not refraction. That's fine, right? That's fine to shut the conversation down, but that's not going to leave the glober, right, satisfied that the flat earther has addressed their rebuttal. They're going to think that, okay, this person denies refraction. What a retard.
Well, you're not
right?
denying it. You're pointing to a very hyper-specific case of it. If they're going to make the
No,
claim of
no,
refraction,
no.
it should be up to them to at least demonstrate or put forward what they're actually trying to point to. See, the issue I've got with it is not the fact that you're trying to show them that it's incorrect. It's the fact that they just go, refraction.
Yeah, it's retarded. No, I get you. It's completely retarded. It's brain rot, right? The globers are ridiculous. They just say it like a magic word. But QE literally says that light cannot be redirected in a single medium. He says that. I got the clip. I'm going to put the clip in the side chat. He says light cannot be redirected in a single medium. That's crazy. That's ridiculous. It's moronic.
What's going on?
Oh, not much, man. Just talking shit.
Word. It's always the best.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll just pop that in the side chat.
I've just spent the last 4 hours trying to get Mac 10.
Sorry, guys.
On my, I've been trying to get Windows 10 on my 2015 Mac OS iMac desktop. Shit is fucking terrible.
That's a cool story. Yeah, so DJ, I was just trying to respond to you before this was playing up. I was like talking, and I thought I was being heard, but then realized nobody can hear me. What's going on? Yeah, technically, right? Well, technically he's correct, right? Because a single medium, right, will only have the one refractive index. He's talking about within the same substance, because if you have a change in refractive index within this single substance, like a gas, right, then the light will it cannot not do redirect, right? If it's like if the angle's greater than 0, right? So it technically is correct because you would consider the change that the light suffers within that single substance a change in the medium, right? So you would consider that a different medium, even though it's within the same substance. So one area of the same substance.
It's just.
It's true though. If there's one area of the same substance that has a different refractive index, right, then the light will change direction. So technically he's correct, right? But he's not accepting that light will change direction within that single substance, regardless of any changes in refractive index. I mean, the light can't pass through something and then suffer a differing refractive index and not change direction if the angle is greater than 0. It just can't. It won't. It has to change direction. That's the law. That's the law that the very law he appeals to. If there's an N1 and an N2, it's gonna be refracted. That's the equation. That's what happens.
Yeah. My argument. I had to go away for a second, so I'm not sure of everything you said. But redirected, right, from a straight line, right? So let's say we shoot a laser through a single medium, and it has a gradient. The refractive index changes, right? The entire single medium isn't the same refractive index, because refractive index is measured by n, and n's
Right, but
calculated.
that would be considered a different medium. It doesn't
No, it's
matter
not a
that
different
it's
medium.
It is.
The medium's air. No, the medium's
no,
water,
no,
for
the
example.
medium. Yes, I know it's air, but it's a change in that. It's a change within the same substance, right? Right. So it becomes another medium.
That doesn't change. It doesn't change the medium, though. Still the same medium. The same medium can have a gradient.
It's not the same medium. If it was the same medium, that would be N1 still. N1 and
it is.
N2. Yeah.
Right, but N1 in Snell's law assumes a single refractive index, right? Just using the standard refractive index for air. But in that N1, you can, like, in that N, okay, but N1 is just referring to like the N1 in Snell's law, and then N2 is the second medium in Snell's law.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
But in the single medium, right, n's not consistent through the whole medium if it's a gradient.
No, that means there's different mediums it's entering into. Doesn't matter if it's the same substance. Doesn't matter if the substance doesn't change.
I think it does, because if you have a look under the different...
It's cooking.
Okay, so the three different things on refraction. Number one, the refraction is the bending of a wave as it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast medium to a slow medium bends the light ray toward the normal to the boundary between the two media. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media and is described quantitatively by Snell's law. So separate media, not one medium with separate gradients.
It didn't say anything about substance. It didn't say anything about substance. It didn't say anything about substance. It didn't say anything about the substance. That doesn't exclude it being able to be in one substance.
I haven't read the others yet. Check it out. Second, and that was from hyperphysics. So second one, refraction is the bending of the path of light wave as it passes across the boundary separating two media. That's physics classroom. And the last
within one substance.
Snell's law applies to the refraction of light in any situation, regardless of what the two media are.
Right. Substance.
We're not talking about Snell's law. We're talking about gradient refraction. We're talking about gradient refraction in a gradient, not where we have Snell's law.
Snell's law is still going to apply to microscopic level.
You need not Snell's law. You can't use discrete Snell's law, right? Standard Snell's law is called discrete Snell's law because there's a discrete boundary layer between the two media. The differential form of Snell's law is it's a modified version of Snell's law, right? They use it in GRI and fiber optics.
I understand.
And it
applies. Right.
Yeah.
It's the same principle.
It's not the same formula though. It's a modified formula. You can't use discrete Snell's law formula.
If there's a change in the refractive index, that will affect the light.
It does, but it doesn't count. It's still, what are you going to call the medium? The first medium's air, the second medium's air, the third medium's air.
No. The
fourth
first medium's air with a refractive index of X, and the second medium is a medium of air with a refractive index of Y.
All right, back in a second. I got to go flip some toast. Just a sec.
It's irrespective of the substance. The changes happening within.
Where does it say that?
It doesn't say that. It doesn't specify it. It just says medium, and that's not to be confused with
The
change in
media.
substance. Yeah, media, which doesn't mean it has to be a change in the substance. Where does it say it has to have a change in substance?
Snell's law applies the refraction of light in any situation, regardless of what the two media
I'm
are.
just talking about refraction. I'm just talking about the redirection of light as
then you're not talking
DJ
about
was
Snell's
saying.
law because it's
No,
hyper-specific.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it does.
It doesn't matter.
Snell's law
It
is
doesn't matter.
hyper-specific in the context of there has to be two medium or two media, and the light bends at the boundary of the two.
But
Whereas if you're talking about the other one,
no, I'm talking about what DJ quoted QE as saying.
well, QE quotes Snell's law.
No, he quoted QE as saying that the light will not change direction within the single medium. Right, that's paraphrasing, paraquote. And technically, he's correct. Because as soon as there's a change in refractive index, regardless, irrespective of the substance that it's happening within, if there's been a change in substance or not, it will change direction or slow down, at least slow down. It will refract. And it can change direction, right? It will change direction after it enters a different medium. It doesn't say that it has to be a different substance to cause that to happen. Because you can consider that pocket, that area within that same substance, the media that it is traveling within in a straight line, because there's no change in refractive index. And as soon as it suffers a change in refractive index within the same substance, because there's the next bit of the area that it enters into is colder or hotter, denser or less dense, it will change direction or slow down. That is a different media. Doesn't matter if it's the same type of substance or not. Like if there's been no change in state of matter or anything like that. It's irrespective of that. You can consider that area of the same substance a different media because it has a different density. One area within that same volume of substance is media 1 and the other is media 2.
All right, I'll post an Andrew Thomas Young. See what Andrew Thomas Young says about that particular thing. Exactly what you're talking about.
That's just tough because there's still not quite boundaries in between them, right? If they were in these uniform,
It's a smooth.
cubic blocks, and then there was a big refractive change every cubic, yard or whatever, then yeah. But it's kind of tough without a boundary.
It's a continuous smooth change, but the way that you use the formula, you kind of break it up into smaller sections that have the boundary. And that's what the differential form of Snell's law does. Even though it is a continuous smooth change, the way to calculate it is to break it up into like little separate sections. I'll post diagrams and a citation. So. All right, I'll just read it out, right? Exact source from Andrew Thomas Young's Atmospheric Optics on the Calculating Atmospheric Refraction page of Atmospheric Optics, the Optics for Beginners section. Andrew T. Young clearly states, likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index. Instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth. The ray bending produced by a continuous distribution of density is discussed on another page. Refraction in the atmosphere is complicated by the continuous change of density of the air. He explicitly contrasts that with the idea of layered media, affirming that the atmosphere refractive index varies smoothly, not in discrete steps. That's what he says, just throwing that in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it cannot. If the light suffers a change in density, it has to change direction, or slow down, or speed up.
So
whatever.
it deviates, right? So let's say we're shooting a laser through a body of water that doesn't have a gradient change. It just goes in a straight line. Now, if we add some brine down to the bottom of the tank, some brine water to make it a bit saltier, now we have like a continuous gradient. Now, if we have that laser travel from the lower refractive index portion, which is the fresh water, into the higher refractive index portion, we'll see it bend. We'll see it appear to bend downward towards the higher density. So that's what I'm talking about when I say light being redirected in a single medium. It's being redirected because it's directing itself towards the higher medium. That's what I'm talking about. So when someone says light can't be redirected in a single medium, they're talking about it, it can't deviate from the straight path. Deviation.
They're saying within a single substance, despite it having a change, several different areas within the volume, changing in density. That's ridiculous. I mean, you can't say that. That's just absolutely demonstrably false. I mean, you'd be saying that if I shine the light perpendicular to the surface of that fresh water and brine that's separated itself, somewhat in half, whatever, like the
just
salty
gradually.
part.
It's a gradient.
Even though it's got a bit of gradient, right? Yeah, he's that's like saying if I shine the light down perpendicular to the surface, right, that the light won't slow down as it travels through the medium. The changes in the medium.
Yeah, and that slowing down will cause it to redirect.
Well, not if it's perpendicular, because it'll just go straight. It has to be at angles or whatever. Yeah. Like I guess the spread, your spread or whatever is going to, change direction and stuff. Yeah. So it can't not be affected by the density of the substances, changes in the density of the substance that it's traveling through, regardless if there's like the hard barrier or whatever. Like it doesn't matter. irrespective of that.
Yeah,
If there's a
it's the
change in
same
the
thing.
density and light's traveling through that substance, it has to be affected by it. Period.
Yep. It's just all about the refractive index, basically. You know, if there's a higher refractive index, whether if it's a second medium and there's a higher refractive index, it's going to bend at that discrete boundary layer. And that's why they call it discrete Snell's law. And then if there's not a discrete boundary layer, but instead there's a gradient where up above there's a lower refractive index and down below there's a higher one, it's going to do the same thing. But instead of that sharp boundary layer deviation, it's just going to be a gradual deviation. I don't even know why it's being debated. Anyone can just go and test it.
It's
In
stupid
air,
because
right?
they
You can
like
test
the
it in the air using temperatures in the air,
most.
or you can change the medium in the water by adjusting the salinity or something. Or just by changing the temperatures of the water. Actually, Harvard did a test with a laser, and instead of adding something to the water, they just changed the gradient of the temperatures of the water, and they caused the laser to bend basically just by adjusting the temperatures.
Yeah, I know. I mean, these principles that are being used to like communicate, like optic fiber, and it's just stupid to think that you can't manipulate light in such fashion, or that light can't be manipulated. So.
Yep. I have a good analogy here as well somewhere. Find it.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a change in substance or state of matter. It doesn't. You just have to have a change in density.
Yeah,
N1,
changing the
N2.
optical density.
N1, right? Because really, the equation says nothing about what is causing the change in density. It's only when we draw our little diagrams with the hard line and all that shit, right? But N1 just means density 1, and then N2 means density 2, a change. That's all it means.
Yeah, look, but this is also another thing, right? Like the law of refraction, it requires those specifics. You need to have that discrete boundary layer, right? And it is the law of refraction. It is a natural law. And the differential form of Snell's law, it's not a natural law. It's not the law of refraction, but it is a formula modified to that
Still going to
can
be
be
the same
useful,
principle.
right? It's the same principle, yeah. And they actually use it in a lot of industries, right? GRIN, fiber optic cables, for example, use the same thing. They have a gradient of refraction because they worked out it's much better that the light doesn't bounce. It doesn't have that sharp bounces. It just continuously, it's like a smooth flow from the higher to the lower to the higher to the lower portion of the single medium. They're called GRIN fiber optic cables. You can post some links to those, right? Those exist.
Yeah, that's what I said. They're using it. It's like we're communicating with it.
Yeah, exactly. But this is what we can't use. Like you can't use the differential form of Snell's law for a real world observation out in the ever changing meteorological conditions, right? In the air. You can't use that because it's not modeled for that, right? It has to be like a stable situation. So you could use it for the fiber optic cables because you're manufacturing them to have a specific gradient that doesn't change. Or you could do it maybe in some lab setting where you're controlling the temperatures and the refractive index gradient and stuff like that. But out in the real world, right, you can't use that to make a prediction or to calculate what's going on with refraction or anything like that because it's just constantly changing. You've got pockets of turbulent air. You've just got constant shifts in it. So you can't say that, we're going to use the differential form of Snell's law to calculate what's going on with refraction in this long distance observation. That's not going to be accurate at all. T-Dub, you there?
Yeah.
So, right. So look at this citation in the side chat. All right, this isn't my citation. This is a citation that Quantum Eraser shares all the time when he's going through his Snell's law script. It's not refraction, it's Snell's law script. Right, this is from Andrew Thomas Young. He says, leading subject matter expert Andrew Thomas Young says right here, and he highlighted this, not me, the atmosphere doesn't contain separate layers of refractive index. Right, and then there's a full stop, which is interesting because if you actually look up the full quote from Andrew Thomas Young's book and his website, let me show you what it actually says.
He fixed it. Yeah, Andrew Thomas Young fixed it. I found it using the Wayback Machine at the date that he actually changed it after. Yep. He added to it so that he caveated that about being a gradual change.
Well, it's interesting that you found that on the Wayback Machine because when I looked this up, I did find this exact page with this without using the Wayback Machine. I found this exact page, and then when I clicked where it says another page, then it took me to the full quote. So I don't know if he added the second page in later on, but yeah. Right. Regardless, this is what Young actually thinks. Right. So likewise, the atmosphere doesn't contain distinct separate layers of different refractive index. Instead, the change of refractive index with height is both continuous and smooth.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So people shouldn't be, using that above quote.
Which means absolutely stuff all if you're shooting a laser parallel to the ground. Because the layers are stacked on top of each other to make a big vertical layer cake, stacked up on top of each other. We're shooting through one layer. We're not changing layers. So there's no need to go telling everyone about laser bending bullshit. If they want to claim it,
right, but on a globe it would be bending like bending layers. So you'd be shooting through like bending
when
layers.
They show us some globe measurements, we'll deal with it when it comes.
There's never going to be any globe measurements, Matrix. That's crazy.
Come on. I can sit in hope. Always got a box of popcorn ready.
Well, Robert Utah said we can't rely on Dr. John D's tests because he's too qualified.
I've only ever heard the phrase "you're too qualified" when you go for a job and the person interviewing you is concerned that you might take their position off them.
Yeah. That's hilarious. Imagine going to a surgeon and he's like, look, I'm the best surgeon in the world. Here's all my credentials. You're like, nah. I'm going to need someone with less credentials. I'm too qualified for this job.
You're like, yeah, but this is a gas station, sir. Your surgeon credentials just
a gas station. Some people they do that. They go to they do plastic surgery and they get it done by these random people or whatever they find on Craigslist.
That's a little different. That's going the other way.
I mean, if they know what they're doing, right?
Yeah, so T-Dub, here's like the equation for the differential Snell's law and then a diagram showing how they simplify it into layers.
So y'all all rode the short bus or what?
Oh, we got a smart ass here.
Why? Were you the driver?
Yeah, not interested. So
Hey, buddy,
while
you just walked
it
into
is
Stupid Town?
it is fundamental, right, that the path of light, right, before it changes direction, is straight.
Yep.
I don't care how gradual you think it is, and I don't care like at what microscopic level it's taking place.
You think you're
right,
going
so
to
that
heaven,
it
bro.
appears
It's
to
hilarious.
us as human observers to be curving like a rainbow. That light is fucking going straight in little tiny segments. Fundamental property of light that it travels in straight lines.
Right. That's why I use the word deviation. Constantly being deviated over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And then from a distance, if you look at that beam, it's going to appear to be curving.
Yeah.
So do y'all's parents know that y'all are like generational fuck ups?
Do your parents know that you fucked up?
That I'm good looking?
What the heck, bro?
For anyone that's interested, the number of that clown has just been posted in the side chat.
All right.
But yeah, T-Dub, what I posted is it's backing up what you're seeing.
Right. Yeah, you can simplify it, and you can like just you could even say that there's a range, right, and then make that an increment, right? Like no matter how many other changes it suffers within that range, right, and just still apply Snell's law. Right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
and that's what the modified equation is, the differential form. That's what they've done. They've just adjusted it so you can so you can do what you're talking about.
So if you go out and do a
And that's
laser
what they
test,
used.
T-Dub, you use that formula. So every single time you apply another gradient. So if you take 20 readings vertically, so where it's got V1, V2, V3, V4, you just add another one. You just keep adding them up.
And that's
So
where
instead of having 1, 2, 3,
FE core
4,
messed
you can
up.
have 1, 2, 3,000, as long as you've got the computing power to work it out and the time, of course. Yeah, you can. It's unlimited.
There's actually a good video that goes over how they, how to do it, how to split it up, how to calculate it. I'll just grab it. It's actually a really good video. It's called "Why Snell's Law is Actually a Differential Equation."
I mean, if light wasn't affected by change in density within a single substance, then it would be light at the bottom of the ocean.
So, DJ,
Well, apart from like absorption and reflection and scattering and stuff, but like I mean,
Scattering, yeah.
And turds are
you know what I
popular.
mean? It's like the light wouldn't
Know what
slow
you mean?
down. The light wouldn't slow down if it didn't suffer, if it wasn't affected by a change in density within a single substance like water.
What, you think that red tag was going to come off? You doorknob. Girl, Brian, we're going to leave it there just for your convenience.
I got that number saved.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a note on his little note thing. Wanker. There we go. Mute the wanker.
That's crazy. So, DJ.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you think about that what I showed you earlier?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look over it properly yet. Want to summarize it?
It's yeah, it's quite crazy to think about. Basically, the whole of what it's saying is because I basically asked it to like tell me like no bullshit, right? What exactly they could do, or whatever. Uh, and it it basically told me that they could fake the positions of where the satellites are at. They can fake the geometric positions of where the satellites are at, not just like the digital or whatever, but the physical locations. They could fake that like digitally. And then it also said that they, assuming that they had the money or whatever, they could physically cloak, like from one side, they could physically cloak this, like the satellite's physical position to make it appear as if it's in another position, and all this other stuff. It said, but I was like, that's kind of crazy to think that they could literally just fake the whole thing, and they actually could do that.
Yeah, man. I don't doubt that they are doing that. Yep.
Yeah, it's like you would think it would say no. There's no way for them to possibly do this, and then it's like, oh no, they 100% can do this. It's like, what? Why would they? And and then when I was trying to ask it like specific questions, like I sent you like the screenshots, but when I was trying to ask it specific questions, it would either say that that it's no longer working anymore, or it would straight up just disconnect me from the server.
Yeah. Keep digging, man.
Yeah, I'll have to see what else I can find. But basically, the main thing I was asking it, which I didn't think it was going to answer for the other things, but and I also didn't think it would answer like a legitimate answer for what I asked it as well. But like the main thing I wanted to ask it was, could the satellites fake their like positioning, like to where they're at, right? And it told me they could. And then I was like, okay, right. I heard about the this cloaking technology thing or whatever. And so I asked it about that. I'm like, is there any real cloaking technology that they could, make things look completely invisible? And essentially, from what it said, there is, but it's like one sided. So I guess they could cloak like the bottom half of it, like a stealth bomber kind of, and make it look invisible. And there's no way you would be able to tell if it was actually there or not.
What, the noise wouldn't give it away? Too
I mean,
late
yeah,
by
with
then.
the Satelloons, right? If it's just a balloon, right? How are you gonna hear it? And
We
then
have
on top of
footage
that,
of satellite. We have footage of satellite balloons transiting the moon, right?
yeah, what?
Everyone's seen those. Where's all the
Yeah,
footage of just regular satellites transiting the moon?
yeah, for real. And on top of that, they say they send. This is when it like one of the things that I asked it, and it would like it wouldn't give me an answer because it's programmed to shut its mouth or whatever, right? And I asked it, I'm like, don't they send like what like 100 of those every other day? They send like 100 Satelloons up there, and it went completely mute, like it would not answer the question. Yeah, but yeah, they basically say that they send all these Satelloons up there. Like I was just watching a video, and the guy said they send like 100 of them up there or whatever, like every week or something like that. And then it also was telling me about the cloaking thing. It was saying that they could also like which like I probably this is probably where those people were getting like that holographic thing, but it was saying it could like project like an image of like basically a false image. But yeah, that's pretty much all I found so far.
Yeah, yep, good stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's that. I pretty much was. Yeah, I was just looking that up to just to like confirm, right? That all the people saying there's no way they could fake satellites, guys. There's no way they could fake that. Yeah, well, I've just confirmed that they can, in fact, fake that. Apparently, very easily.
Hello. Is this a clan rally? Hello? Is this a
What do you
clan?
mean, dog?
Hello? Is this the clan rally?
The Flat Earth Clan.
Yeah, which clan you after? Some redneck hillbilly, one
Is
leg's longer than
this
the other
the
type shit?
American clan rally?
No, it's American. See you later.
It's the clown rally, and you're the one in the front of the whole thing.
Feel free to unmute him. I just wasn't sure how far that
nah.
was going to go there.
Yeah, I think we know where that was going. But Draco, stay in here on mute, bro. Help us.
He joined the wrong
help us.
Wrong rally is crazy.
Yeah, this is the rally where we mute retards. See, there we go.
He can be Glober bait.
this is the place where we disprove people who don't have empirical evidence.
Yeah, it's an interesting video. I'll finish watching that later.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. There's a good section in my server, just called Snell's Law. There's tons about, you know, the whole history of it, and yeah, just tons and tons of resources about it.
Yeah, cool. Anyway, I drop in there, I'm like looking for something, and then I'll see stuff in it, and I'm like, oh yeah. So I start reading it, and I'm like, oh, what was I looking for again? Oh, right. Yeah. It's easy to get a bit sidetracked in your server. There's so much stuff in
Yeah,
there.
it's easy to do. I want to make a video series soon where we it'll be a bunch of parts, but we go over that whole website, flatearth.ws, and debunk every single one of their A to Z claims. Well, I mean, some of the debunks on there are valid, right? Because obviously there's some terrible flat Earth arguments out there, but we can then point out that, right, this isn't an argument that we make. This is a terrible argument. That, yeah, we agree that this is a bad argument, or it could be framed in a different way, and that they're strawmanning the way it's, you know, been framed or something like that. But yeah, I think it, you know, because it comes up at the top of Google when people type in something about flat Earth, it's going to give them a flatearth.ws meme. So I think a video series debunking flatearth.ws is probably something that would be fun to do and useful.
Yeah, man. Plan a day and a time for it. I'll try to be here for that.
Yeah, we'll plan it and advertise it and stuff. Just a panel of people going over each one by one, adding their 2 cents, and should be good. Well, I think I'll fire up an event in English Hub. Doesn't seem like there's many people coming in here.
Sounds good.
All right, cool. All right, Lemmings, you know what to do.
What's up, Boogie? Oh, he left.
What's going on here?
What's up?
Why is everyone muted?
Uh, um, usually we just wait till. All right. So, do you believe in the globe, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we usually just wait to hear you present your case or whatever.
Oh, I see.
And plus, most of them just left, most of them. But yeah,
I'm gonna be honest. I'm not too um interested in the flat Earth debate. I mean, why is it important to you?
you don't see why the surface of the ground is important.
It doesn't particularly
That's
affect
like
my daily life.
you don't see why $70 million a day going to NASA is important in any way. It's your money, right?
Yeah.
Yo, guys, I just saw a UFO. Did anyone else see it? Can you hear me? Wait. Alright, full volume now. Yo, I just saw a UFO. Hello? Dr. Jordan Pearson, can you hear me? Dr. Jordan Pearson, please unmute yourself. Can anyone hear me? I just saw a UFO. I'm trying to evaluate his position. Hello?
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 Yeah, I just saw, I think a UFO or a shooting star. I'm not sure.
Either way, that's pretty cool.
It was fast and it went down to the left, past the moon.
Mm,
Hello?
hello.
Yeah, I just saw a shooting star or a UFO. It went past the moon. Hello?
Past the moon. Hello?
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 I'm trying to report an astral incident. Can anyone help me? Hello? Does anyone take geometry?
I do, Draco. What you got?
I'm
What you
so
got,
itchy.
mate?
I'm so itchy. Ow, I'm itchy. Fuck, my elbow's itchy. I just saw a UFO and my elbow is itchy. Is anyone here?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hello?
We read you. Hello?
I think the UFO made my elbow itchy.
Yeah, that.
And I'm addicted to cigarettes.
I can believe that.
Hello?
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 I can hear one person.
No, you can't.
I think they're blocking my internet. No, I see two bright lights in the sky and the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Hello? You guys are idiots. Come on. Come on. Okay, so I can see the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, wait. Can you see the moon?
Mm, yep,
Hello?
right there.
Can you see the moon?
Yep.
Where are you?
I'm in Nevada.
Okay, so I'm in Minnesota. Sorry,
Okay.
I smoke cigarettes. I'm choking here.
That's fine. I was lying. That's a straight light. That's actually the moon up there.
Okay, so we found the moon in Minnesota and Nevada. We need one more person to get a triangle.
True. That's true. We need one more
No,
point.
wait. Is that a triangle or a tetrahedron?
Yeah, same.
No, that's a tetrahedron. We need one more person to see the moon, and then we can find it.
Oh man.
What?
You smoking cigarettes or you smoking weed?
Oh God, I wish it was weed. This is shitty menthol cigarette bullshit. I need
Yeah,
to quit, dude. I'm coughing my fucking balls out.
it'll get ya.
I'm gonna die. But Cuba made a vaccine for lungs, dude. They made a vaccine for lung cancer.
No way. Why
They
would they
did,
do that?
dude. Google it. Google it. It's fucking amazing.
Mm,
And the UK made
I don't
a
Google much anymore.
UK made a cure for cancer. It does like 90% of cancers.
Really? 90. That's
Yeah,
a
dude. Google
high
that shit.
percentage.
Google that shit. Google that shit. It's
I
like an
just did.
mRNA.
People said
It's
you're
like an
lying.
mRNA vaccine.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, UK made that shit. The trials in the UK, it costs $1,000 a piece.
Yeah,
It works in 90% of the cases. Yeah, they said it works in 90% of the cases.
that's
Fucking
not bad.
stupid.
90's a good number.
Okay, but we need 3 people to look at the moon.
That's true. We
Only
need
2
3
of us
people that
can
can
see the
see the
moon.
moon at the moment.
Only 2 of us can
Well,
see
I
the
mean,
moon right now. We need 3 or
I don't know if
4.
you can
No,
tell
just
from my
3.
accent, but I'm not actually from Nevada. I'm in Australia. That's the moon in Australia.
Can you see the moon right now?
Yeah, man, it's a hazy thing behind the clouds. That's a straight light. That's the
I
moon.
see it. I see it. Oh, it looks like you have 2 moons.
It does, but that's just a straight light.
On your camera, you got 2 bright things in the sky. You think you're lying to me.
If I go like that, now you can only see the moon.
Okay, okay. If someone
Actually, now
else share,
pretty
wait,
clear,
wait,
man.
wait. If someone else shares their image of the moon, then I'll share my image of the moon.
You can't see the moon, man.
We need 3. We need 3.
Where are you?
Which makes
You on the west
4
coast?
points, which makes a tetrahedron.
Oh, now it's out. Now it's out and shining.
I
No, you
can see
don't
the
need
moon.
to heat on.
Can
Really?
anyone else see the
Yeah, I can see
moon?
the. Yeah, I can see the
That's a
moon.
fire.
It's right
It's a
there.
good fire. That's too much gasoline. It's too much gasoline. You should stand back until the gasoline dies down.
Gasoline's over here, man, my man. Gasoline started the fire.
I'm a fire
I'm what's
professional.
keeping it going. No, I
All of
just
my
live in
lungs,
Australia where
my
it's
lungs
really
need another
dry
day.
and fire
You want to call
starts
the
like by
aliens? They
itself.
need another day on my lungs. Like for real. Okay. Okay, but no, see, that doesn't work because those fires are spiraling in the wrong direction. On the northern hemisphere, we spiral in the other direction.
Really? The flames lick in the other direction.
It's like science.
Yeah, it sounds like science.
If you stand near a fire with no wind, the smoke will come towards you.
Hmm.
You can go on the other side of the fire, and then it will come towards you again. But that's because the updraft of the fire does a thing. But you know, I saw 3 hawks today, and they were pissing off all the sparrows because we feed sparrows in the yard.
Well, that'll piss the hawks off, man. You gotta feed those hawks a few sparrows.
Yeah, well, we feed the sparrows, which eventually feeds the hawks. So you know,
You know what that
I'm
star
sorry, I'm
there is?
coughing again.
That's the North Star, man.
I lost cigarettes today. I think my cigarettes are trying to kill me.
What do you smoke, brother?
Yeah.
No, what brand do you smoke?
Okay, so we need someone else to look at the moon and not his penis. I was like, oh, I used to have one of those cigarette dispensaries myself. Um, show me the tip of the cigarette on your camera. Just the tip, please. Oh, nice curves. And just the tip. Like pointing the cigarette at the camera. Oh, the other side, other side. So are those self-pack cigarettes then?
Nope. I'll give you a hint. I'm low socio-economic class in Australia. There's probably really only 2 brands that I would be smoking. That's either Double Happiness or what's the other one? Can't remember. I don't smoke the cheapest. I smoke the second cheapest.
So what is the no, you can't see the moon.
Sure can.
You can't see the moon in Australia.
Yeah, you can. It's that thing up in the sky.
What
What do
direction
you
is
mean you
that?
can't?
What direction is that?
Well, that's north. That would be east. That would be south.
You
So,
said north,
so
north, west,
north, northwest, west. Yeah.
west, north, west.
I'm assuming you're like west coast. That's how you can still see it.
I'm in Minnesota.
Whatever, middle of the country. Yeah,
And it is west, southwest. We need a third person with balls to tell us where it is.
and everyone else in this room is a Fed. I haven't
What?
been in the politics server for like fucking 10 years, but I'm pretty sure everyone in this server is a Fed. I'm
The
a Fed.
moon isn't political, it's a geometric configuration.
I'm not talking about the moon, I'm talking about the people in here. We're all FBI, CIA, ASIO, ASIS, whatever.
Liar, liar.
My
You
life
gotta
path
use
of
math,
fire.
man. If you can't use math, you're a dipshit.
What?
Geometry or fuck off.
Dude, I'm
I
good at
got
math.
one direction, you got 2 directions. We got 2 points, and we got 3 points. We got 3 points of a triangle. We need one more. We need one more to make a
We don't.
tetrahedron. We can make a
Yeah, but
tetrahedron right now.
three's enough. Three's enough. You only have 3 dimensions, man.
You're a liar. Yes. Well, no, yes and no. We also only have 3 dimensions for our perception, but we need at least 3 people to make a tetrahedron with the moon.
Yeah, and everyone else in this room is either asleep, has a high pitched voice, or an embarrassing voice that they don't want to
No,
unmute
I
for.
don't need you or your friends. I need a third person.
I'm not saying these people are my friends. I'm saying they're either asleep or retarded.
I agree. Your friends are retarded.
Not what I said.
When you have a third guy in a different place, you probably muted all of them.
Look, I work for the Australian government,
Why are
and
all
you're
these
right.
people
I did mute
muted?
all of them. I muted them. I wanted a
Why did you
conversation.
mute all the people if you're trying to find the truth?
I'm not trying to find the truth. I'm
I
just
think you're a
trying to.
liar. I think you're a liar.
I lie sometimes. See? See what happens? Oh wait, was that actually the schizo guy that left? Oh fuck, that's not what I meant to do. Alright, peace.
The hell is this? Whoa. What you guys doing? Block chat, block chat, block chat, block chat, block chat, block. What the hell? Why you guys all blocked? The hell is this? Bro, hey, I'm gonna make a new channel. Join me, guys. Yo, there's a new guy in here?
Hello?
Yeah. Dude, all these guys are blocked. What is this? Let's start a new channel.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, Draco?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, fucking asshole. I heard you.
Hello?
Yeah?
Hi.
Alright, we're gonna start a new channel. Go pick one.
Hello? Is this the clan rally? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Oh my fucking god, dude. I was talking to the bunch of biggest fucking idiot fucking round earthers, and I was like, fucking bro.
Interesting. Is anybody here?
I believe the Earth is a donut.
Hello. I'm on
That's exactly why you're here, but we need you to turn up your microphone. Your voice very quiet. We would like to hear you very loud.
Oh, I don't know that what happened to my mic. I think this is not working very well. Tomorrow I will try to attend with a better mic. So I will learn very good from new mic because English is very common language in every country, and that's very good.
Excellent. Well, when you get your microphone fixed up, you are more than welcome to come back, my friend.
If India needs to call the United States for tech support, something's wrong.
I'm trying.
Come on, that was funny.
I'm trying to fix
Yeah, it was good.
my mic. I will talk to you later because I'm fixing it. I think that's my laptop problem. My voice is not going.
Well, that's all right. When you fix it up, you come back to us, and we'll have a chat then, mate. That's not a problem. All right, so
You
let's
try
put the next
unplugging
one up. Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Polar circumnavigation. Polar circumnavigation is complete navigation around Earth through both the North Pole and the South Pole. Many have successfully done it, and it is only possible if Earth is a sphere. Flat earthers incorrectly claim Earth circumnavigations has never been done through both the poles and use it to prove flat Earth. In reality, many have successfully done such feats.
I just want one instance to review, one claim of being actually under either pole. I want to see that measurement.
They've got 4 here. So, Sir Ranulph Fiennes in 1979. And we've also got Rockwell Polar Flight in 1965. Tag Transpolar 08 2009. And One More Orbit in 2019.
Yep. So for many people, this is good enough, right? They see the names of these expeditions or flights. Like, oh man, it's got the word polar in the name. And oh man, they were backed by a lot of money and they said they were successful. Well, it has to be true. They must have these measurements these clerks are asking for. And so you start to look into each of these. How did they determine they were at 90 degrees north and 90 degrees south? Or were they not actually there and they got close enough? The only thing we have to go on is their story and a bunch of squiggly lines that people MS Paint onto a map.
Yeah, it'd be nice if there was a candy cane to fly around.
I bet dollars
At
to
least they-
donuts. No one at Flat Earth WS actually used transponder data to reconstruct those routes. And I still bet that those would be the routes depicted by the transponder data. But at the same time, I just don't accept that this guy sat down with like spreadsheets and started charting these coordinates out.
Yeah, I think someone showed me one of them. I can't remember which one it was now. It might be One More Orbit. When it was put on a different map, it just basically does a great big U shape. So it's not really down and around. It sort of goes down and then it's turn around and go back.
Can you help me learn English since I'm a beginner, please?
No, just go to one of the beginner English channels.
Well, we could
I can
talk
send
about
you there.
some basic science,
Okay.
maybe. I don't know. DJ might be worth talking about things like
Yeah.
gravity and scientific method, things like that.
Go for it.
Unless there is a flat Earth conversation to be had.
No, we were just poking holes in these.
Hey, guys,
WS.
sorry. Can you take me a proof? Can you take me a proof about Earth is flat? Can you take a proof about Earth is flat?
A proof, yeah. Like you want a test that's been done to show that there's no curvature or something like that?
Just take me a proof. Take me all proof if you what you have.
Yeah, we have thousands of tests that have been done. So yeah, I'll share one with you right now. You can go and look at it if you want.
Yeah, Mark, while he's doing that, I just want to give you a quick introduction. We're not making any claims about the shape of the Earth. What we're telling you is that when you measure the Earth, when you take any measurements across the Earth, the raw data that we're going to find is that the Earth isn't curving or spinning. That is our only claim here. We're not claiming, that there is a certain cosmology behind that. The only thing we claim is that the globe cosmology is impossible and doesn't match the natural science that we understand of the world. So what DJ will show you is direct empirical evidence of either the lack of curvature or motion or any other claims that the globe are making that are impossible.
Okay, can you drop words? What do you think about Galileo Galilei, who died for the Earth is fur?
Do you think that he proved the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, Galileo Galilei. I think he's saying Earth is fur and take so many proof about it.
Okay,
That he
name the
born
best one.
in he born in for this
Right,
for him idea.
Okay,
And
so what did he
Copernic.
do? What did he do to validate that the Earth is a globe?
What he do?
Yeah.
Sorry, my English in test, my English in practice, my English bad, and I need a translator to say it. I can't use translator.
Yeah, you can use a translator. That's fine.
I mean, I can help you out here. He looked through a telescope and observed the heavenly bodies. I mean, it could be summarized to that, right? Because that's all he did. He looked up at the sky.
That's it?
He didn't measure the Earth to be a ball. He didn't prove that the ground was curving or spinning. He looked at the sun. He looked at the moon and decided that if the Earth was a ball, this size or that size, right?
So he looked up into the
You
sky
will hold.
and assumed that the Earth is a globe because he saw some things in the sky.
He actually decided that we were sun-centric and not observer-centric, right? But he just made that up. He made that decision based on looking at the stars. But you said that he proved the Earth was a ball, but I don't remember him doing that.
Galileo Galilei, using the curvature of shadows, proved long ago that the Earth is a sphere and not a fucking plane. And he proved the Earth is not flat.
So he used shadows. So what did he do? Do you know what he did? Or can you read what he did there?
I don't know what he do, but this in study book in school, this wrote in this in study book, bro. This study in fucking school, and you believe yours is
Yeah,
fucking
Dude,
you're getting confused.
flat?
relax. It says the curvature of shadows. Is that something to do with an eclipse or what? Like, or is he confusing it with Eratosthenes?
What you want clips?
Yeah, he's confusing it with Eratosthenes. Galileo was the one who decided that we were not geocentric, right? The experiment of sticks and shadows was supposed to be 1,000 years before that, apparently.
But this says curvature of shadows.
He's the second one to make that mistake. Somebody yesterday was talking about curving light and curving shadows, and Eratosthenes assumed that light was straight, but then it turned out to be curving because the shadows were curved. And what are you talking about, dude?
So, Mark Price, I see a problem in logic here. You know, they told you a name, Galileo Galilei, okay, and you don't know what he did or how he did it, but that was enough to convince you that the Earth's a globe? Really?
Someone took time
Basically,
to
they
write it
just
down, DJ. Don't you believe it?
Yeah, they just said, "Look, here's a name, and this guy did it," and you're like, "Oh wow, okay, well that's proof enough for me."
Yeah.
Billy did it.
Yeah,
Bro,
Billy
that
did
sound
it.
mad.
Billy did it good. What's that?
Fucking
Matt?
fucking Galileo Galilei, fucking Copernic, tamed.
Yeah, what did any of
Earth
those
is
people do?
fur. Earth is
Yeah.
circle.
Okay. Do you
Or
have
do you
any
think
evidence of that, or you just name dropping?
or do you think Earth is a flat circle or some like this? Something like this?
No.
No. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We're claiming that we experience the Earth as flat, and when we go and test for Earth curvature, we confirm that there isn't any. So the surface of water is flat. Over distance, it doesn't curve. 70% of the globe, right, is supposed to be covered in water. And if the water isn't curving, then the Earth can't be a globe. Water needs a container, and the surface of the water is flat. This is what we all experience, and there's no evidence to suggest otherwise.
So, Mark, you've got a story, yeah? You've got a story that people in the past proved that the Earth was a ball. But what our rebuttal is they never proved it
Sorry,
was a ball.
DJ, give me your BJ's proof. Earth is flat.
Yeah, I posted it. I posted a really good one in the side chat. Yep. So this large bodies of water don't curve at the surface. So if we shoot a laser over a 20-mile lake, for example, we can validate
Where is your
that
proof?
there's no
Where is your proof, bro? Where is your proof?
in the side chat, bro. Side chat.
The black swan, an observation. What is this?
It's a long distance observation done by a guy named Dr. John D. And he's validating that there's no curvature.
Flat ball, this is so funny.
Why is it funny? You asked for evidence, he provides the evidence, and you giggle like a little girl.
Вы чё,
I
на
don't get
шаре
it.
живете, чуваки? Вы чё ебанутые, что ли?
Hey guys, has anyone read Franz Kafka novel The Transformation?
Nope, not me.
Nope, sorry.
but very good. This is very good.
Yeah. Does it have any globe evidence in it?
What was the book? I'm gonna look it up. What was the book? What was the book called? Never mind.
All right. Who's next? Who's next in line? We have Elon.
So if you
Abood.
don't like
Abood.
Kafka works or don't like Kafka way of thinking itself,
No idea what
What's
you're
his
talking
name?
about, my
He said the author's name again. What's his name again, please? Aboud? Kafka what?
Franz Kafka.
Franz Kafka. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And what about the book? What's your point?
Yeah, so he's a famous Jewish author from Prague from the 1800s. He wrote The Metamorphosis, The Trial, The Castle, and The Judgment. So yeah, what about him and his books? Is he gaslighting us or trolling us? Yeah, so just to get back on track, it doesn't matter what books, what are written in books. All that matters in this question is the Earth, the surface of the Earth curving and spinning? Doesn't matter what people infer or, want to transmit as their belief system. This is about empirical measurement, right? We're not able to measure any curvature or motion on the Earth. Why is that? Because Earth is flat, guys. That's why. Hey, did anyone catch Eric Dubay and Nathan's podcast recently?
Not yet.
Nope.
Oh, worth a watch, guys. It's the one of the only times you'll hear Nathan calmly and collectively explain why of measurements that are taken have to be flat Earth measurements and why this is missed by a lot of people. And I just thought it was brilliant hearing him not being attacked by Globers, just being able to just explain his logic and thinking around why he does what he does. It was really good. But so Mr. Nathan Oakley for that one and his book, Measured Flat. And what was cool, Eric Dubay gave him his props and said, listen, I wish and I want to be able to understand this argument that you're making, Nathan, so that these opportunities don't pass me by, and it was really nice to see Nathan finally get a bit of credit for what he's doing.
was screaming that it measures flat. People.
Oh yeah, he was a different man. He was a different man in that meeting, in that interview. He's like old Nathan.
Hey DJ, you are using a picture of Freud. Are you a fan of his like me?
No, I didn't even know who it was. I just like the picture. It's from a meme I have, and it says, "Tell me about your obsession with balls." Yeah. But yeah, I like the profile picture. I'll post the meme. So usually, if I tell the globe earthers that it measures flat, the next thing they'll do is ask me to present a measurement.
And then usually what happens next?
Yeah, I present a measurement, but then the same people say that flat earthers that present long distance observations are not real flat earthers. They're anti-globers, and also we get criticized for presenting laser tests, which are actual measurements. And what's not a measurement is just definitions. Definition is not a measurement. So I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Because we actually talk to globe earthers in 24/7, you know, constantly. That's usually the next thing that comes is like, right, just saying it measures flat. That's not the end of the conversation. Then they'll ask for the measurements. And then, yeah, then when we present the measurements and observations, whatnot, that's when we can get somewhere.
Yeah, I thought you was gonna say you present the measurements and then they have a little meltdown and leave, right? Because that happens a lot.
Oh, that happens a lot as well. Yeah, that also happens a lot.
But it's like the last guy, right? He said, "Do you have proof?" I thought a good conversation was starting. You provide him John Dee's Black Swan. He has a little giggling fit and goes on mute, and that's the end of the convo.
Yeah. Well,
Strange.
that guy came in. That guy came in earlier, and you know, had like some crazy fit of laughter and left. So the second time he came in, I couldn't really be bothered to try to build rapport with him because I could kind of tell by the previous interaction it would have been a waste of time. So I just kind of couldn't really be bothered. I didn't think he was going to click it, and I don't think he was here in good faith. I don't think he wanted to see a measurement or anything like that. But
Well,
hopefully
obviously, yeah.
someone comes. Yeah. Hopefully someone else comes through that is here in good faith. Maybe someone right now is here in good faith. Let's see who we have in the chat. Right. So we have Amanada. Welcome. If anyone wants to jump in and ask any questions, please do. I'll just read out the names of the people I'm not familiar with. Right. So Amanita, we got Basu, we got Elon. Welcome, Elon. Anitan, welcome. Etigui. Damn, we got a lot of people. Anitan, welcome. All right. Who else we got? We got Franzi. Welcome, Franzi. We got Julson Baptista. Cool name. Welcome to the channel. We got Nexus. We got Nobby. Who else we got in here? We got Sparta. Welcome, Sparta. Surely one of the people that I just read out has a question for the panel. We're currently running an event called Outer Space Cannot Exist, as we're told. Right? So we're told that everything exists within a big giant space vacuum. And in this space vacuum, we have big burning balls of plasma gas. We have hairy black holes. We have planets made of diamond and planets that smell like farts. Right? And one of these planets, they tell us, is the Earth that we're on right now. And they tell us that it has a certain size. So we took it upon ourselves to go and question that. And when we went and tested the Earth, we found that there's actually zero curvature over the surface of the Earth. We repeated the test hundreds, if not thousands of times, and we can't find the curvature that would have to be there if it's a globe. So if
Yeah, and
anyone has any
that's
questions,
unavoidable. Yeah, you can't bypass that. I think some people will sit back and say, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting." That's not interesting. That's everything. If we can't measure the curvature or the motion of the Earth, it means your belief in the globe is like a religion. Can't be proven. Gotta have faith. So who makes decisions? Who makes decisions?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ruth. Button in.
No, I was filling the air, dude. Please jump in.
Yeah, I was going to throw out something a little controversial. So some flat earthers have said too far is a bad argument. Seeing too far for the globe? Really? That's a bad argument? So you're saying the globe looks flat? Sounds like a glober.
yeah, it really does.
I think those guys are trying to get flat earthers to make positive claims around the overall shape and cosmology. And I think that's where that comment comes from, right? It's not our job to replace your cosmology. We're just pointing out that your little globe belief doesn't match reality. And if it doesn't match reality, it means you're using philosophy and you're using faith to come to your conclusions, which is fine. You can do that. But me personally, I don't trust your faith and your philosophy. I trust the empirical measurements, the raw data, the scientific information, the geometry that comes before your philosophy. This isn't a battle of opinions. This is a battle of measurement versus religion. And if you're a glober in 2026, you're in a religion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It's very, very similar to a religion, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd probably say a cult would be fairer, but I think if we use the term religion, people can relate to that a little bit more. I think cult has this idea that it's, this little secret small group that are separate from the average. No. Their whole culture is a cult and it's based on the globe. So what kind of person do you want to be? Do you want to be the kind of person that just makes shit up as you go and just jumps to the easiest conclusions? Who can be fooled easily because you don't look up things and you don't apply logic? Or would you rather be someone that actually has the ability to think for themselves and investigate things on your own accord with impartiality? I know which person I would like to be. And it's not a overzealous philosopher. That was my attempt to get some people to speak. It's not really working, so I'm going to back off a bit.
English with Fred. Welcome,
Hey,
Fred.
there.
How's it going?
Fine, and you?
Very well, thanks. Have you been in the Flat Earth channel before?
No, never. This is the first time.
Okay. Have you looked into this topic before, or have you heard about the topic?
I'm sorry. What topic?
Flat Earth?
Oh, okay, okay. Yes, I've heard about it, and I have a really interesting theory about it.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us about it.
Sure. In fact, that's a theory. In fact, this term is used to talk about people who are not aware of the third dimension and are not aware that things could be seen as third dimensions in a two-dimension set, you know?
You don't think Flat Earthers are aware of
I'm
the
sorry?
three dimensions?
No, I understand the topic, but I believe it's being used, in fact, to talk about people who are not aware of the third dimension, you know?
Right. So this is what we get told, right? We get told that we live on a globe and that it has a certain size, and that most of the surface of the globe is covered in water, 70% or just over 70%. Right. And we also get told that mass attracts mass, and because of the Earth's mass, gravity would be pulling everything towards the center of mass. That means that the surface of the water should be curving at a specific rate. We can calculate that rate, and then we can go out and we can test it, because we have very good technology now that we have access to, and we can go and very easily test for that curvature that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And every time we go out and test for that curvature, there is no curvature. It's not there. These tests have been repeated hundreds of times, and zero curvature is detected. And we can't find any evidence that the surface of water is curving over distance like it would have to. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. We don't think the Earth's a flat disk floating in space or anything like that, right? We're just claiming that we experience the Earth as flat. That's our objective reality. And then when we go and test to see if it's a globe, it doesn't show itself in reality. So what do you think about that?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of a skeptic guy, you know? So, if I cannot get my own ship and go into space and visualize Earth, I cannot assume things, you know? And calculations, they are only projections of ideas, right? So yeah, it doesn't bother me.
So why do you assume dimensions then?
Yeah, because that's I can see and I can touch, right? If you look at your computer right now, you can see that this has a depth, large. It's large. That there is depth. So there are 3 dimensions in every object that you can touch and visualize, right?
Oh,
So
okay. No,
things.
that's fine. Yeah, reality,
Right?
yeah. You call it the third dimension, we just call it the natural world, right? But we mean the same thing, yeah? When you say the third dimension, you mean the natural world, correct? That's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, DJ.
Yeah. No, that's pretty much the same. I'm not sure, but I'm just talking about the Yeah, dimensions of an object, right? There is. I'm Brazilian, by the way, so there is a depth, a high, and these measurements. Okay, so this is pretty much what we can visualize and we can measure in reality. Like you said,
Right,
probably we are referring to the same
right.
thing.
But this is a good start, my friend. It means that you respect empirical measurements, correct?
Sure, sure. Absolutely. I can see them. I respect them because I can see
Right.
them. I can visualize and I can touch them.
So here's my rebuttal to what you said earlier, which is unless I could get in a rocket ship, I'm not going to believe either way. You don't need to get in a rocket ship to be able to test the natural world. We have natural science for that, right? So we can use something called the scientific method to test causality, cause and effect in the natural world, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you agree?
Science is depending on the topic you are discussing and how much you delve into something, you also have to believe in science somehow, right? Uh,
Not
and
not
that's the discussion
necessarily.
of.
You don't have to believe. You don't have to believe in anything more than we need to create a fair and unbiased test to be able to say this causes X, X causes Y. Yeah. You don't have. You don't necessarily have to believe in anything more than we need a fair and impartial test, which we can all establish is the correct thing, right? So we don't need to philosophize on science. We just know that we have a test, we do have a method which is fair and impartial to test causality in the natural world. No philosophy needed, no belief system needed, apart from the fact that we agree we need a fair test.
Okay,
Would
I
you agree?
understand. So, yeah, if we agree, then we are living in this, I understand that you are trying to deviate and not delve into philosophy stuff, but yeah, it just seems to me that science is also somehow based on faith, that we must believe on that, even though we create methods and we base these methods on reality, which is also really discussable. We can think about what is reality in fact, and then we use these methods based on things we have perceived in reality. But I totally understand, man, what you're saying. I get your point. I understand it. You're trying to be direct, objective, but again, I just cannot. I would be very naive believing in all this, uh,
In-
just for the
but I
sake
thought you
of it,
said
just for the sake of it.
I thought you said though you believe in the natural world and there is measurement and we can rely on those things.
Yeah,
You
they
said
are
something
describing.
similar.
Yeah, yes, yes, they are describing the word that I can see, that I can touch, which is somehow really considerable for me. That this is reality, this is real. Okay, I understand that there are real things that we cannot touch and that we cannot see and all that. Um,
Yeah,
even though
I
I
get
told
that.
you I'm a really skeptic guy, skeptical.
I get that, but I'm skeptical of your view of sort of trying to minimalize the accuracy of things like physics and geometry. Physics and geometry is consistent within the natural world, which we all share, right? It doesn't matter what your philosophy is. If you measure the surface of your table, right? Um, and you measure that to be flat, then the table is flat for you, it's flat for me, it's flat for everybody, regardless of your belief or philosophy. It is what it is. Would you agree?
Okay. I have a really nice um, quite not question, but a way of a perspective about this. You're talking about flatness, right? So if you get a sheet of paper and then you draw a circle that and you look it, you just grab the sheet of paper and you look directly to it. So this is going to be a circle. You will be able to see the circle. However, right? If you just change the position, that will not look like a circle, it will look like a line. So again, it's
hmm
quite
It doesn't
very
matter though. It doesn't matter. Both a circle and a line are both flat. Regardless of the perspective of whether you can make out the circle, it's still a flat shape, right? So we can all agree in that both a circle and a line is flat on a piece of paper,
absolutely,
right?
absolutely. But
Right. So
before,
we don't need to sit here and deliberate on, depending on the perspective you look on that circle, whether you'll actually see the full circle in its entirety. The point is here, there are things we can all agree on as empirically um, provable, repeatable, and testable, right? And a circle being flat is something we can prove, just like a line would also be a 2D flat.
yeah,
Do,
I
do you
understand
agree
they are
with that
both.
though?
Yeah, I agree that they are both of them. Totally agreed on that. But again, maybe we are not able to look at the line or the circle, you know? We are just looking at reality the way it is exposed to us. Okay? So,
Right, but we can have a foundational understanding that what we're dealing with is a 2D flat shape, a circle,
yeah, in
right?
that
And
case,
this is what I'm saying. The fundamental principles of this earth is measurable. The orientation of the earth is provable. This isn't a philosophy question, my friend. This is a question of, have you gone out and measured the 8-inch per mole squared curvature? And if you've tried to do that and you have proven, or you have come up with flat earth measurements where there's no 8-inch per mole squared curvature across 10, 20, 30 miles, you've just confirmed in reality that the natural world is presenting itself as flat rather than a curving ball with an 8-inch per mole square.
all right. Let me ask you something. Two things. First of all, I understand that if we all agree on something, we can all agree on something and that would be true for us. However, if it's not true, it will be not true, even though we all agree on that. That's the first topic I would like to talk about. And the second, it's a question. In fact, I'm not so, I don't know a lot about this flat circle theory and all this and measurements of the earth and all that. But are you saying that there are people who have tried measuring the earth with, I don't know, a physical something, a material, and they could not prove physically measuring that this curvature exists? That's what you say, or is this just a calculation that is made based on estimatives and comparisons?
No, that's exactly my point. It's not based on calculations and modeling. When we try to cross-reference the model, the 8-inch per mole squared globe Earth model, in reality, every measurement that is taken on the Earth, you are not able to measure this drop over distance or a deviation from your original level position. So you establish level, right? Then you take a long distance observation, right? You can run a laser parallel to the water 10, 20, 30. I mean, I believe we've got 100-mile laser tests nowadays. But the point is, every test that we do brings back exactly what we would expect due to fluid dynamics, due to the physics that we know of the Earth, that water doesn't curve, and that the water is sitting horizontally on the Earth. And that's what we confirm every single day with our flat earthers out there with cameras taking these long distance observations, laser tests. Anybody is not able to physically measure that drop over distance. The only way you come to a ball is if you start applying a model and a coordinate system where you start plotting these measurements you've taken on a flat plane onto a ball and start saying, this would be what we would expect if Earth was a ball. That's the only way you can get to your ball. You can't directly measure the curve.
It's flat.